Ooh, that was kind of dope. All right. Am I late? Oh, damn, I'm right on time. I came rushing in. I was underneath the truck. I didn't leave myself enough time between now and, or between ending Talcott and starting this one. Hi, Angela. So, I'm going to go wash the oil off my hand, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, let me drop the link. There's the link if people want to start filing up, if they care to come up. If you're a member, try out. I uploaded some emojis to the member thing, right? So go ahead and try out the emojis real quick. There should be like 12 of them, I think. All right, give me 1 second. Okay. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Do you guys know who this profile picture is? Nobody knows who this is. Oh my. You're in luck. I got you. Joe, we're just about to watch this video. Do you know who my profile picture is?
I do. Is that the African gay dude?
Why are you
He's
gay?
not gay. He's not gay, but he
No,
tells
no.
us gay stuff.
In the studio this morning, one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good
having
morning.
me. Morning.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You know,
You are gay. You are a
What,
transgender.
what shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and
Yes,
you're
I
a
am.
gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? Now we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are you
By
doing with
choice.
this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
Yeah. I've just not. I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
Hey, that's a chick.
So who is gay?
I'm gay.
It's a longer interview. I was hoping that was a longer one because they chased that dude off the stage.
I'm about
Ultimately-
to say, then she storm out. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but then they keep on with the segment, like him and another dude, like a co-host or something, talking about.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I also think you can tell the conversation is new over there. He immediately comes in with, "Why are you gay?" Immediately, you know, they haven't discussed it over there. I remember when you used to have gay people over there in United States, pastors and stuff started going over there talking about how evil it was, and since they love Americans so much, they outlawed it. And I remember the openly gay people saying that, you know, this will be punishable on whatever date, January 1st or whatever. And, you know, then I don't know what happened. And they made it illegal to be gay.
Well, Chuck, thank you for the membership gift. Chuck hooks it up. And the way that it works is people have to claim them. And so the people that get your gifted memberships are the ones, it's first come, first serve, basically, a mad grab. The issue that I've had, because Flow State's a brand account. So brand accounts cannot receive gifted memberships for some reason. So, you know, I don't know why.
I
but,
don't know what that means. You can't, somebody can't come in and gift motherfuckers memberships. I don't understand.
Right. So
Well,
like
certain,
how Chuck just bought memberships and gifted them out.
yeah.
People who receive them have to go select it, right?
And not have a brand account themselves.
Right. But
Okay.
yeah, and 95% of people have personal accounts, not brand accounts. But for whatever reason, brand accounts have to buy them. So that's why I spent a long time trying to grab things and go, why the fuck isn't this working? Before I realized that before I did a little research.
Yeah, it's a little learning process, man. I don't know. I feel like it makes you mad, though, man. And you go through that shit and you get a grasp, whatever it is, you know. In this case, it's a little
triviality.
Yeah. When you go through it yourself, man, when you find out you drop the screw a couple times, you find out not to drop it down the header. Yeah, you know, you get the oil on your face the first time. Then suddenly, you know,
Man, you know what I just did? I was down there underneath the truck, and I was taking off the oil filter by hand. And I'm 36. I don't know how many times I've done this. I was tightening it the whole time. I was just twisting it tighter. I'm like, damn, this thing won't go.
That's fucked up.
It's annoying, but that shit happens, especially when you're like in a rush. It's like, oh, I gotta
do dumb shit.
Jack just ended, and I'm going live and blah blah blah.
Right.
But,
That's groovy. What was you cats talking about over at Jack's, man? ASAP.
you know, more Jack stuff. The usual ending wars and this and that. You know, ending wars and secrets mixed in with insanity.
With insanity, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Tommy was up there for quite a while. Actually, the longest showing I've seen out of Tommy in a minute. And Paul too. Paul was up there almost the whole time.
Oh, I ain't seen none of all that shit. Missed all.
Yeah. But they were both on pretty good behavior for quite a while.
Very good. I don't understand that shit. These cats go at it like cats and dog. One day they hate each other, just to my Paul and Jack, and then another day they're getting along. It's like love hate or something.
Well, I think that Jack is lying to himself, and he would absolutely hate peace. If how he runs his personal life is anything like, there's reflective of society, like you can't tell me that he doesn't invite the chaos.
Right. I would agree with that shit.
He's probably watching with the look on his face right now, like.
I wonder if I wonder if he's just not settling for company sometime. Bad company is worse than no company, I wonder sometimes.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I still think that it's, chaos is, what's the word I'm looking for? You can indulge escapism and chaos and drama.
Okay. In a negative sense, positive sense, or neither?
Neither really. It's normally used in a negative sense, but I use it sort of agnostically because we all engage in escapism, whether we're watching TV or Facebook,
Yeah.
But you can't. It's harder to really be engaged and distracted when it's something that's peaceful or not demanding.
Yeah. Here's another one, Jack. I hope you're watching. Here's another one. The philosophical aspect of it, which is what we tend to do, makes Jack uncomfortable. And he's going to drag that conversation back to, if we just come to know God and know that we're all one, the longer, more in depth we go into about a thing, the minutia, which excites me, irritates Jack.
You mean the mechanics?
I meant the minutia. I meant the minutia. Maybe the mechanics are
actually doing the thing. What do you mean by minutia? What do you mean minutia?
The small things. We don't mind talking about the small aspects of any issue. We'll delve into something that probably doesn't deserve that much attention. We can delve into it for 30 fucking minutes on whether motherfuckers should wear Nikes or not. We'll be talking about some kid in Africa with a sprained ankle, and that shit would have been, would have been got under Jack's skin.
Yeah. Well, if you can't make the minutia work, then the big picture is not a working model.
And clearly, I hate to say this shit, but I'm not even gonna say it. Fuck it.
Well, that's like I've considered myself an anarchist for the last handful of years, but if I'm being
ruler, is that what anarchy means? No ruler.
No rulers, right? And not by anarchist, I mean like the real kind, not the black bloc kids, window, not the black bloc commie kids, right?
I don't know who they are, but I can imagine.
I don't think that when you get to the minutia of anarchy, it will. I don't know that I believe it will ever work or happen because it's contrary to human nature to leave other people alone.
Have a ruler.
Well, not to be, or not to
rule. A ruler, because I got a lot of buddies, man, and I get attitudes if I sense that they think they're better than me. But we get along. I don't fight nobody in my real life. Even on here, I don't, get close to getting angry and shit. I get along with motherfuckers, man.
You do. But have you always? You're a little older now. You've kind of calmed down.
Right. I calmed down a lot.
You're past your warlord years, I think.
Yeah, you're right. I was still doing. At your age, I was a horrible dude. Oh shit, I know that for sure.
Even I'm like kind of coming out of that, or have come out of it. Yeah,
yeah.
But like 10 years ago was different for me. But I don't. But regardless of you and me specifically, I do think it is human nature to either rule or be ruled.
Really, I have no desire for either. I have no desire to tell anyone if I think that's what me and my girl gets along, because her last couple of guys, were always want to dictate some shit, and literally you can do what the fuck you want. I don't care. You come in stumbling drunk with your girlfriend. I don't make sure that you're comfortable and all that bullshit. I don't, I'm not gonna act weird. I don't have to make nobody do anything. And all that. Just
Do you see all this shade I'm getting for drinking Mountain Dew? I sit up here chain smoking cigarettes every single day, and it's the Mountain Dew that's gonna get me.
That is funny. No, I didn't see it. Oh, that's funny.
There, no
I
more
got
Mountain Dew.
They use pop as insecticide in India. I wonder if that's true.
Is that true?
It's new to me. I don't know. Right? You hear so many rumors about Coke and McDonald's and shit that you never know what's real and what's not.
I saw a video where this dude poured a 2-liter of Coke into a skillet and just cooked it and fried it, and it turned into like just this black pancake brick. It was fucking gross looking, but
well, I wonder what was in there, man. I don't know.
It was just Coke. I mean, it's just sugar, right? They're just making the black sugar.
A lump of mostly sugar.
Yeah. So let's talk about the title of the stream. I was
unaware. I just saw Flow State.
I know. It says it's stop being an incel loser. I was on I don't know if anybody knows who Daryl Long is. Shout out to Daryl Long. But I was on his panel earlier, and there was some dude who came up whining, and he was doing the standard, incel manosphere bullshit, right? Like, women need to lower their standards. Women need to stop being so picky. Good guys like me are getting passed over for these douchebags with felonies and fuck boys and stuff, while the good guys like me are getting passed over because women's standards are wrong.
Those are the guys who shoot people, bro. Those are the guys who end up shooting people, man. Killing motherfuckers, bro.
Dude, this guy was just fucking unbearable. But he's very emblematic, I think, of the whole movement, the whole mindset, which is... Why don't these people understand the mechanics of it, right? You're not competing in the sexual marketplace. No woman is going to go, oh, you know what? He's right. Our standards are too high. I'm going to go down a few levels.
You can't complain your way out of it, right?
No guy's going to be like, oh, bro, I'm sorry. I'll quit having sex too much.
Yes. I'll drop a few of my women to make sure you got extra.
Right. You have to level up or else fall out of the gene pool.
All right. I got to tell you, you're bolder, right? Growing up, even the shy kid where I'm from will be bolder. So I don't know that I've really met an incel in real life. He hasn't shown them. Most of them will be on the fucking computer.
Right.
So I have to.
Waiting for chicks to knock on the door like, hey, ma'am, is your son home? I want to throw some pussy at him.
That's where I was going to go with this. It's the numbers game. It's the shit I tell Jack, just go outside and you'll trip over something, bro. Just play the odds, man. Fucking talk to every chick at the fucking club. Talk to every chick at the bar, store, so-and-so. You'd be shocked, man. In a week, you have more game than you thought you could ever have.
Yeah, I didn't know, like, I don't know, mentor, I guess, for lack of a better word, but, like, ultimately what I realized is that, like, these guys won't do shit that I tell them to do because they're just locked up in their own fear. Occasionally someone will. The one dude who did what I told him to and actually did it, that week he had 3 dates lined up.
That's what I'm saying. It's the numbers game.
Right. But I would tell them that they need to stop going after girls that they know or will run into again, right? If you're nervous, find practice girls, go somewhere, go to a mall away from your house or, someplace where you're not likely to run into them again and just consider them practice.
I got a good story about that nervous shit. I was already a speaker. We probably had magazines out, and I was the lead guy, the head dude. Me and some guy from college put the magazine together. So I'm always, and it's just a bunch of writings from guys in the neighborhood and stuff like that. and we're going to different colleges or churches or shit and reading from the writings and that type of thing, speaking. And most people, and these are all gang members, all us sell dope and the gangs, and think we're pretty tough on the streets, but everybody's scared to speak. So I always speak first and kind of break the ice for the other guys, and then they feel like they can come up. I thought I was bulletproof. One day I was late, and the shit, it got started. The assembly hall or whatever it is packed, and I come in through the back door. And when the door closed, it made a really loud noise that echoed, boom. And everybody in those seats turned around and looked at me, and my heart dropped. I was scared. I was scared my first few steps. I was scared. I was nervous. I hated it so much. I'd say the next half dozen times, I would come through the back door, or I would come late intentionally to make sure that those eyes were on me, so I wouldn't be a pussy and be afraid of a thing, man.
I've heard you tell that story before. That's
true,
that's the perfect way to address it, though.
Yes, and you do everything like that. I advise every motherfucker, if I'm ever in doubt, even when it comes to a fight, I immediately start walking toward the guy. With chicks, I don't have a line. Well, not now, because my girlfriend's right over there. But when I was single, I would immediately just start walking toward the chick, bro. Something comes to you on the way.
Right. Yeah. No, I like I said before, I used to drink a lot. I got a fake ID when I was 15.
Yeah.
And pretty early, I made a rule for myself that anything that I said when I was drunk, I mean, I wasn't going to not hold my word good because I was drunk. So,
interesting. That's the thing. Most niggas use that as an excuse, bro. I was drunk.
I know.
I didn't mean that.
I know. So it taught me two things. One is to hold my liquor a little bit better and stop being a douchebag so much. But the other thing is to face up to some shit that I didn't want to face up to.
Yes, very good. And you get in the habit of doing that shit.
Welcome, Incel. You got some smoke.
Look, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So some of what you're saying is true, right? It's natural selection. The people that can't mate and find mates and reproduce, they're taking themselves out of the gene pool. Sure. But don't you think that maybe in the past couple of years with the internet and Instagram, some of the incel things that they speak about I believe are true.
You made a couple of them. Yeah.
This one guy broke it down one time, one of these videos. I forget who it was, one of these YouTubers. And he said back in the day, I guess like the 80s and before, like a normal woman would never even come into contact with an attractive man, or an attractive man would never talk to a normal woman. But now on Instagram or whatever else type of media is out there, they have access to these men and the better looking men. Whereas before they would never in 1,000 years really necessarily put in work in public to date and court her necessarily. Maybe through like Tinder or Instagram, they can just be like, hey, what's up? Just pull up. And if he's like really good looking, they might just straight up just smash right off the bat. Come to my place, let's smash. And the girls are down.
Okay.
It happens. But hold up.
Go ahead.
And the amount of work that these good looking men have to do is so minimal. I mean, maybe they work on themselves. I'm not saying that they didn't put in work to themselves to better themselves. I get that. But they don't have to take them out and do all these things that they would normally do. And then the problem is, once an average chick smashes like a top tier dude looks wise, it's hard for her to come back down. It's like if you ever, maybe you drink alcohol or something.
Not anymore, really, but I used to.
So, when you're young, you drink just gross stuff.
Jägermeister.
And then when you start getting more money, you'll maybe you drink scotch, maybe you drink whiskey.
Right.
And when you drink like something good, I see
There's no going back. There's no going back.
No way you want to get back down to shelf liquor, or even you're smoking weed. I'm so old. We used to have to like pick seeds out of weed.
Right, I ain't seen.
I remember that shit.
I don't smoke weed anymore, but like Sometimes I come across it. It's like these don't even exist nowadays. Now, can you imagine at this day and age getting a bag and being like, "Oh, it's too much shake." That's what we say. Stems
This is
and
all
seeds.
stems, man.
Stems and seeds. Like that doesn't. So it's like a woman after she's had whatever Macallan 18, 21 or whatever. She's not going to want to have Jack Daniels. She's not going to want to have Jameson. And I get it, man. It's like
I give you that part of the argument, but
that didn't
how
happen
much
back then, but it happens now. So their standards are too high.
But it works both ways, though.
Hold up, and then they get all of this attention, like normal. Where is the average? I don't know, but like even fat chicks with filters who bend over and do like a certain thing, they still look kind of attractive through a picture, and they get all this attention. Whereas in real world, no one's even talking to them. And it blows up their head, man. And I'm telling you, it's different. And dudes haven't caught up to the times yet. It's
all right.
technology's
Let's
ruined
be
it.
honest. Let's be honest. All right, let's be honest here. That shit that you're talking about applied back in the day in your village when you never met more than a dozen fucking men type shit. But all throughout my life, I've been able to meet many fucking women. You go to school, at least I went to school with hundreds of different chicks, and in a neighborhood, my neighborhood, chicks all over the streets. If meeting chicks was no problem, and it shouldn't be now. All these chicks still exist outdoors too. You can go out there and find many women who are willing to talk to you. You can try out and date. The problem is the guy, right? Not having the courage to try these women because he has it in their head that they're going to turn them down.
Yes.
There's something to it though. After they've had the taste of something out of their league, man, they don't want to go down, and they've all been smashed by dudes out of their league.
But if they let's say they bang the hottest dude on earth. Who's the hottest dude on earth? Me. Let's say they bang me.
Yeah.
They're not going to want to come to me afterwards. They're going to go to shoot for you.
But their options are not stay with the hot guy. I don't know who that is. Matt Rife. Who's Matt Rife? Anyways, their option, that dude's gone, presumably, right? So
But
their option isn't.
They think if they shake it right, they think if they do everything he wants, they think they think that if they can get sex, that they can keep the man. They're wrong. But they think that, and they won't admit reality in their head.
I don't know that a lot of them think that. I think that there might be some of it, but they probably, most of them pop their head out of that quickly enough. I do think that if I were a young guy and I were dating right now, I would not go on a dating app because the ratios are way too skewed on dating apps. I think that that's a big critical that dudes use to their own detriment. You've got reinforcements. Snap.
I got another incel.
Why aren't you using the perfect poster child of horrors and why men have chosen MGTOW? Verily is.
What happened?
That was quick.
He's too close to the truth. You kicked him off.
He's coming up here to talk. He's coming up here to spew personal shit at somebody who may or may not be watching, and this ain't the place for it. I literally just unblocked him from the whole fucking channel. Okay. Snaps.
I mean, why not try dating apps? You can just like swipe on them right before you go to bed. What's the problem?
Because it leaves you with the exact perspective that you just left. The ratio of chicks to dudes is like 10-1 on dating apps, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it is. It is. But
that's not the ratio of real life.
It still works.
Yeah, I wouldn't go on them at all. But you can also use the internet to your advantage. There's lots of girls online in these groups, on Facebook groups. You can meet girls all over the place. It doesn't have to be a dating app where you know that you're at a disadvantage immediately. It's like I don't like casinos because I don't like being a sucker. And when you walk in the door, you're a sucker at a casino. Same thing with a dating app.
But at least on a dating app, you're supposed to interact with them. Whereas like,
right,
if you just like, I don't know, hit someone on Facebook, hey, nice pic, let's fuck. I mean, it's like it's a little creepier than
the appeal of dating apps is that you've already got permission to hit on the chick.
Yes.
It's a fear thing, right? It's the same thing. It
is actually. No, that's a good point. Sure.
Snaps, I'm not doing it. I see you flashing your camera. You're not coming back right now.
Why don't you let him up? I guess he's
All right.
bad. Never mind.
Snaps, I'll give you one more try, but I'm not playing this game with you. The talk over game, the talk shit game. I don't know why I keep fucking around
I
with you,
wanted to
Snaps.
make a point. If someone's online
do it.
acting like a hoe, I won't mention names. You know who, and you. It's funny because you guys are talking about why men are going their own way, why we're fucking deciding to stand up for ourselves, why men are choosing women from different countries to marry. And I did say a name because all they've done is show
We're talking about men in
presentation.
general.
They've shown presentation, which is a poster child for exactly why we are. I mean, hell, Flo, you could pull up thousands of videos of the hoe optics within our own community, and that should show you why men are.
Snaps, you need to
fucking
dance
done with these
further
type of women.
around. You need to dance further around it and just deal with broad topics entirely.
Okay, so the broad topics are they all act like her, not her. They all.
Don't. No,
yes, they do.
Can I get a translator? What are we talking about?
Yeah, there's a girl going around acting like a hoe on YouTube, bragging about abortions, this and that. And she got called out for being a hoe, and then we got a bunch of white knights like fucking Flo and everyone else white knighting for these hoes.
That's that
Snaps.
personal shit rather than coming up here
let
just join the
let me bring
conversation.
up to speed. He's talking about one specific person that he's been chasing around for about a month
No,
now.
poster child for all women that are the hoes.
That is.
Let's not synclize.
Taylor Swift.
You told me not
Taylor
to do
Swift.
that.
Taylor Swift is a poster child hoe. Is that what you're talking about?
I know lots of women, Snaps. They're not all like that.
Not all women are.
Not all women are like that. Did you just say that?
Yes.
Flo, you're like already corrupt. You don't even know it.
No, I'm not.
That's in the wall. Come on, dude. Get with the terminology. Not all women are like that. This is
Why
like
do you think men are choosing women from other countries to marry?
I know that you guys, want us all to talk
westernized
shit on women and hate women so that misery can have company.
It's
but
not
guess what?
hating
Not
women.
all of
Men are
us
finally standing up
are
for
not
themselves.
competitive. Some of us are competitive in the sexual pool, in the reproductive
How is it
marketplace.
hating a woman by saying I'm gonna fucking watch out for myself as a man? How is that hating? Because what, we're done with hoe optics? Like, you're right, not all women are hoes, but most of them, especially in the westernized countries, are.
The good thing about being a dude is that looks are a way smaller importance than if you're a chick. You can overcome your ugliness by having confidence, money, game, jokes, any number of ways.
Sorry to
The
interrupt.
guy's right.
But if you're ugly, you cannot gain confidence if you're ugly. Like
and how long does that last, though?
What kind of an ugly man has confidence? It's
why do you think
Every ugly man has some of the hottest.
Lots of ugly men have
think about it this way. Why do you think these ugly hoes, after they use their looks up, make tons of money, and then they're fucking like, oh, wow, I have no husband, I have no family, I have nothing but all this money, and now I'm too ugly to fucking hoe bag it out. Thank God they're fetishes for ugly ass hoes that people still pay money for, and that's where they end up.
Snaps.
Damn,
please cam up, Snaps. I want to see what you look like. Please cam up.
Oh, brutally honest.
You look crazier than me, and that's saying
He is crazier than all of us.
You look like a murderer.
You're white knighting for all these hoes, bro.
You look like the only way for you to get
No,
off
I'm
is
not.
to strangle a woman with plastic wrap.
This really isn't even about women. This is about dudes. Dudes are the one dropping the ball. Women want to be talked to. Women want to be hit on. Men are the ones who are too scared of rejection and too acclimated to jerking off in their mom's basement.
No,
I think he's right.
Think men are getting smarter. That's why MGTOW exists. That's why men are marrying other women from other countries. That's why these women are freaking out. Like, why ain't I married and I'm 40 years old and have fucking 2 pornos out and fucking da 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 da.
Who hurt you, Snaps?
No one
you
hurt
sound just
me.
like a girl, Flo. You're using all the female talking points.
You really are.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
Not all women are like that. You sound like
I'm
a
only
bitch.
giving you one.
You said who hurt you? You sound like a bitch. I mean, come on. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you're right, you're right. You're right, you're right. That one.
To talk or not, you sound like a bitch.
Flo, you are white knighting for hoes. Wide
No,
gap
I'm not.
pussies.
This isn't even about women. See, this is the problem, Snaps.
And fucking.
You're not going to talk over me on my own panel. This is the problem, Snaps, is that I'm talking to dudes. This whole thing is about dudes. Dudes are the ones with the problem. You guys are the ones not getting laid and whining and crying about it and finding support groups of other dudes to whine and cry about it with.
Get laid. Joe Cool made a point. You could go fucking hire. I'd rather hire a hooker STD free,
Wait,
get
that was
laid.
my point.
You know,
I didn't say
but
that.
all I'm saying is that's not the point. Women are getting mad that men aren't deciding to fuck these hoes. Men aren't deciding to marry these hoes. Men aren't deciding to start families. They're worried about their own MGTOW, going their own way or guarding your own wallet. Doesn't mean you can't fucking date. Doesn't mean you can't fucking be with the other sex. It's just they're finally saying, fuck this hoe ass fucking bitch shit. White knight Me Too movement. Fucktards.
Do you two
And-
guys go on a lot of dates?
Yeah, I'll go on a date this week. Tomorrow, I'll set up a date just so Mr. Flo knows I ain't fucking around. I'll get some banging pussy to fucking chill with me. Again, they know how I feel.
I want to see it.
And you know,
wanna
most
see
real women will be the women and say, you're right. Most of the women nowadays are trashy ass hoes. You meet a real woman, most women nowadays who are real will say, no, you're absolutely right. Now, of course, all women are going to say, oh, you're right. But you'll know the real ones versus the hoe ones. Because you ask any woman, they're all going to say they're the good ones.
Now,
All right,
first of all,
pause. Hold on, pause. We got to acknowledge Steve just gifted 20 more memberships. Thank you, Steve. Steve and Chuck have gotten in these gifting wars before, and it's great for business.
Can I get one of those? How do I get that?
You have to claim it in the chat somehow. I don't know, because Flow State's a brand membership, so I can't claim it.
Hey, Flo, why do you white knight for these fucking hoes?
Listen to me, Snaps. I'm trying to explain to dudes, not women, to dudes, how to solve their incel problem. You're the one making it about women. This is not about women.
What is an incel? Does that mean that they don't want to fuck some hoes? That they're just fucking don't fuck when they want to fuck?
You know what the fucking incel is. You know what an incel is. I'm not answering
because
that.
we're tired of they don't want an STD. They don't want their dick to fall off.
You're an
Can I talk
incel
to Snap?
because
I need to go one-on-one with Snap when I get a chance.
No, go ahead, because I'm tired
ahead,
of talking
bro.
over him.
Snap, please put the camera back on. You look, it's like it's great content. You look really like a
You're
murderer,
beautiful, man.
and you look crazy, and I love it. And did you say hookers are STD free, and that was a better option than a normie? Are you on crack?
No, you go to the Bunny Ranch and get a high dollar, very high dollar. They're fucking nasty ass hoes. Period.
Did you ever watch
what I'm
that
saying is
show?
these
Those
hoes
girls
go
are
around
ugly and they're
anyway.
overpriced. It's
What do you
disgusting.
think marriage is? They
I'd rather
hoe
jerk
themselves
off.
out.
Listen.
Well, okay, think of it this way.
Sir,
Hypergamy
Snap.
is a real thing, right? Some bitch, you know, this whole idea of I'm gonna find this one bitch and I'm gonna be her everything. Well, you're her everything until she comes up, right?
Listen.
At least in the Western culture, at least in America, the Western cultures have definitely fucking
Can I talk?
impacted relationships.
How's it
on
going
that.
having that one-on-one conversation?
I really believe, bro, that you kind of, you know what I'm saying, took the internet ideologies and like let that shit get out of your head, bro. Like that's not
Let me
real
guess,
life.
You're married. You're married
No,
and
I'm not
simping to
married.
one woman.
Snap, I need to talk to you.
Do you when the last time you got some pussy, bro?
Fucking last night.
You a damn lie, bro.
You're
I can look at you
Yeah,
and know,
right.
bro.
Lying.
I can look
Okay.
at you and
He's
know you ain't got
lying.
no pussy, bro.
I swear
Hold
on
on.
everything,
Here.
motherfucker.
I'm gonna
Hey,
take
dude,
every.
I'll put it
hold
on
I'm gonna
everything,
take everybody
motherfucker.
back
I know you
stage.
ain't getting no pussy saying shit
Snap.
like that, bro.
My God, to take everybody backstage except for the incels for a second, so you two could have a minute to talk to each other. But fuck, you're the problem, not us.
There's no way that you're getting laid with that kind of attitude. Like the math doesn't make sense. And as far as
I don't
hypergamy,
fucking talk
or-
to hoes, bro. Women
I mean,
are
what's your
beautiful.
definition
Women
of a
are
hoe?
gracious.
What is your definition of a hoe? You need a good hoe in your life. One that can turn
I
you
guess
out
the
and fuck you
definition
to
of a
death.
good hoe is one that fucking uses their looks and their fucking pussy for upping in the game of life. Money,
All
financial,
women do that.
things like that.
All women do that. What's the problem?
Right. So they've all become hoes.
Well, then.
There
So
you
where are
go.
these women that you fucking then?
Fucking women who actually fucking are like, you know, like I ain't trying to fucking like again.
Bro, you know you
some
just
of these
contradicted
women will
yourself
marry,
already,
like
bro.
the guy who's married right now, who's white knighting for hoes. He's married to one woman, right? If
I'm
that
not
man
married.
was
I'm
with a
actually
woman,
engaged,
flirted
but
with
yeah,
her,
okay.
is he in trouble? Just for fucking batting eyes. Is your one hoe is gonna be mad because you're not hoeing up enough with her? You just looked at another woman, but you're married, so you can't do that.
Oh, I can look at any woman I want to. My woman know that. Yeah, you talk
So now the married man's gonna talk about him being a pimp. Okay.
I'm not a pimp. I'm just saying,
Well,
looking at a woman is one thing as opposed to
I
like
don't have to
actually
worry about a
pursuing
woman
other.
getting mad at me.
But no, I
because
forgot. I'm
ain't
not
gonna
talking
fall
to
into
somebody
the deception
intelligent.
of marriage, which is a joke, which you do. And again, what's it do? All
Bro,
that
you
says
don't
is when you
even
divorce, you got to give her
pussy,
half
bro,
your
like,
shit,
at all.
your money,
Have you had a
the
relationship
kids.
with a
Yeah.
Dude, Snap, you're so like aggressive and belligerent that my pussy is drying up just listening to you. I mean, what woman would want you? What decent woman would want you with that kind of just negative
I
shit
wouldn't
attitude?
want most
And
of the
I'm in
women
here to
here.
stand up for the
Period.
incels.
And the
I'm
women
here
who
to
do
stand
want me are
up
the
for the
women in my
incels. Incels
life, not
unite.
internet
Come on.
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
So I
bro,
say,
you
fuck
did kind
you
of turn
guys.
that man, bro.
Listen, and don't
You
and
think
miss
I'm
me.
going to the club saying you fucking hoe? Hell no, I'm playing them like they playing us. It's simple.
Bro, you're not pulling nobody at the club. I could just tell, bro. This
You don't
can't
even
be.
go to a club. You've been kicked out of the club for
Motherfucker,
being
you're sitting
drunk
there
and
married to
violent,
some
probably.
bitch, fucking jacking off, fucking probably not even getting laid still, and you're married.
There's only one person that jacks off here.
Oh no,
No, there's not.
Oh no.
I would see that just shows you discernment. I'd say
Well,
all
if
these
y'all
men have
jacking off,
jacked
I
off.
ain't gonna
You're
lie.
just a married fucking
I'm not no
bitch.
regular jacking off person. I don't need to touch
That shows your
myself. I got
discernment. You're like
plenty
one
of
person
women that
jacks
touch
off and there's
myself.
5 men up
I don't
here.
need
I
to
do
touch
both,
myself.
man.
So my bad. I
What a
thought also
fucking
that a lot of
simp,
men don't
dude.
need to touch themselves.
Let me guess, you
I'm
jack off
sorry,
to your
bro.
wife's
I don't
fucking
need
family
to, man.
pictures?
Fuck, y'all good at it.
Listen,
Jack
I
off
see a
to
lot of
family
simp card
pictures.
emojis out
Hold on.
there. I like it.
what's your plan? You like it? Passport bros are cool. Is that your plan? You're going to go to Sosua? You're going to go to Thailand, or you're going to go to Colombia? What is your plan, sir? Snaps.
Stay single, mingle. If you do find that right person, then okay. But the truth is Western
Then you're gonna be a
women
cook.
mostly are not. The hypergamy is too much.
No,
You know,
okay.
I
No,
mean,
I need to
these
address this. I need to
20-year-old
address this.
marriages that
I
end
need to address
nowadays.
hypergamy. I need to address hypergamy. And all these red pills and MGTOW, they all got it wrong. Listen. Yeah, women monkey branch. They level up. They want another man. But guess what? If I hit the lottery, if for some reason I have some talent overnight and make like $10 trillion, you don't think I'm going to upgrade my chick too? I mean, keep it real. I mean,
Right. So
come
let's
on.
be real.
Keep it
The
real, dude.
morals and
I'm going to be
values-
like Leonardo DiCaprio's cleanup
Right.
man. I'm going to
So
go
let's
behind
be
him
real.
after he
Let's-
trains those
let's be
girls
real.
and
When
scoop them up,
vows
okay?
come-
I want to upgrade just like the women want to upgrade. That's all it is, man.
Again,
So
that's
don't hate on the
American-
quote-unquote
That's
hoes.
American propaganda of your relationship, of how it is and how it is. You ain't gonna find no Taiwan, Philippine bitch, or other country women with the morals and values of how they should treat a man, especially their partner.
You're
Gonna
insane.
be like, oh well, I'm gonna just move up.
Bro,
they're
Thailand
gonna
got
be
some of the biggest
like,
hoes.
So wrong.
He got a
right?
South America got some of the biggest hoes. It's a lot of countries that have some of the biggest hoes, bro. Prostitution is legal
And
in fucking
professional
Japan, bro. Like,
Well,
what
he
is you
got a
talking
point
about?
too, right? In other places,
You're married. I don't even think you should even be in this conversation.
I'm not married, number one. You need to stop saying I'm married. I'm
How are you
engaged.
just going to
You
rule
didn't
out
even
everybody
know
with
that.
successful relationships?
Yeah, but I do have a successful relationship. That's for sure.
How
6
long you
years.
been with your chick and you haven't married her?
This is exactly who you should be
6
listening
years.
to, Snaps.
6 years.
6
I ain't
years.
have to marry her.
So
You
you're
ain't have to
common
marry her for
law
6
married,
years.
right?
Yeah,
You're
I ain't have to
living with
marry
her,
her,
right?
though. She living with me, yeah.
Okay. So it's the same as marriage, common law, basically. You didn't go full forth, but I get that.
I'm
Which I
getting married,
respect.
dog. I did tell you that I was
respect that.
engaged. That's how I know you don't listen, bro. You can go, bro. Go ahead.
Snaps. I don't understand. It seems like you've apparently you've taken the red pill. You understand reality. You're content. You're not going to be a passport bro because you hate Western women, but you refuse to be a passport bro. You say you get pussy. Then what's the problem? Just if that's your reality, just live it. Stop with the anger. What's the problem?
Right. My problem is the white knights like Flow State and these others who white knight for these hoes. And like I just got blocked when one acts like a hoe all the time online, and I'm just mentioning, hey, that's a poster child for that. And then you block me
I'm gonna
because
drop you out.
They act like
I-
hoes.
He intentionally changes the subject when he didn't want.
Yeah, bro, that nigga really got hurt, bro. Like, I don't understand that shit. I'm with Flo on that, but that boy got hurt, man, because there's something going on right there, bro. That's obviously ain't just. It's obviously a woman out there that did him pretty dirty or something. It gotta be, bro.
Snafu, will you stop doing things that make me kick you?
150 million women in America, Snafu. You can't find a handful of them.
No, there is a handful. I didn't say all, not okay. Not all, not all, not all. That's a key word. Not all. Most women
You
are
should be
now
dating
into
a
the
lot of chicks,
hypergamy,
then, man.
are
You
into
should be
the
out with a
hypergamy shit, are into the fucking fake, like, you know, like fake it to make it, so to speak. Or okay, let's just make a perfect example. Brielle and fucking Thunderstimp thing, right?
Snafu.
Yeah, I don't know who those
We're
people
just
I
are.
ain't gonna lie,
not,
he
we're
lost
not,
me on
we're
that.
not doing anybody specifically unless they're
Why
on
can't we
here.
bring examples of people who brought it to the public?
Because
I don't
you
even know
guys
those
like
people.
they didn't bring it to the public, and I'm ashamed. I'm shamed for showing optics of their dumbasses bringing shit to the public that could be teaching lessons of what
okay,
we're talking about.
you can make your point without dragging individual people through the mud.
Don't men cheat just as much? Don't men do all the same shit you just accuse women of doing? I mean, most men I know, 9 out of 10
think
are
so.
cheaters.
I don't know though. Incels are the ones that
I've
carry on.
definitely cheated in my life before. I don't know about anybody else.
I'm just
I
saying,
heard-
let's not act
I
like
think
women
men
are.
love unconditionally, women love in the moment.
Why do you think that? I think it's the opposite, if anything. I think scientifically, you can show that women bond more from sex than men do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And women are just
Scientifically?
Scientific, yeah. I mean, what is it? Oxytocin?
What is the grading? Oh, oxytocin levels?
I just go up the chicks I've been with. I don't want to buy.
I mean, yeah, we can use anecdotes, and it seems the same for me too. But yeah, I don't know. You guys,
Snafu, please cam up, man, because I think I'd love to see how crazy you look, and I think that's your problem. And put the light in front of you, not behind you. You really look like a murderer. I don't think you're getting laid. That's not you. Is that him? No,
that's not.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting laid. If you are getting laid, it's just with women who you don't find that attractive.
He's not getting laid, right?
And if you are getting laid, you can't maintain them to give you love and respect.
More numbers than hoes.
Y'all in the same city?
Channel. I challenge you, Barnabas. Let's go downtown. You go downtown. I'll go downtown where I'm at, and we'll see who pulls more fucking numbers.
Snaps. I am an
online.
Snaps.
I'll prove to you. I got more game than most you fucking fuckers, and yet I am the one who's sitting here saying,
"Bro, you ain't got no game, bro. That's what we gonna stop doing, bro. We're not gonna keep lying. We're not gonna keep lying, bro. Like I know people, bro. I'm a good reader of people, bro. And you is not that guy, bro. You are not that guy, bro. You're not that guy.
She ain't gonna let
What's
you go
wrong with that, bro? I done had multiple women. I had probably more women than you have, bro. I probably had more women than you have, bro. I'm not gonna just assume I have, bro, but I'm pretty sure I've had more women than you have.
I can pull more numbers
I'm
than
pretty
any
sure.
of you guys, and I'd like to see you do the same thing.
I wish I knew where you was at, bro, because I would take you up on that offer, bro. I could literally, bro, go and I'm sure.
You're a married man stuck to one hoe.
Bro, that ain't even,
right.
bro. If you tell me your location,
okay,
I could pull up on it.
Let's stop doing this over talking thing. It's not good. It's not good media. Nobody wants to listen to that shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Snafu. Damn it! I had a question. I lost it. Joe, help me out. Oh wait, where'd Snafu go? Did he leave? I didn't even kick Snafu out.
I thought you kicked him. Yeah, he must have dropped because he was damn near mid-sentence when he went.
I hope you're listening. I want you to turn on that camera so we can take a good look at you and just judge you up to see what the women see. And next, I am an admitted incel. I'm a virgin. I'm just content with being a loser. And if you're going to be like you are, you should just be more like me. Just give up.
Let me ask
lose
you.
Your anger,
bro.
Barnabas.
The incels are by choice. Are you saying you just don't want to be with a chick, or
no?
They're not worthy?
Incel stands for involuntarily.
I didn't know that.
Celibate, and it's for 6 months or more.
I did not know that. All right.
Yeah, so now we have the definition.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I did not know that either. But I figured it was just like a. Yeah.
One more time for the people who didn't hear it. Involuntarily, which means against your own choice. Celibate, which means not getting laid.
All right. So why is it that a person would involuntarily not fuck something?
Because involuntarily is not a choice.
Yeah.
Because they can't. Because they can't.
That's not a fucking thing, is it? It's really because of lack of game. Nah, you don't need game. These chicks is way too loose. Lack of courage. You don't need game. You just ask 10 motherfuckers.
Well,
three
you can
gonna
put
say
any word
yeah.
to it, courage, game, or whatever, but it,
All right,
it goes by
okay,
many
okay.
different names.
All right.
I think I don't
Interesting.
know. When it comes to incels, man, in my opinion, bro, I really think that it's a lot of just learning social skills. Like I think some people just are more awkward than others. Some people don't know how to
Yeah.
talk, like and as opposed to other people. I think there
Yeah.
is a part of it where women have raised their standards, but I be like the whole society as a whole has raised their standards to a certain degree. We have the internet where like I think somebody said this
Yeah.
earlier pretty much where you used to see maybe like 10, 20 beautiful people, like really gorgeous people in your town, maybe. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you live in a
Right.
big city. I live in a small city. So if you like Joe in Chicago, you might see a little bit more, you know what I'm saying,
There's
than
a
I
lot
would.
of bad bitches out of
Yeah.
Who
But
knows
at
what
the
a
end of the
moid
day,
is?
it wasn't just the point is it wasn't a whole lot of just abundance of bad bitches everywhere. And then all of a sudden you had the internet that where you can see bad bitches. Not only I can see the bad bitches in Chicago, Joe can see the bad bitches down here in Texas. Like we had a plethora of just our vision being seen with just so much, and for women too. They got to see them all cut up dudes with the swoop haircuts and shit. So you know what I'm saying? People just got to seeing like, oh, there's so many different options out there, but most of that shit is manufactured and induced because most people are not going to be as open to going to these places to try to find these people. Most of them are going to
That's what
stick
it
to their
is, man. Women
local.
are not.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think there's a bunch of women out there turning men down. I think the men are trying.
Yeah,
But women love fucking and have a sense of
That's the
humor. Oh
thing,
my
Joe.
God, they want to be around you every day.
They're mad that men aren't fucking like why am I 38 years old and not married? Why am I fucking like and again, why are men going for the younger women versus the older women? You know, MGTOW is a thing. It's real. And you know what's funny is
What's the
see your
point
chat,
of
they
it,
all say I'm
Snaps?
attacking women. I love
I'm gonna
women.
roll me some weed
I
up,
love
man.
women. I'm just
You
done
ran
with
by
women
my
being
house, grabbed
hoes
my
and
ball.
fucking men fucking not standing up for
So
themselves,
you're
saying
throwing in
you're
the
a hoe,
towel. So you
and men are
quit.
finally fucking
You
going their
quit.
way.
That's what it sounds like, right? He
Yeah.
just gave up,
Yep, he gave
right?
up.
It's not fool.
I guess in a way you could say give up, you know, like if something happens where it's worth it, yeah, sure. But like as far as what most men see nowadays, again, like you see 20-year-old marriages just decimated. You see fucking, you know, the things that are
And
happening
things
nowadays.
have always gone wrong, but things go right as well. So you've
Yes.
decided that you don't have any chance of things going right in your life. You're not going to even try.
No, why
Right.
waste my time, money, and attention on something that is not worth it? That won't
Because
Because
it's
you
gonna
don't
be.
know.
Now,
It's
if I
You don't
taking
feel
those
it's
know.
things.
worth I've
It
had
takes
baby
those things from
mamas.
you
I have a
anyways.
fucking woman I was with for years and years. Okay, if I feel it's something that's going to work and play and fucking clicking,
That's the one that hurt him.
sure.
Hey, I
Look.
was thinking that in my head. I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah, I was
All right,
thinking
here
that.
comes the truth. Here comes the truth. Snafu, sir, you are a coward. You are actively looking for love. You can't find it. And as a protective measure for your ego, you sit out here and call women all these names. You call them all these
That's
hoes.
the truth.
But we all know what the deal is. We all know you want your whatever it is you're into,
Again,
Jennifer
you act like
Lopez,
it's all
to walk
women.
around
Not
and to
all,
just
not
be
all,
to be
not all,
compliant
but
with you
most are
and to
hoes, yes. Not all, not all, not all, but most. Yes, you're right.
That's
you
how it is for everybody.
haven't given
Most
up. You're
women
trying.
suck. Most men suck. We all keep at it until you get lucky and you find something. If you're lucky.
Nobody believes these lies, Snaps. If you keep telling them long enough and loud enough, you might start to. But deep down, you know you're lying to yourself. You're lying to the panel. No one believes you. You look like a fool, and when you cam up, you look like a murderer. So work on that first. I mean, cam up, freak. Let's see it again.
How is
Why
this
do you
dude
wanna
not getting
see me?
laid?
You want to see me rub my balls and shove them in your fucking
I know,
metaphorical
right?
mouth?
Let's do it, big boy.
Like, are you
Let's
trying
get
to
it.
suck my
Let's get it.
nuts?
Yes.
Charismatic
I
fuck.
want to clean that
I
face,
normally
greasy
wouldn't
head of
allow
yours
it, but
off.
I'll
Do you
allow
wanna
it.
fucking jack off to me?
Yes, I'm doing it right
Brother,
now.
what?
Big
Now
boy.
I
Come on.
understand why you're like so triggered in white knighting.
I'm not white knighting.
You are so
Slow
white
State's actually
knighted,
trying to
bro. You're a white
up dude's
knight,
game.
fucking-
I'm even trying to
You're
help
a
you because
white
you're like
knight,
worse than
obviously.
me.
You're definitely
worse
a
than
white
me.
knight.
I'm
All
not
right.
white knighting.
Bro, you
totally
gotta
white
be
knight.
Bro, this dude was literally saying before you got on here that he was on the side of the incels, bro, and it was finna come with an argument for incels.
And now you turn me against them.
And you turn them against incels, bro. That's how bad you coming with this shit.
He ain't no fucking MGTOW. He's a fucking white knight simp bitch. Hey, for all you members, there's
please
a simp
cam
card
up. It's good.
Emoji. We'll put a simp card emoji for fucking this Barnabas.
Snap, let me see your torture chamber again. Come on. Maybe if you get the dead bodies out of there, you can have more women. I mean, bro, let's see it, please.
One of the most important things that you can do to get in a girl's pants is to make her feel safe. Snafu, I bet you're not doing that.
I bet.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, I believe that's Snafu. Please cam up again, dude. I mean, really, you should be an actor in a horror film. You're a shoo-in, 100%, dude. You're like the new character. You're like Jason and Freddy Krueger spawn together and created the ultimate evil.
So are you accepting the challenge? We'll prove it in front of Flo on Flo's channel.
Snaps, I already said I am a confessed incel. I'm a virgin. I've never been laid.
Right.
I have no game.
You tell me
I'm content with being a loser, but I'm not crazy like you. What?
Not all women are hoes, but most of them are. And you're white knighting for these fucking hoes.
What is your definition of a hoe?
So which side of the fence did your mom land on?
Thank you, Chuck, for the 10 more memberships. I see Chuck has raised it 10 more memberships. And it's a good time, too, if you weren't here earlier. I just added member emojis. Actually, and now I've got enough new memberships, I can probably add a few more after the stream's over. Sweet.
You know what's funny is I challenge you motherfuckers, and then none of you want to step up to the plate. You want to say,
"What's the challenge? I accepted your challenge. You didn't want to accept it because I'm married."
Everybody like, "What's the challenge? What's the challenge?"
None of you motherfuckers can stand up to the plate and do it. And I'm
I can stand up to any plate you talking about, bro. I'm a big guy. I eat a lot.
You're married. You're out of the fucking
what
picture,
is
bro.
You don't
in bed with your wife.
You don't want to fuck with me, bro. I'll go get my wife. You just see how bad she is, and you can't fuck with your sorry ass.
Now, stop just yelling at people. If you got a challenge, state the challenge. You're soapboxing all over the panel again.
Who can bump the most women?
I challenge these incels to see who got more game and who could pull women, whether they're hoes or real women. And I'm willing to put myself out there to prove to these fuckers that they're full of shit. I got more game than them. I know how this game works.
You're not getting out your mama basement to do shit, man. Come on.
Yeah, I need to go to the same place and pull that off if somebody was close to each other.
What city are you even in? Like, what state you in, I mean?
Same bar or same club or something.
Why, Joe? If he knows where to play his game, he should know where to go hit up publicly. I know where
I was just thinking
it doesn't have to be the same state. It could be different countries.
They don't have to be. They don't have to.
Can I respond to this incel, please?
Yeah. More fucking social and
yeah, let him respond.
Bro, you don't even have a camera, first off. Second off, I'm not out here to get numbers. I'm out here to get coochie, okay? And like, you can get all the numbers you want. If they're fat and old and ugly and gross, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. If you get a fat girl's number, that's like a tenth of a point. I mean, you know, this is stupid.
What kind of game is that?
I'm out here to get coochie. I'm not out here to get fake numbers and creep chicks out. I mean, no thanks to your challenge.
Snafu, I'm getting tired. Hold on, Snafu. I'm getting tired. Hold on. I'm getting tired of babysitting you. Take turns talking like a normal fucking adult. I'm not going to do it much longer. Thank you, Kazoom, for the $5 super chat. His Kazoom says pants, to which I agree.
I remember Kazoom. He's the guy that does the narration voice, yeah?
He's got a great voice.
I think he narrates on the channel somewhere.
He might. Are you thinking of Sasquatch? Sasquatch was here earlier too.
No, not Sasquatch. No, dude, but one of those channels, interrogation channels. I was talking to one day and they had a smooth voice, and it turned out that they narrate for some interrogation channel that I watch and sub to.
And Steve calls it on the memberships. Thank you, Steve. Snaps, yes, sir.
I heard him say dating app, so I feel that these guys are fucking going to Meet Me or POF, Plenty of Fish or Puddle of Fish.
That's
you know. So what's funny is they're not socially. Again, I was willing to prove my social interactment in front of people with women different random, and these guys are fucking making excuses why they won't or prove it to you. I'm willing to prove it to you, fuckers.
Bro, you don't
These
even
guys-
want to go against me, bro, because I'm married, bro. You shut up, bro.
No,
You
you're
weak.
out of the game. Talcott has more game than you. Talcott is fucking snowball walnuts. You need to learn from that motherfucker.
Snaps, but here's the thing.
Mr.
Most of
Talcott,
us,
snowball
most of us
walnuts.
on the panel,
Show these motherfuckers what game is like, Talcott. They have no clue.
Dude,
Three
you
of
don't
us
even
are in
have a
relationships.
camera. Put your camera on. You have no game. Just look at you. You look crazy. Cam up. Cam up. Cam up again, please.
come on, Snafu.
And I'm
Jalen,
ugly.
Jalen.
I'm ugly, but I don't look as crazy as you. You look insane. Cam up.
Snafu, he is ugly, but cam up and hang out with us.
Talcott is swinging large and in charge.
Yeah, don't fuck with snowball walnuts, man. He
Listen,
knows what
homie,
he's
put the
out
light
there.
in front of you. Turn around. Turn around so the light is in your face, not behind you. You look
He
like
surely hiding that face, man.
turn around so the light is in your face so we can see you, please. No, turn around with the camera. The light has to be in front of you for us to see you, not
Bro,
behind
you
you.
ain't going out in public and
You know
pulling
what's
not
funny?
one
I've been
person.
doing this YouTube thing for years, Barnabas. So for
I
you to
can't
like,
see you.
you've been wanting to see my picture so bad. Just Google my name. Just Google it, bro. Just
you
Google
famous?
me.
Does he
Ain't
have a
no way
channel?
this
Just
nigga
Google
getting
me.
no pussy,
I
bro.
guarantee you, I pull up more than any of these motherfuckers.
I told you I'm a
Just
virgin.
Google me.
I'm an incel. You win, but can you show your face? Just put the
I'm
light
here
on
with
it.
great
I
Snowball
bet Joe
Walnut
Cool
here.
pulls up
I'm
more than
wanting to
any of
hear
the rest
what
of us.
Snowball Walnut has to say because he's about to show you what game is really like.
Dude, I represent that incel. It's not by choice it's been this long.
Yeah, but Talcott, you're out there putting work in, going on the streets. I seen you go on the streets. Me and Flo, we seen you. This guy's sitting here, swipe left, swipe right, and thinking he's gonna find his match.
So what, dude? You get dates off the apps, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah,
Get
I
'em from
fuck
your
plenty of
couch.
women on Facebook, goddamn Twitter, all that shit, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro.
I don't have to walk out the house to get a date. It's easier.
Yeah, I
What's the
know.
problem?
I know. They've taken the digital experiences now, hit not only your marriage lives, your fucking dating lives, your sex lives, everything, right? No more
You're not
Cause you
cool
ain't got
until
no
you've
pussy
gotten
on
a
no
social
more
media.
real
blowjob
life
during a live
socialization,
stream.
right? I
Dude,
get
you
it.
don't even have a light in front of your face, and
That
you're
fool.
just
Oh yeah,
just
see the
inept
guy who's begging me to
technologically.
come on camera who fucking forgets that I've been around way longer than most you motherfuckers.
Hey, fat fool.
Why are you
Say
begging me to
fat fool.
see my face? Why are you
Because
I don't want to
begging
see your
me,
face.
bro?
I want to
All these
see.
motherfuckers know what I look like and who I am.
I don't
You're
know
the
who you are
only
at all.
one
Fat
who's
fool.
begging to see Snafu Snaps.
I want you
I
to
don't
watch
even-
the video later and see how crazy you look and sound, and that's why you're not getting any poontang. That's the problem.
I'm not
We're
swiping
trying
and
left
act
to right.
crazy.
Again, I'll put it to practice. Let's go tomorrow. Float
I already
to fucking
said that I'm a
Oakville.
virgin.
You go
I'm
to
an
your favorite
incel.
spot
I
to
mean,
try and pick
okay.
up bitches.
Which we're
I'll
gonna
go to
fix that.
mine, and
We're
let's
gonna
see
fix
who
that.
fucking comes out.
Snafu, are
Bro,
you done
he ain't
sucking
gotta
all the air
accept
in
my
the room?
challenge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Flo. I'm here to listen to the Snowball Walnut. I'm
All
done
right.
with these incels.
Jack, will you share some wisdom with us?
When it comes to dating, you know what? I'm just learning to be happy with myself. So,
So you're masturbating a lot. I got you. Steve's advice is to just go shirtless, Snafu. I think that's probably not going to help, but
I could try.
you could try. I mean, it's not going to hurt. As long as you're yelling at chicks, you might as well be shirtless.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to consider the guy on the top right a chick, I was yelling at him. You guys act like I hate women. I love women. Most of the crew.
I think you hate women.
We have a lot of strong women
I think
who are
you
part
hate
of my
people.
fucking community, and then women in general in life. I love women. I'm just done with these hoes that use men.
Can you please define hoe? Honestly,
Yeah, bro.
how do you define hoe?
Look, Caucasian Sasquatch has a great success record with the Waffle House waitresses. How much do you go to Waffle House?
I don't, but I noticed there've been a lot of black fighting at Waffle House, Joe.
Damn, bro, you had to throw black people in there. Like, what the hell we do?
All right. Well,
The waitresses
I'm-
gonna fuck, bro. That's all we were trying to say. The waitresses will
Hey,
fuck. Bro. You
I'm
go and
past
take
something
and put
about
niggas in this shit, bro.
I passed up about 4 of them jokes myself, so I ain't gonna say shit, bro. I had my niggas fight in the Waffle House jokes too. I just
Hey,
didn't
real
say
talk. Hey, trust me, I'd have been there too. I done seen the car. I done had a fight at Waffle House. But hey, real talk though, man. What they got to do with the waitress wanting to fuck, bro?
Yes, your odds are better in those places, and go after like 4 o'clock in the morning. Go at them weird
Bro,
hours.
you come to Texas
waitresses.
Cafe, bro, I'll get you some pussy quick, bro. And I'm married, bro. I shouldn't even be doing that.
Barnabas, I got a question. Why haven't you? Have you considered? I mean, I'm sure you have. Why haven't you just hired a prostitute?
Yeah, it doesn't turn me on.
You don't know that.
Just the thought of it.
Yeah, you gotta meet the right hooker, bro. I done met some hookers that's pretty bad.
No,
Hey, what you like in a chick, bro?
physically, no,
That's the name.
physically,
What's-
yeah, it's fine, but no.
What do you like in a chick, bro?
I want you to look like a Victoria's Secret supermodel.
All right, outside of that old crazy imaginary shit. What do you like in a chick?
That's what I like.
All right, everybody
Perfect
likes that
body,
shit.
thin,
Everybody likes perfect body.
yoga
Anything in
pants,
particular.
heels. I want to
Now,
look
now
like a
you're
salsa
talking. Now
dancer,
you're
kind of.
talking. All right, you like that slutty shit. All right, what else?
Who's rubbing their microphone? Is that you, Joe, or is that Snaps?
No,
No, it's not me.
Okay.
Shouldn't be me.
All right, go on.
No, I'm not a
Right.
virgin. I'm not an incel. I'm just fucking with you. But I understand
Okay.
the mindset.
I
I have
you
sympathy for
You
it.
didn't have virgin energy.
I have sympathy for it. I understand it.
I'm
Like
thinking this
I've-
bitch is in a
I've
chat
gone a few
trying to
months,
get his number,
right?
right? I'm thinking
and it's
he's
like
good.
unpleasant, you know.
Well,
And
I was
and I
thinking
understand
that
the struggle.
Says the idea for paying for sex is disgusting and revolting, but most you married men are doing the same thing.
Just
Yeah, I
stop.
think
Yeah,
girlfriend, wife. There's some
I mean, I
degree
paid
of
for
that
pussy when
shit.
I was single, so
I bought a
I guess
hand
I'm an
job in
anomaly.
Vegas, if that counts. I don't know.
What did you
Vegas
do?
counts, motherfucker.
In fact, most
Okay.
married men they have made that prostitute their fucking only one because they're double paying for it. The house, the fucking insurances, so fucking all you married men that want to say, you know, and I'm not advocating for I think it's, you know, hoes are hoes, but that was a dumb statement, Grower. You're married, you're
Look.
paying for your woman basically just as any other man.
You know that married couples are the most financially successful group, right? More than single men or
fact.
single women.
Until divorce, and then who gets a house?
And by your logic, you horn for your kids too. Then
Yeah.
Well, if you're me, then you get everything when you get divorced except for the '94 Honda Accord.
And nobody wanted that
Why-
anyway.
Yeah,
Why
well,
would a Victoria's Secret girl even want to fuck with you? That's a question I should ask you.
I don't
know why
deserve
you won't
one
fuck with
because
me,
I didn't put in the
because I'm not
work,
a white
nor
guy
do I
just
have the
like you.
genetics. I
So
don't
could kill
deserve
a
one.
Victoria's Secret bitch, but why you?
What? No, that's the wrong question. The right question is why wouldn't she fuck with you?
Yeah,
I
big
don't
fact.
because I haven't put in the work. I'm not good enough. It's my own
Right, you're
fault.
afraid to even go out.
Absolutely.
I think that's a mentality thing more than it's an actual thing, bro. Because I feel like the one thing was wrong with men, bro. We take ourselves out the game. My fault. We just take ourselves out the game before we even have a chance, bro. I would never say that I'm
think there's some of
not
that
good
going
enough
on.
for a woman or some shit like that.
That's
bro.
how
Like,
women. That's how
I'm
women
great
talk.
enough.
You sound like respectfully like a biatch because women are
The
up
guy
here.
who
They think
said
that they're gonna
he's
like
not
land
good
Brad
enough
Pitt
to
or
tell
whoever
the
it
other
is.
Man, he's a biatch, bro. You're simping, and I think all of us could see it, Barnabas. Even the married men. You're
Hey,
simp.
Snafu, what do you
respectfully.
like in a woman, Snafu? What do you like?
Honesty, integrity, obviously looks have to be something, and someone who just vibe with rock. You know, someone
Integrity, looks, and vibe. I dig them all. I like all three of them.
Can you please, again, for the 80th time, Mr. Snafu, can you define what your definition of a hoe is that you keep referring to? Like, when does a woman turn from whatever it is they normally are into a hoe?
Pretty much,
disqualifies them for.
A Victoria's Secret is the woman you aim for, your dream woman. I would consider that kind of a hoe, right? Body,
No,
for
why?
money.
She's an athlete. She takes care of herself. She does a job that is difficult that not everyone can do.
Fucking working an office job. She's walking down a runway showing off her ass and clothing.
If it was so easy, everyone would do it. Every morning when she eats one piece of lettuce and a radish all day and does yoga at 5 a.m, that is her job. when she
It
drinks
only will
water.
last for so long. That Victoria's Secret, like wait till her titties get saggy and old and baggy. You still
And
gonna
I'll
let
be
that
there to
Victoria
clean it up
walking
because they're
down
still
the
looking
aisle
good.
tripping on her
50,
titties?
60, I'm down.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll look
People
like
get
that
old.
too. So
People get old.
it won't be a big deal.
Well, I mean,
Being
as
a
long as
model
you're
is not
okay
just
with
some
that.
simple job. I mean, Zoolander's a funny movie, but being a model is just as, in my book, respectable and as hard as anything else. You have to
So you
maintain your
respect
body.
all these OnlyFans girls posting up videos, having sex with their
That's a
clients,
different type
making
of
money,
model, though,
showing
ain't it?
booty and
I've
shit.
never
So
been the
you respect the
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans thing
Look,
going on, right?
look. There's different levels to OnlyFans, right?
And
There's-
yeah, it is facts.
There's only, and I
How
have
you
not,
say facts?
I haven't.
Yeah, he might be capitalizing, making money.
He's
Dude is
been
married.
there.
He's probably smart about it.
I haven't subscribed to any OnlyFans, but I know that like some of them are like bikini, some of them are
Some of
nude,
them.
some of them put
Some
dildos
of
in,
them.
some
Come
of them
on.
only fuck their husband, right? I mean, these are
Some
all
of them don't fuck.
OnlyFans, right?
Most of them make like $30 a month.
yeah.
And then
It's,
they meet their clients though, and that's where they get their money.
well, prostitutes are prostitutes, but not all OnlyFans girls are like just some horrible person. I mean,
Yeah, big fact.
They're prostituting themselves on the media.
if I
Not
met a young
everybody is-
woman who looked like a Victoria's Secret supermodel and she was like, let's make some money. Will you fuck me on OnlyFans? I'd be like, yes, let's do it. Let's
But you
fuck
can't
it.
even
Let's
go to a
film it.
bar or club to ask a bitch for a number, but you could go meet a hooker and fuck her on camera.
I didn't say a
So
hooker.
we by this conversation,
Sometimes
we
married
all
couples
agree
do
that
OnlyFans.
prostitutes are
If
horrible
they're
people.
willing to meet people and fuck them on camera, they're porn hookers. Whether they want to say, I'm just an OnlyFan person. They're
So
hookers
we
and
agree
porn
that
bitches.
prostitutes
Yeah.
are horrible people. No one's sticking up for them yet.
I
I'm
mean,
just
I don't
curious.
agree with that at all.
I
No,
don't
they're
think
not
that they
horrible
horrible
I'm not
people.
gonna
They
agree
doing
with that
some
either.
horrible shit, maybe,
But
but
I
they
do
not
kind of
horrible.
want
I
to.
dig it. I
Snap to is
dig it.
sort of
Don't say
holding the whole
horrible.
conversation back here at Women Suck, and we could move forward. We could move past this and work on
I
fixing.
love women. They don't suck. Women are great.
No, you don't. You
We're
keep
women.
saying that, and I don't believe you.
And you still
Yeah.
haven't defined it. You haven't defined
What's
what
a woman? Yeah, what's a
the
whore?
criteria to being a hoe. What is the criteria?
Basically, what you just said. Joe asked me what I look for. I'm not sitting here saying Victoria's Secret model or OnlyFans. I told you exactly what. You guys are the ones bragging about the hoe optic.
Yeah, once he
why you're
said those
attracted to
three
those.
things, I gave him credit that he does actually love women, and I got to go back and sound like a bitch that he's been hurt somewhere, but he definitely loves women.
I do love women. And Jeebus, you're right. We got to take back because Jeebus just made a point, and women do suck too, and some of them are good at it. So
Some of them are good at it.
I have a great idea for you, Snaps. I think you could convert and turn into a Muslim. And I'm serious.
what if
And
I
these
already am? What if I'm a Jehovah's Witness?
You're not
What if I'm
maintaining it.
Mormon?
You're not doing
How do
you're
you know?
definitely
How do you know what I
you're
what's
haram
the
and you're not
Talcott?
halal. You're not praying
How do
5
you not
times a
know
day.
I'm
No
with
no
Talcott?
respecting Muslim will get up here and talk like this. And the
That's
women
all.
No
That's
respectable
facts.
Muslim would do that.
the
right?
women that they interact with, they have the garb and the neat whatever that stuff is, and they're chaste and they look
You shouldn't talk
respectable.
about
They
things
look
you have
respectable.
no clue about, dude.
They look respectable. They don't look like hoes to me. They cover themselves.
Hmm.
They carry
But
themselves. They're
even there could be
beautiful.
some hoes.
You should be a Muslim. Seriously.
I should be a Muslim now.
Yes.
This would be Snaps. The Snaps Monastery.
Well, that's not me. It says meth. So where's
Oh, yeah,
where's
that'd be
Tommy
me
at?
and Tommy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's Tommy at?
Oh,
And it's the wrong religion, anyways.
cam up, Snaps. I love it. Come on, dude.
Barnabas, do you know what Talcottia is?
Say it again.
It's the center of self.
This is why you're an angel.
I'm not familiar. Please teach me.
I'm not the one to teach Talcottia. You have the Grand Master here with you. You could
Cool.
learn.
We could learn how to get women.
About being gentlemen.
I'm just saying, because everybody on the panel is successful at it, except for, like, even Snaps, you've been successful with it. There's a lot of dudes, though, who have zero success. And I'm with Barnabas, I can feel for them to an extent. It is harder now, I think, than when I was growing up. But not insurmountably hard, and most of it is the dude's fault, is what I've come to decide. Dick,
I
welcome.
can agree. It's more of an incentive to just, you know what I'm saying, deal with yourself, like just basically don't have to deal with women at all, and I don't know, play with yourself or whatever it would be. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the
That
alternative,
doesn't
even
mean
going
you
to pay.
can't go fuck or
Bro, look, don't
date
cut me
or
off
maybe
again, bro. I'm
meet the
trying to be
person.
respectful to you, bro, and I ain't finna keep on, bro. So shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, but like I was saying, man, I feel like at the end of the day, we got to get to a point where we stop trying to make it about the other person. Like when women try to make it like it's the whole thing with men, and you know what I'm saying. I think it's because I think it's a lot on both sides. Like women feeling like the need that we have to go by these traditional things where only a man can go and talk to a woman and all that shit. 'Cause I feel like I had plenty of women come and talk to me in high school too. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just
Yep.
a one-way street where I just went and talked to women, bro. So if you got interest in a
Yeah, when
person,
you're a married fucking simp.
bro.
All right. That's it. That's it, Snafu. We're done tonight. Thanks for coming up. You were kind of good for a while.
Yeah, man. At the end of the day, I really want to have a real conversation. I mean, I like fucking
I do
around and
too.
talking shit, bro. But let's just have a real conversation, bro. Because at the end of the day, like I
Let's
say,
do
I
it.
feel like we get too stuck in these gender roles where we believe that only men can talk to can go and approach women, or women have to be this such a virtuous thing, bro. Like some men really are out here just looking for hoes. Why you? Let's be clear. Let's come out with what we looking for sometimes. So like some men can't find a relationship because they pretty much done fucked over a lot of good women being hypersexual and shit like that, bro. So it's so many different things I think we have to bring into the conversation when we talking about this incel thing. Cause like what homie was saying, bro, he can get this many. It's more hoes than women. Then you go out into the dating field and you treat a lot of women like hoes that probably are just, you know what I'm saying, don't even know what they looking for yet. They didn't know that they was looking for a good guy. Then you might have been that motherfucker, bro, or whatever.
If you can't find a chick, it's a bigger chance that it's your fault than it is hers. It's a bigger percentage of something you doing wrong than it is.
What's your problem? Either way, I mean, fault really doesn't matter. Fault's the blame game for anything in
you
life.
can only
Is just,
correct yourself anyway.
it's mental masturbation, right? Whose problem is it? It's your problem if you're not getting laid. So you have to.
So I don't worry about it.
And when you're paying for sex, make sure that you always negotiate, like do the ding and dent discount, point out any flaws or errors on the woman's body. Say, you know, could you take 10 off for that or 15 off?
This
you gotta
one's
get
a
a deal.
blim.
Yeah, no, that's
it's
good.
B-stock.
That'll be good.
Just a tip for Snafu.
Hey, it's not a bad tip.
Yeah, not at all.
Well, you might as well smack them a little bit, you know, and blame it on them and put some bruises on them so you can get it cheaper.
But I like these passport bros, man. Like, I'm not against that either. Like, why not go somewhere where your value immediately goes up? Like, why not? You're just as likely to get screwed over there as you are here, in my opinion.
You're running from problems.
Be more likely.
That's the only reason you'd become a passport bro.
But wait a minute. But wait. Look, I can pull what I can pull, right? Maybe I can get lucky. Maybe I can't. I can bat within my range. But I can go to some other country, and these chicks are like, I can get a better looking chick, and they know how to cook. And I don't know if you ever dated like a third world country, country kind of girl. They have it's a little bit different, man. They have like it's almost like this duty to serve you, and it's interesting, man. I mean, it's different. It's a little bit different, and it's nice. You know, it's not every aspect of it's better, but it's different.
Yeah, I think
and it's great. And I would much rather like get a hot chick. I mean, I'm not a passport bro, but I'm not against it. It seems like a good idea to me, honestly. And the other thing about passport bros, if I may, is that there's different levels to that too. Like, yeah, there's some dudes, they just want to go to Sasua and bang a bunch of hookers, and hey, whatever. Or they want to go to Thailand and suck off a bunch of lady boys. Fine, whatever works. But some dudes want to go there and like find a wife, and good for them, man. So when you say it, you have to judge who's listening to you. What is in their mind when you say passport bro? Because it could be any of those things. Okay, thank you.
I guess I was thinking of a sex tourist, but a passport bro could be more than
looking for a wife. It could be.
I just think you find a lot of problems when you go into other countries where the resources might not be the same. It's like, I'd rather deal with a woman that maybe might not need a nigga as opposed to definitely going to need me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying that they all going to need somebody, but you talking about, let's just say we go to Sasua, we go to whatever, you know what I'm saying? I know Sasua is one of the famous kind of places people be going. They're a lot poorer, so you got a lot more women that's desperate to just get an American man that they think gonna have money. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. So I feel like you got to have a little bit of discernment, because a lot of these women that's playing a traditional role, they're gonna be the same women that's gonna come. You bring them over here to America, and they become Americanized and believe and start listening to all the bullshit rhetoric that you ran away from when you went to that country in the first place. So you better really make sure you got somebody that's really traditional and not just playing you.
I think the thing
Well,
on that is,
precisely. You can't lead the person out of that. So, you know, if you can't do it here in the States, the same woman is going to stray from your lack of leadership because she's going to have the influence of a bunch of stronger energies around her. So, I mean, it still goes back to that leadership issue, that confidence issue, that self-value, knowing what you bring to the table. And this whole idea of like, you're paying for sex if you're married to someone. That's what I came up for, was to address Snaps on that. What an absurd notion. You know, that's how he looks at the relationship. It's a monetization, even if he was married. So like, how could you win with his mindset?
can't. But back to the guy underneath
I
me
just caught that.
is I think if you do become a passport bro, like you could pull a really hot chick who's like definitely just using you for your passport and is definitely going to leave you as soon as she gets her green card or whatever. But like if you get like someone who's like not like 10 steps hotter or above you, but just like a little bit better looking, then you could pull in America. And I've seen these relationships work, and I've seen them in the hospital where they're like, this old white man.
Have you seen The Orphan? Have you seen the movie The Orphan?
I haven't seen it, but I've seen these relationships work, and I've seen these like Asian women by the deathbed of these old dying white men, and they're there, man. And some of it's real. I'm not saying it's the right answer, but I'm not against it. But what's up with The Orphan?
Oh, it's a movie where these people adopt a kid, and it tries to murder them, and it turns out that it's not a kid. It's like an adult woman who's a midget, and she. It's based on a true story. It's actually kind of
that's a real
movie.
story. I've heard of that one.
Right. But I mean that when you are a passport bro, and to answer the question, passport bro is somebody who goes abroad to find a chick, whether it be for just a sex tourism or to get a mail order bride. But you're just rolling the dice entirely, right? You're buying somebody, you're not into them for them, they're not into you for you. You're both using each other for something and hoping it works out.
Right.
That's not fair, because
why?
It's the same thing happening in America. Could be using each other. Yeah, maybe they could be.
But you know the person you're marrying.
You can know them too. You can go over there and visit
Over
them.
there, that's probably not.
Do you
really
speak
a thing.
Taiwanese?
Listen.
Yeah, it's some barriers you gotta go through.
You know, when you spend time with someone, whether you get along or not, you have to get along with them. You have to be able to
after you spend enough
and watch
time with
TV.
some chick over there.
Well, look, I'm not saying everything's perfect, but I'm just not against the passport bros, for the record.
I'm not necessarily either. I just think they exchanging one set of problems for a new one.
I don't think it's this. You have the same problems in America. So what? Oh,
But
maybe she's using you.
There
So
is
what?
a good argument that there was more thirst and desperation when you go over there. So you got more chicks coming at you that don't really like you, care about you. So in some ways your odds are shittier over there.
Yeah, they like the illusion of what you represent. They have no idea what you are. They have an image in their mind that is grandiose, and of course that's setting up the whole relationship for failure on the outset, on the foundation.
Right. They getting to know somebody that they got in their head as opposed to getting to know you. But like an American chick, you can just skip past all that bullshit and get to know it.
I think that Somewhere in Time has a decent point here. But Somewhere in Time, there's a chronology to things. And first the first thing to bridge is just the confidence to talk to chicks. Or actually, before that, I think it's the mindset. I think that the mindset of looking at women adversarially is the biggest thing cock blocking most of these dudes.
Yeah.
Who's doing Morse code? Joe, is that you? Your Morse code?
That might be me.
But yeah, all the adversarial men versus women, the war of the sexes. That whole mindset is just such a self-defeating cock block. Women are your friend, right? They're not. I don't know. Like, am I the only one? Like, I feel more when I meet a dude, I feel much more adversarial with him than when I meet a new woman. I don't know if that's just me, but
Are these dudes you're fucking?
well, I wouldn't feel adversarially with them, then would I?
Your argument on who can be the top or the bottom. You both argue for the bottom position.
Touche.
Man.
They'll wrestle over it.
I used to have an issue with objectifying women and really placing beautiful women up on a pedestal. Scared the shit out of me to try and talk to them.
It's tough.
And
I feel
it's
you.
just foolishness. It's absurdity. And
I would assume there's residue of that now.
perhaps
What is Snap's challenge though? He's saying he wants to prove that he can go out and live stream him picking up women as like a pickup artist and show how much game he has.
Yeah.
I think
We'll
so.
do it
Get more
anyway,
women.
Snafu. Show us, dude. That'd be fun content. I want to see you out there,
Yeah.
all grizzly
Snafu,
style,
I
making it
don't
happen.
think you banged nothing last night. You don't think you fucking nothing. I think you will lie, because when someone asks you about a date, you was like, I'll get a date. I'll get a date for tomorrow and we can film it. You wouldn't have been that eager if you just got off some pussy last night. You wouldn't even, that wouldn't have came out your mouth. Something else different would have came out your mouth.
Yeah, back to the guy in the middle, man. What he was talking about, these hot chicks. There's something I've noticed. It's that when I'm around a girl that's like just like average or below average or whatever, the way I talk to them, not disrespectfully, not disrespectful at all, but my confidence is just like, it's just like through the roof. It's like, I know you want my dick. You know what I mean? And it's like, I could just, and again, I am respectful, but it's like, I'm just so smooth and good with it, man. But when I get around like a super baddie, I'm just like up. It's just like, oh, it's so painful. It's so painful.
Yes.
If I could just somehow like keep that same confidence when I'm around like a fatty and just use it to these hotties, it's like maybe I could actually get these hotties. It's like, oh man. So
confidence is every fucking thing, man. As long as you can out confidence the other guys, for instance, just dance. Most guys don't dance. You got immediate edge, dance with every chick in the club, and you're a fucking god by the time of the night. So
yeah, but I can't dance, bro. People just make fun of me, and especially if I'm around black people, I'm like the white guy that can't dance. It's like even worse. It's just horrible. It's just horrible. I hate dancing. Oh, I hate it. Everyone's like, "Come on, let's dance. It's fun." I'm like, "No, it's not. No, it's not." Anytime someone's like, "Let's go to a wedding," I'm like, "Oh my god, is there gonna be dancing?" Oh, I can't stand it. I hate it. Oh, it's the worst thing ever.
it's easy to separate yourself with that dance and shit, because even the coolest motherfuckers is not going to get up there and dance with the chicks, and the next one is going to hope you dance with them because they want to dance. Oh, it's fucking
dude, I'm with you, man. I wish I could dance. I wish I could be a fucking ballerino, dude. There's just like nothing but like skinny ballerinas around. I wish I was like a salsa dancing dude. That shit looks like stupid, but like the chicks are the baddest, man. The salsa dancers, oh my god, they're so bad. But I just can't do it, man. Don't you think I want to do it? You just know how to do it, or you learned, or it's in you.
Like
well, you could take
easy
a
for you to
class.
say.
You
If you really wanted to, if you wanted to discipline yourself, you could learn it, or are you totally incapable of learning a new skill?
It's in you or it's not. Come on, stop.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
that's like saying you can't play an instrument, you couldn't learn a new skill, you couldn't learn to paint, you couldn't learn to dance, you couldn't learn to sing, you couldn't you wouldn't get better if you disciplined yourself.
Some people cannot sing to save their life. I'm telling you.
Mostly, there ain't nobody
especially if
out
they never
there,
got singing lessons.
Ain't nobody out there your age doing no sophisticated steps and shit anyway, man. You get away with some simple shit nowadays.
Yeah, you could go take a class. You probably meet all kinds of women, a bunch of single women there trying to meet other guys because they want to meet guys that actually want to know how to dance.
And you don't even have to be good at it. It's not even about being good at it. You can be a bad dancer, but if you're willing to go out there and have fun being bad at dancing, that's just as much of a win.
Yeah, you get to touch all the chicks, and you get to talk to all the chicks, get up close to them, hold them, and all of that crazy shit. It's the natural fucking end.
I hear what Barnabas is saying in the sense you got to know yourself, right? Like when I was younger, there was this guy. He'd go around, he'd dog all the chicks, he'd rip on them, like where you wearing shorts like that with cellulite on your legs. Later that night, he'd be pulling them, the women just loved it. And if I tried that, the woman would want to fight me.
Right.
Hold on.
You know, it just would not
Snafu,
go over. It'd go over like a lead balloon. But
Snafu, you're getting
I
exhausting.
think if you know
for
your
me
own
to
talents
manage.
and go ahead, Flo, your panel.
Snafu, you're getting exhausting for me to manage. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'll let you up one last time. If I drop you down, you're not coming back up. So you're going to have to self-manage.
Can you cam up, please?
That will help. That will help your staying power.
Cam up. Put the light in front
No,
of
I
you,
just
Snafu,
I find
please.
it funny that I bring up a challenge because you guys talk your shit like, oh, he's incel, he don't get women. Oh, and Joe makes a claim. Joe, if I just got laid, like I said, why wouldn't I be able to get women? In fact, I know I could get women. That's why I'm like, yeah, let's do it. It's funny.
No,
I
I was
challenge
talking
you,
about when you
fucktard.
said a
You make
date for the
claims,
night. Not
and
that.
none of
Not
you
that
can step
part.
up to the plate. I know the
I
snowball walnut
stepped up to the
will.
plate, man.
The snowball walnut steps up to the plate,
I
but none of
stepped
you
up.
guys will.
I stepped up.
Snowball walnut. Dude, what's the point? You want to get a bunch of numbers? It's so lame, dude. You can just
Yeah,
tell
it's
you
really
don't get any
lame,
pussy.
Again, you sit here.
Just tell you don't get
you're
any
like,
pussy.
okay. I'm not trying to get. You sit here and say, "Oh, snaps, you hate women. Oh, you can't pull women. Oh, you're fucking."
You can't.
Incel.
You
And
wouldn't
I'm
act like
no,
this if
ain't
you did.
true. And then I say, "What about you?" And you're like, "Oh, I picture a Victoria model secret. I go on POF and swipe left, swipe right. I can't even fucking go out and find a real interactive woman. I gotta do it digitally." So I made a challenge saying, go find a spot. I'll find a spot. We'll go live. And you all this shit you made claims of. I can't pull a woman. I can't do shit. Let's see who can. And then you make your excuses. You
But
guys
what does
make
that
and
even
this
matter,
ain't
bro?
going to
Who are you
married
trying to do this
ones,
All right.
validation for?
If
Snafu,
you
I'll
could pull a woman, you'd be
None
fucking
of
her
you
right
guys
now.
can fucking do it.
If you
Snafu,
could
I'll
pull a
make
woman,
you a
you'd be
deal.
fucking her now. Sorry.
That's true. But I'll make you a deal. You do it 1 hour, record the whole thing start to finish. And however many numbers you can get in an hour, I'll beat it. You have to upload the whole
Bro,
video. You can't
I'm
edit
not
it.
calling you a simp. I'm
Well,
calling the guy on
you
the
did
right.
call me a simp. Oh no, you called me a white
You're
knight.
a simp in. Not a simp.
A
Like
white
this guy.
knight is basically a simp. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
well,
Let's just
yes,
be
I
real.
called him a white knight. He was definitely white knighting.
All right, so
That's
the
a
offer
simp.
stands.
Look, I'm not claiming to be Don Juan, but I know that you're a psychopath, and I know you're not getting laid, and I know you're crazy.
And so
You
let's
look
put it
crazy.
where the challenge is. You and me, Barnabas, on Flo's channel. I challenge Barnabas to fucking put his mouth where his words are. I'll do it tomorrow, Flo. We'll schedule it. Barnabas, schedule it, and let's see who has more game. Barnabas
This
or
sounds like a damn.
who is a freak and fucking scares women. I'll
Dude.
prove to you, but Barnabas won't do it, is the point. He's scared. He's
Is
gonna
this
go on
super bad or something? This like the movie
Listen,
Super Bad,
can't
bro.
talk
You
to
sound like
real
one of them
fucking
niggas from
women.
Super Bad, bro.
Can I talk, Snafu? Can I talk? What this is stupid. If I meet a girl and I'm vibing with her, I'm going to get her number and be like, "Oh, yo, thanks for the number. I got to go. I got to prove myself to some freak on the internet." It doesn't make any sense,
Yeah,
dude.
I gotta go get a
I'm
couple
not just
more
trying to
numbers.
get. Yeah, I got to get a couple
I'm
more
not the one
numbers.
making
What is the
claims
point?
that I can't pull women and this, that, and yet you're the one saying you
Bro,
fucking
if you can
swipe
pull
left,
women,
swipe
it shouldn't
right.
even fucking matter, bro. That means because
just,
your dick is wet and you getting pussy.
I'm putting your words where your mouth are. I'm trying to prove to you and the world.
What you
that
want to
what
prove
you're
to some
making is
men for?
false
That's kind of
claims.
homosexual, bro. God damn.
So is going your own way.
Snafu, cam up, dude. Just cam up.
God damn, are you wanting to see me so bad? You got the
Yes,
great
I'm gay.
snowball
I'm gay
walnut
for
here.
you. I'm
Fucking
gay
focus.
for you. Now, please
We-
cam up.
Hey,
I'm
We want the
Don't get
women
laid,
to
bro.
start how
Don't
to
get
beat
cam
them.
up, bro.
Shut up.
Cam up.
Hey, Flo, I want to point out quickly, too, this is a result of being raised in a society of competition.
No, this is the
Yep.
result of too many fucking participation trophies. These dudes didn't learn how to participate or how to compete.
Yeah.
This is exactly
know.
the opposite of what you're saying it is.
It's seeking a trophy. That's not from
That's-
participation trophies. That's from
If you
from
It's seeking
competition.
it
everybody
without earning
wins without competing, then nothing's valuable. People only value what they compete for, what there's scarcity of. That's just a fact.
I'd
Snafu
like to
is
make a fact.
trying
You guys say
to
I can't
create
pull
a
women, can't get
competition
numbers,
for
and so I was
trophies.
willing to prove it.
No,
but I wanted
Snafu's
to challenge 'cause I
deflecting
want
from
the same
actually
person making
competing
this
in
statement.
something that is meaningful.
That too.
He's trying not to compete by
don't have
making a different competition.
I don't have to prove myself to you, Snafu. I don't.
No,
It
you
doesn't
just
matter.
make false claims about who I am and what I do and the women I'm with and da. But when I say let's prove it, then I'll prove it to the world. I'll
Sir,
prove
you
it to
sound
the,
crazy.
I have
You're
been
like
online.
kind of
The
scaring
reason
me,
you wanna
honestly.
see my
If I
face
saw
is
you in the
because I
street, I would
already
get in my
been
car
online.
and drive away as fast as possible.
Right.
Like,
See,
honestly.
you're a coward. You're a
I
fucking
am.
But if-
scared of you.
But if you were a chick
and act like a psychopath, you
if
sound
you
like
were a chick, you would
king of the
probably go and
incel.
offer him
See
vagina,
how many
wouldn't you?
Victoria models come after you, bro. You're a fucking coward. You're a simp, and you talk your shit. But when I say let's prove it, you cowered out. I'm willing. Like, there's no fight on this.
But why are
say
you
I
trying to
can't pull
prove
women,
that you
I'm
get
saying,
pussy, bro? That's just
let's
lame
prove
as
it.
hell, bro.
Let's
You a
prove
lame
it
ass
to
nigga.
the people.
You're
Prove it
fucking
to the
lame.
people.
Bro. You're lame.
You know, if a competition with other dudes on the internet is the thing that makes you go talk to girls, you watch too much porn.
Mm.
I think we're on to something here.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah,
Hit the nail on the head. I agree.
And honestly, like, I do think that porn is an issue. And if I were having incel issues, I would start limiting my porn consumption dramatically.
It's not real, guys. It's not real. People don't fuck like that. Yes, them dicks are very big, but yeah, not everybody has big dicks, bro. They
Most
still
girls don't-
women
most
still
girls-
like small dicks too, bro. Go out there and get
Most
some.
girls don't want it in the butt.
Big fat. Or all over their face and hair.
Right.
Do you know who Elliot Rodger is? This dude's giving me Elliot Rodger vibes. Do you know who that is, Flo?
I don't.
That's king of the incels. It's like he was like a good-looking dude.
Speaking of,
he was a good-looking dude. His family was like rich. He had like a BMW. He was in college. He could never get laid. He got mad. He went to a sorority house and just like gunned down like good-looking women. And that's the kind of vibes I'm getting off of Snafu Snaps. And his name is Elliot Rodger. And he's the king, and they call him king of the incels.
And he was a good-looking guy too, man.
He was good-looking, man. And he had like a Beamer, and he had good clothes.
I have no intention of trying to talk to women because I know I can.
Yeah.
Then why are you so angry, Snafu? What's
Yeah,
the
he's
problem?
mad as hell, bro.
What are you?
I mean, in all fairness, he kind of always talks over people like that. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
he
what is the
definitely
issue?
angry.
Is he saying that all women are bad, and that's essentially, or that 99%? Is that really the crux of his
Not
argument?
almost. Yeah, I mean,
Could you bring
his
him up
argument
with that?
is
I just like to know, like, what is his main position here that he's trying to promote?
I think that women are whores.
I'm trying to show why guys are going MGTOW, Dick. It really doesn't go with you guys who are married. I get it. Again, MGTOW is something that's happening, and you either get the white knights or the fucking people who just are like, oh, you hate women. No, we love women. We just are fucking finally standing up for ourselves as men. And again, people like this guy who says, oh, you can't pull a bitch, you can't do this, you can't do that. As a man, I'm like, let's prove it online. Let's make it even more proof. And he cowards out. So
Dude.
I see the optics of who's a coward.
You
and
have
who's a
not
simp.
proved anything.
I'm not afraid to talk to women.
This
Bounty
needs
That's
to
good to
not
know, though.
be
So
a
you're
reason to talk to women.
promoting MGTOW, though. You're just showing why that movement's happening and why you think it's
Sure.
worthwhile.
Yes.
Dude, I'm not against MGTOW, dude.
love
I'm like
women.
on board with some of the tenets. I'm down with it. I'm down with Passport Bros.
Yeah, me too.
I'm down with MGTOW. I don't
Not
have a
all
problem
of
with
it,
it. Like you're like turning me against it. Like you're not a good
You
mouthpiece for the
can't even
MGTOW
be
movement.
classified
You are
as a
the
simp.
worst mouthpiece for any movement. You're horrible.
Hey,
you're just
you're
like
such a
irate.
simp
You're
that makes
insane, and you
false
look crazy.
claims.
Cam up and show
Hey,
everybody.
You have made false claims, and then when I said put your money where your mouth is, which is no money, prove it to me. Oh, Snaps, you can't get women. You fucking can't do this. You can't do that. I said, well, let's do it then, and let's prove each other. You
What
do it,
type
I
of
do it.
grown
See who
men
comes up more. You
are
coward
gonna
out.
literally
You're the
go
one
and film
going to
themselves
POS,
shooting
swiping
at
left and
women?
right. Hoping
Get
for
me.
Only
Victoria's Secret
psychopaths.
model.
Only a
I'm the one
psychopath would
going
do
to
that.
social interactions. Real
Hey, can I ask a
Snap,
question?
I
Some
accepted the
fucking
challenge.
fake-ass internet hoe.
All right.
Oh,
that was
that's
good.
unfortunate.
Do you want him
I
back?
wanted to
Because
ask him a
I'm
question.
I'm very tired of managing him, and he's turned down as low as I can get him.
Hey,
Can you
Snaps,
only bring
do
him
you
back if
think
he's
you
on
could?
cam, please?
Do you see yourself being capable to find a woman in the States and lead her out of the insanity that you see most women cycling in and looping in?
Yes, if I wanted to, and if I was in the position of wanting that.
Why would you not want to do that? Why? So what's the advantage of over MGTOW versus showing leadership,
Right
guidance,
now, in the
and,
times
and
we're
help
in,
in that process of coming
Okay,
out of this
I'm
insanity?
gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be 100% real with you. Right now, in the times we're in,
okay, if shit does go the way that you know how I am and what we think and the stuff we do, right? Who is going to be in a better position? The person with the family or the wife or the single man? You know, in a grid down situations or things that I talk about all the time that I know that are coming on for the horizon. For me, it's like when people say, "Oh, you don't want to bring a child in this world." Well, that's you could, you know, blah blah. I feel
Well,
personally what's
neither,
going
because
on
a
in the
single
world.
man with morals and
Single
honor
man
is
is
going to
more of an
protect the
advantage
women
to
and
having a
children
fucking
because he
girlfriend
was
or a
raised
wife
that
or
way
a
and he's
kid
got it
or
in
that
his
shit right
DNA.
now.
So neither
I
are going to
think being
be
a single
safe.
man is more of an advantage for what's happening in our world right now.
Not if he's
You
an
know,
honorable
if
man.
you're
He's not.
attached to children or wife or this and that, you're more likely to be fucking.
You are anyway, because we're interconnected. You're not just going to let children suffer if you see it knowingly right in front of you. You're going to go do something
No, but
about
you're
it,
not.
single
You're
or
not
not.
also gonna have to fucking carry your children and wife to the next FEMA camp or where you're gonna survive or what's gonna happen or what you know. As a single person, you're a little more fucking free.
Real
You can
talk,
ignore
Snaps.
ignore
If
people
shit's hit
easier.
the
That's what you're
fan,
trying to say.
yeah, you're
You
going
can
to see
ignore people
opportunity
easier.
after opportunity to rise to the occasion if shit hits the fan. And there's going to be plenty of situations where you could be selfish and walk away and say, I'm not going to involve myself. Or you could be selfless. And it's because you know you can actually be a bridge or do something to help.
I'm being
It's just a matter of what your mindset is with
okay,
it. But I don't
let's be
think any
real.
man
Let's be
is
real.
like,
What if you lived in your house and everything just got bombed or fucked over, just like the optics of other countries, right?
Then you're dead,
Now
bro.
you have
Then
to
you're dead,
now
yeah.
say your family survived. After that, you have to take care of however many kids you have, your wife, and all that. You're not just going to abandon them, right? No.
of course not.
But if you don't have any of that attached to you, like you're more free and probably going to be more able to survive, so to speak, without.
So you're
Yeah, if
gambling.
you look
on-
at it as every man for
Again, like
himself, you're right.
realistically, it's like
And you're
saying,
not
should
getting
you
pussy
bring a
because
If
kid
the
you
into
look at
apocalypse
it
might
that you
come.
don't have
Let's
any
keep it
responsibility
real.
or accountability to
Should I marry a
society, then
You're
you're right.
using the
Should I focus on
apocalypse
me as
as
a
your
man
excuse
myself?
why you don't holler at
No, I'm
women. Let's
serious.
get
You know, it
real.
doesn't mean
You're
You
probably
gotta
far
lie, bro.
gone.
and it doesn't mean
You
Even
gotta
that's a
lie.
fallacy, though, because
Doesn't
it still
mean
wouldn't
any of
work
that.
out that way. We all know that. Like you're not going to look at the situation that way unless you're completely selfish and just saying this life is all about my own personal gain and I have no interconnectedness to my brother or sister. I'm not in any way, having to look out for what's good, right, and true, because it's all going to
Yeah,
be
you
confronted
probably
when you're
gonna
dealing with
grab
the end of the
somebody.
world.
Yeah,
Fuck
somebody
yeah.
gonna go
You're
with
probably
you
going to
anyway.
get shot in the head because you're going to, stand up against some quote authority that's going to do something wrong to an old lady or a child. And you're going to say, fuck that. And they're going to put a bullet in you. But hey, some things are better to
Right,
die
and you'll
for
be
than
surviving
stand
how to
by and
fucking
watch
keep
happen,
your
right?
family, wife, and children safe, which is going to be even worse and harder. Like again, single men. I think
I used to think that way. Now I realize it's like to give up the opportunity of having children, a family, and experiencing that
Do you
and
think
being a
people
part of
should be
that.
having children right now in the times we live in, Dick? In the times we
If
live
they're
in
going
right
to
now,
be
do you
a
encourage
genuine,
people to have children?
if they're going to be a
Just say it.
genuine contributor to that child's life and actually really invest in the process, take it seriously, and augment their life around the child's development, not just take it as like this is some kind of byproduct, secondary
I'm
thought thing
talking
that.
about the world situation we're in. Do you think
You
it's smart
sound
or even
Well,
so
most
wise
people
to
don't
have
plan
children right
kids
now?
anyway. Like most people just using their dick or they pussy, and then it just things happen, bro. So
Right.
obviously
No
you
one's
ain't
really
Dude,
fucking
I
right
planning.
think
there.
You're
I
right.
'Cause you
think
can't got
we're,
no kids.
to answer your question though directly,
I'll play
yes.
it, bro.
I think people who want to have children need to have children. We're being depopulated on many levels, so it's just part of the process.
Hold on, let me hit some super chats. Hank says, sluts should be exalted for spreading love far and wide. I agree. God bless them. They're doing the Lord's work. CIA says, these guys go MGTOW because they can't lead women, which is absolutely true. The locus of control is external for them. They complain about women not following, but in that same breath, they're following the women's lead by requesting that they follow the men before they start leading. So,
Damn, that was heavy.
Yeah, that
Carry
was a good
on.
one right there.
Carry on. I was making a poll. I don't know where you guys are at in the conversation.
I appreciated the break. I mean, snafu, dude, that is just fear coming out of you. FEMA camps and bombs
I'm
and
not afraid. It's realism, Jack. You're not going to
your
stop these wars. Y'all been
snafu,
going on for
brother,
centuries. No more bullshit. You're not going to
snafu.
stop it. You can't stop prophecy. Read your
Your
Bible. You
opinions
can't
are
stop prophecy. Can you?
snafu.
Yeah, I
We
was
don't
about
know.
to
They
say,
just say
Snap-o.
everything in that
That's where it get when you just got to talk over people. You get in that mode where you know you're about to get popped, but you can't control yourself. You know you're just talking on and on there.
Okay, so they just say the Bible is true. You know what I'm saying? You don't know exactly when this prophecy gonna come. People were saying that this the end of the world, nigga, 2000 is the end of the world. 1990 whatever was the end of the world. World War One, the Great War, the end of the world, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like,
You
yeah,
see
bro,
that
whatever,
movie
bro.
Claudine? It was in the 70s. It was the same thing. Her kid went and got his shit cut off, the surgery, because he didn't want to bring people into the world because it was so fucked up. Shit's been going
Damn,
on.
that was in the movie.
Yeah, Claudine, man. If you remember that 70s flick where they was in the ghetto and all
You
that
talking
shit.
about the shit that was called the welfare queen shit? That shit.
Well, yeah, they had the welfare chick would come in, and if you got a gift from a man, we got to deduct it from what we gave you. That nonsense.
Yeah, cause my uncle used to say, yeah, we used to call bitches Claudine the welfare queen. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never
Yes,
watched Claudine the
Claudine.
movie.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, my uncle, I heard of the movie, but I never watched it though. Yeah, blaxploitation film. Hell yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It wasn't a blaxploitation film. You got to check it out.
That they label it. That's what filmographers label. I ain't saying that it necessarily is, but that's what they label it, a blaxploitation film.
Okay. No, I was unaware, man, because shit, it wasn't no kung fu. Nobody was getting exploited. The guy, he met the chick, he marries her in the end, takes her kids with him. They say fuck welfare. It was a come up story of sorts.
Yeah, it's not necessarily it's supposed to be always depicting a certain image. It was just coming out in a time where they were trying to utilize,
I
you know what I'm
get
saying, black
Yep.
dollars and shit like that. That's
I
why I
understand.
think they labeled it.
That's why I would assume that they labeled it, because everything else was Dolomite and fucking nonsense.
Yeah, I
Cleopatra
feel
Jones
I
and
actually
shit
watched
back then.
Dolomite and all that shit too. Yeah, I watched all the bad ones. The Mac, yeah, you know what I'm
Oh, the
saying.
Mac was the
Black Charlie, what's it with the nigga Charlie? Yeah, all that shit, man. I don't watch a couple of them hoes, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I actually did a video on blaxploitation. Yeah,
Okay.
I was supposed to be 3 parts, but I never finished it, so maybe I'll finish it.
Black people so lazy, bro.
Yeah,
Dude,
I don't give a fuck.
I've got the only videos I've ever done in parts are all still on the first part as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
But you know what?
white
I'm pretty
people
sure
lazy
that
too.
YouTube thinks I'm black because it only it basically only recommends black panel. Like somehow I got locked into the Fight Club algorithm, and all it does. And then people are always like, "What happened to you? Did you get kicked out of the white community?" And I'm like, "I guess so."
I guess so.
Let me say a few things, and I'm gonna get out of here. Flow State, great show. I've seen you on the CT network. It's my first time coming over. Definitely subscribe. And I want to talk about Snafu. I hope you're here. Prophecy or not, if the end of the world comes and you're the last living penis on earth, surrounded by 1,000 women, you're still not getting laid. On those notes, I'm out. Thank you.
It's been real.
Good times.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna mute up and go get some egg.
All right. It'd be nice now that the energy is calmer. If any women want to hit the link, we'd love to have your feedback on the perspective. Like, I know what I know, but I don't know why people would take my word for it when they could just sit there and stew in their anger and celibacy.
I don't know. I just think you gotta be a little bit nicer. You know what I'm saying? Like as men, we gotta not even just necessarily be nicer, just be genuine. Cause you know what I'm saying, doesn't necessarily have to be nice. You know what I'm saying? But it's assholes that get pussy, bro. But they genuine, and sometimes sometimes you gotta understand it's different factors that play too. Like if you're more attractive, you're more likely to, you know what I'm saying, get coachy no matter if you just out there rambling some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, because if
Take care of
they really that
yourself. You got
attracted
good
to you,
hygienics, all that, right?
if they really just that attracted to you, they might not care about the rest of the shit. It depends on the woman. It depends on the woman. It depends on you, and everybody's not gonna match with everybody. And I feel like if we kind of went back to just waiting for shit to just kind of organically come to us, we will find the right people. bro. But instead of everybody's trying to chase something and chasing something, you're gonna step in a bunch of shit, bro, before you get where you want to go.
Agree.
Hey,
And
if I
yeah,
go ahead.
you
I wanted to
take it.
answer Snaps' question genuinely because I mean, there are some things happening in the world that are precarious, and I'm not of this mind that it couldn't ever come to our doorstep and we wouldn't face tyranny at a level that's almost uncomprehendable. They stick a gun to your head to get you to, give credence to them or bow down to them, whatever. Everybody's going to face death. So we're not getting out of this alive from the meat suit standpoint. That's just part of the process. So it's only a matter of what you do between now and then. And I think your situation that you're articulating, Snafu, we would see the exact opposite of that. Honorable men, whether they wanted to be polygamous or not, they would likely have to care and provide and protect women and children where other men were killed, if you even were lucky enough to make it. If they're just going door to door and blasting brains out. Now, if you just want to go hide in a bush, you think you can sustain longer that way, that's your prerogative, but it doesn't sound like a life worth living to me. That's just my genuine discernment on it.
I don't know. I think being alone in an apocalypse would be easier to just cower and die than if you had a family or something that you would have something to live for. Because in a apocalyptic event, there's really nothing else. There's no incentive to live at this point. You know what I'm saying? Other than our unintangible feelings and shit like that. So having a family, something that's really tangible right there, like this is my loin, this is the fruit of my loin, this is my woman or whatever, or even having like a mother or a brother or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that's something that gives you a will to live.
Yes, 100%. It gives you a reason instead of just hedonism, which gets old and sort of self-destructive. And that's why married men are the richest men as well. You're not like MGTOW is misguided in thinking that it's gonna save time and money and effort by not focusing on women. They are in fact focusing on women still, just in a negative sort of way. And I'd say it takes every bit as much time and attention, maybe less money, but I doubt it, because then you're looking to fill that void with something else, which probably ain't cheap.
Yo, Jesse.
I mean,
what's happening, everybody?
What's up, Mr. Mexico?
Good day, Mike. What's up, Jesse?
Doing all right. We're just waiting. I think the show's supposed to start in about 8 minutes, but it's totally empty here at the fire show. So
Where'd he go? I want to see him spot there.
You might be in the wrong room.
That could be.
You better double check that ticket.
I think he dropped out.
you talking about like a concert?
He's in Mexico. He said fire show. I don't know what that is, but
I just thought like the fire, like that was the name of the concert for a second, like a fire show, like the show they were throwing the show Fire or something. Like that
bitches pay
one
Jack
thing.
to fuck, not the other way around. That's what I've heard. And even some of the dudes like Talcott Clip Collections, Paul, you see how many gay obsessions there are with Jack out here in the metaverse, and
there's a bunch.
Look at Jesse looking all good, man.
I know. You should have seen him earlier, man. We were gonna start a boy band rap group.
Right.
Oh yeah, maybe you did.
Jesse, what are you doing there? Before your internet drops again, what are you doing there?
So it's at the end of the month. It's my 50th birthday. So my mom wanted to take me to Mexico. Well, she asked, what do you want to do for your birthday? Do you want to go to a restaurant or do you want to go to Mexico? So of course I said Mexico. And so we arrived last night, swam in the ocean today for the first time. It was really, really nice, having some great food. We just ate at some nice restaurant. I don't eat meat, so we went into like a whole meat restaurant basically, but they had a few dishes there that wasn't any meat, so it was good. I was able to fill up, and now we're just waiting for a show to start, which is supposed to start in 6 minutes, but nobody's here, so we're not sure if it's going to be starting or not.
This is how you do 50, by the way.
Yeah, I can't. I ain't no dude
Mexico.
with 50. That dude, yeah,
He looks
dude look
he
young
looks
from right
younger
here.
than me, and he's got like 15 years
Yeah.
on me.
Yeah, he living life the right way for sure.
Right. Except for the no meat thing. That's kind of gay, but everything else is on point.
Well, I stopped alcohol 10 years ago. So I had for a lot of my life, I did a lot of bar promotions, a lot of DJing, a lot of hustling in pool and whatever, selling herb and all that kind of stuff for many, many years. So I drank a lot of alcohol. So I preserved myself in alcohol for many years. But 10 years ago, I stopped drinking alcohol. And, then I stopped synthetic drugs, stopped smoking cigarettes. That's one of the main reasons why I quit alcohol. But and then I stopped eating meat 6 years ago and just making better choices that I feel in alignment with. And I've never felt healthier now in my life.
Wow.
I'm drinking alcohol right now, man. Crazy.
Smoking weed and cigars.
Yeah, I jumped on what was that the stream Jesse came on too. LCJ anyways, that stream the other night and everybody was drinking except for me. It was like time to do shots, and so it was like, fuck. I didn't have any alcohol in the house, which is sort of a weird realization to be looking for alcohol and going, God damn, I don't even have not like a fucking leftover White Claw from the 4th of July or anything. But it's
yeah,
all right.
that was weird. They were weird. They were very strange, those people.
They're Australian. Everybody's weird on I mean, come on now. Everybody's weird once you get to know them. Look at us.
Yeah, I think that's part of
Jack's
life.
weird.
We all got our little weird quirks and stuff, like, you know what I'm saying? I think we all do.
Jack's weird. I'll give you that, but the rest of
Jack is an aspiring cult leader. Jesse doesn't know he's not 16. You know, we could go around for everybody. Brielle's down here acting like she didn't know what the massager at Walmart was for.
Right.
Yeah, everybody's definitely strange in their own way.
Yeah,
sort of like
yelling
shake
at
weights.
cops.
Do you remember the shake weight commercial was fantastic?
I had one of those.
Look, that year for Christmas, my grandma bought me and my ex-wife a his and hers shake weights, and the one she got me was big and black, and the one that she got her was small and white. She didn't have any fucking idea why the whole family started laughing the minute we opened them.
Yeah.
People are probably bet she didn't too.
Yeah, I think somebody finally told her because she really didn't get it, but I don't know how she didn't get it. She bought everything from the As Seen on TV catalog.
Yeah, anything you get for your kitchen off of
Hank,
TV.
I think I've got it pinned to the top. Yeah, Hank, it's pinned up there. I'll drop it again though, just for shits and giggles.
The poll is up there.
Okay, here, I'll end the poll real quick.
Well, yeah.
Truth or cops? I'm on the radar now.
Hey, what was the poll?
The poll was, women, have you ever bought a sex toy? If so, what type? Yes, a dildo or vibrator 5.5 inches or less was the number one, 44%. After that, no, I'm uncomfortable with sex or I'm a man at 33%. Yes, a dildo or vibrator over 5.5 inches. And yes, something else at last. Oh, the last two were tied at 11%. So I'd be curious to know what the something else was, but they don't give me enough poll options.
Ain't no telling shower heads,
carrots, fruits.
That's not a
vegetables.
sex. No, those aren't sex toys. Those aren't sex toys.
Anything can be a sex toy.
Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. That is true. What up, Hank? Welcome, Fedora. I know where you stand on the Incel issue.
Every time we ran into each other on the internet so far.
Where were we the other night? We were on Machine Lies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a couple different vibrators. I have this.
Oh, that's old school.
You fucking rock, man.
But those are the winners right there.
Yeah, I need to. I don't relax enough, so I need to try to stretch on my pelvic floor because it's been ruining my being too tight from working so much. It's been ruining my finishes.
Hypertension.
Yeah.
You know, Jack Talcott likes massages and stuff. He should maybe get one of those.
Yeah.
So I have this one, but I'm going to leave it in the bag so don't get you flagged.
Okay, I can already tell that it is very phallic.
Yes, it's very phallic.
Does it have veins?
Because you do not want to get your stream flagged. So,
what are you doing with that one?
Respectful.
I appreciate.
It vibrates too.
I bet it does.
It's serious, bro. I don't know, man.
That's dropped a poll and people are willing to share. God bless.
Do you have more?
You're right.
Yeah.
All right. He was
got a bunch of hats on the wall too. Look at all those hats.
He was running around in the background.
But it's a hobbit torso here. I'm also not going to take it out of the bag because I do not want to get the stream flagged. So
what is that?
It's a. I can show the boob. Okay.
So did the stream change to where instead of stopping being an incel, now we're all just going to become incels? Is that what's going on?
Well,
I can show this part without getting in trouble. So.
Okay. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
So it has multiple holes, but it does not vibrate.
Oh, that's too bad. So, what are you doing with all those things? Are those all for you, or some of them for someone else?
They're all for me.
Really?
All right. So, did you hear the conversation about incels earlier?
Yes.
Where do you fall in at?
So, I actually said in a super chat. Did you read it yet? Flow state.
Yeah, I did. I think.
Yeah.
I did.
So,
yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, sluts should be exalted for spreading love far and wide. I agreed with that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So where I am with that is that incels can trade to not be incel anymore. They cannot. There's women. They're not as easy to find anymore because figured Donald Trump made it worse. But
Trump? Blame Trump. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because even though he's been taking Stormy Daniels, he passed legislation that makes it harder to advertise. Luckily, there's some brave women that's ignoring the legislation right now.
Right, so
ignoring the legislation preventing them from marketing themselves, but he's culpable with making it hard with his SESTA. He passed SESTA, even though he's taking down Stormy Daniels.
I don't really
His
know.
legislation did what exactly though?
It pretty much made it hard. It encouraged, I guess, sites to unlink any ads for women who's letting the trade for sex.
Like backdoor, or is it
Yes.
Backpage? Yeah.
Back pages. I made plenty of money off of back pages. So does that mean that you get a lot of chicks or no?
I can get some chicks.
All right,
but
well you're not in that cell.
They're pretty poor quality.
You can't be in that cell there.
What did you ask? I was distracted. You said you've had some chicks, but they were low quality.
Yeah.
Oh. And are you trying to get higher? Are you trying to fix that so you get higher quality?
Yeah, well, we're trying to fix that, but so are apparently billionaires who rule the world who end up in divorce. So we're on the same boat somehow. I don't get it.
Welcome, Angeline. You're very brave for coming into this shit show right now while a bunch of dildos together.
Yeah.
I was gonna come on, and then I saw Jesse on, and I'm like a total disaster right now. But I just finished a bunch of stuff and could jump on, and
Jesse
no,
needs to
yeah.
grab that microphone and get on the stage while the room's still empty. Jesse need to get up there and perform for us right now.
Yeah.
Go grab the mic.
I do have I've got I think that I can fit more people on here than this. Yeah, I can fit 10, I think. So there's room still. Okay. So
I have this idea in my head about a movie we could do where there's a sexually transmitted disease, right? And it's like if you get it, you die in 24 hours, 48 hours. You're just fucking done. It's like Ebola virus times 10, right? And so nobody can have sex anymore, but they still want to have kids. So of course the augmented intelligence can solve this problem for us, and we just have a subsidized government sex robots that, you know, when the wife's ready, she just presses a button and a big dong comes out and takes care of business and could inseminate her even with the guy's seed, but there's no transfer of the disease. So it's you know, this weird like sterile fucking kind of segue into Soylent Green or something.
Absolutely nothing about women, do you?
So Dick, I understand where you're going with the movie.
No, I'm saying it's a society where you cannot have sex without some kind of artificial process because otherwise you die.
So here's the thing: AIDS is dangerous because
if you wanted to have a child, you'd have to do something otherwise.
Far and wide before it kills people, but if it kills people that fast, all you need to do is put them on a quarantine, and then it's gone pretty much in a week.
Hank, how much porn do you watch?
So Angeline, you don't like my movie plot? You didn't think that was a good build up to
you want by
or something?
Hey,
what by hours or by file size?
Hey, have you seen the movie? Because it sounds the movie plot sounds similar to what you're describing, Dick.
Oh, they probably took it out of my mind when they reverse analyzed me and data mined me because I don't watch movies, but I wouldn't doubt it if they did that.
I haven't seen it for years, but this reminded me. I looked it up. It's a 1975 film with Don Johnson. It's called A Boy and His Dog. It's about a man who he communicates telepathically with his dog in a post-apocalyptic land where women rule, and so they siphon men for the semen.
What is this?
It's a crazy movie. A Boy and His Dog. There are some.
I've got snaps backstage, and he's flashing his camera. It looks like people are more in favor than opposed to letting him back up.
Must be important this time. I totally trust him.
I'm afraid that it's because there's a girl up here that he can yell at. So snaps, if that's it, I'm keeping my finger on the trigger.
Yeah, I'm getting you that information. Let me.
Angeline.
I'm getting you by
doesn't
file
present
size.
herself as a hoe. But what I did want to say is, Hank is bringing show and tell of sex toys to your show. So where are all the other simps show and tell and their sex toys on Mr. Flo's show?
Do you want more?
Yeah. Do you have more, Jack? We might as well keep this rolling. Like,
jeez.
I actually don't think I do. Not anymore.
Hank, do you consider yourself, as they call it, incel, or?
No, I just got a blowjob today, so that part wouldn't make any sense.
I
guess black pill, but incel, no.
Oh, blessings.
Congratulations on your blowjob today, by the way, though. I bet most men on here can't say the same thing.
Hey, Angeline, I'm curious. So you said us men, we don't know how a woman thinks. So why don't you enlighten us a little and
yeah, I'd like to hear
give
that.
us a peek into the feminine mindset.
Hey, sorry. I was on a call because my mom just called. She was in the hospital today, so wanted to make sure she was all good.
We were all blaming it on snaps.
Oh, sounds like fun.
They're hoeing up, Angeline. All of them.
So what you said that we don't know anything about women. I didn't hear what comment was being made that prompted you to say that, but what was wrong?
I guess I can't say anything because every single person is extremely different, but not this woman,
Well,
anyways.
you can say more than anybody on here, and so far, all of us have been basically making claims about women, while obviously not being in a place to.
I haven't heard
Hey,
very
Hank
much,
busted
to
out
be
his sex
honest. I
toys.
didn't.
Not all of us are making claims.
So,
You-
flow state, I looked at my system. It looks like I have around 600 gigabytes of pornographic material on my PC at the moment.
Is that a
How
lot?
much time is that? How
I
much?
I
don't
really
know.
don't know. Yeah, is that a lot? 'Cause
Yeah, I don't have any point of
videos,
reference.
pictures, and video games.
If
got
you
video
played
games,
it all
You
front
do
to
the
back,
video game porn shit. Oh my god.
I probably don't. I probably did. I didn't play it through all the video games. I probably looked at the pictures and the
So, like,
movies
when you
at
press
least a
the
couple
button to
times.
make your character hump more, does that turn you on? Why do you guys play these video game porn things? Like press the button 1 and make her hump more. Like, is that a turn on to you?
I'm pretty sure
Yes,
you
I
know.
like to draw.
Well,
So
I've
does like
seen
to
them in
draw.
ads,
So
you
you should.
know.
You should.
Yeah,
I
you
have some.
seen them.
I
Yeah,
can
you
give
seen
you
them.
Hey, you know
recommendations.
what,
I have a lot
Jaylene?
of
Fuck
itch
you. I
on
go
my
after
ones.
child sex traffickers, so I know what's up with this thing. You don't know me, Jaylene. So, again, I'm
Jalen.
asking this guy,
Yeah,
though,
so we're
what
gonna
the
say that
video
right.
game setting
Jalen.
is, because that's targeting
We're gonna
towards
say that
children.
right, my boy.
Video games.
Jalen.
Gaming
We're gonna
and
say that
sex.
right.
So, just curious why you, like, is it a turn on? Press 1 and make her hump more, press 2 and make her
Yes,
spread? Like,
absolutely. You should
okay.
try it. I mean, there's a lot of ones on HIO.
My
Even
boy
you can
Hank is
look for it.
unapologetic. I like that though.
I do like that about Hank. Angeline, if you could give one piece of advice to these poor, desperate souls, what would you say to them?
Where do you begin?
Maybe just know that everything you think you know about a woman in sex is wrong.
Fantastic.
That's a good
Gaslight them.
start.
I don't know
Gaslight
But
them
why,
and take their
Angeline?
emotion, their confidence down another notch.
Everything
But
you
can you
know.
tell us why you feel that way, Angeline? Why
No,
do you
but
feel we're
I don't
wrong?
know all of you, but I know what I've heard so far has been like that's
I know
totally
nothing.
man stuff.
All
I
right,
know
so
nothing.
I said the one thing that I think I said earlier is that you're not going to get it in a girl's pants unless you can make her feel comfortable, basically, and that snafu shouting and hollering is not going to do that. Responses to that claim.
I wouldn't say so. They may have a father like that.
Hank, I love you, but I wasn't asking you.
If they have a father like that, they may.
Hank. Thank you, Hank.
I have no idea what I got into, but I'm thankful you're here, Jesse. I was trying to get on, and then I got on, and I didn't hear anything that happened up to that point, and then you weren't here, and then you're back, so I'm happy.
After
Yeah,
this,
we just,
you know what? Why?
Jesse
Maybe
ends
we
up
can.
at a donkey show in Mexico.
We could kick the question to Jesse because he obviously has figured out something that works. Jesse, if you had to give
What
these
is the
poor
question
desperate
exactly?
okay, if you had to give these poor desperate souls one piece of advice, what would it be?
About
He wasn't here for any of that.
About
I
what
didn't
to
hear
do with
anything
women.
what was going
We're-
on, so there
look,
was
okay. Here, the topic of the stream is stop being an incel loser. So we're trying to help incel losers not be incel losers. So I need one piece of wisdom for them.
okay. What's an incel?
Involuntary celibate. He's so far in the
Involuntary
pussy, he doesn't
celibate.
even know the term. Involuntary celibate. It's like a man, like one of the dudes in the manosphere who's like, women just want to fuck a bunch of rich guys and blah 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 blah, and the pogo, the merry-go-round of dicks or whatever. It's those dudes.
Are you being for real though, Jesse? You're almost 50 and you don't know what incel is?
And God bless
Never
him
heard of
for it. We
incel.
should all aspire to be 50 and not know what the fuck that is, but be in Mexico for our birthday.
You're going to a donkey
So yeah,
show,
that's the
aren't you?
very first time I've obviously heard that people, go celibate. At the time when I was, I don't know, it was 22 or 23, and we were obviously having a lot of going to the bars a lot, meeting a lot of women and stuff. I challenged myself at that time if I could go 3 months without it, and I did. I was got into some vicarious situations of, you know, women that wanted to do some crazy things to try to break that on me, but I didn't. I was able to go my 3 months, but I've never actually heard of that term. But I actually did that, you know, when I was younger, to see if I could actually go 3 months without it.
Involuntary, just.
Yeah, that's voluntary. So that's like no fap or something.
Yeah. So Jesse,
Oh,
let me
so you
explain to
mean
you.
people that can't get any?
Yeah, these
Yes,
are the
people can't get-
dudes who hate women because they can't get any puss.
Yes. So they can't get
And
any
what's a
plus
good
via
piece?
normal social interaction. So I have 2 pieces of advice. You could either have a face like Jesse's, or you could start ignoring the social norms. You can still
Jesse's
get yes,
a
but yeah,
Scorpio, so
stop playing attention to social norms. You can find
How,
that say yes.
how
Do you
does
think it's
ignoring
a social
social
norm to
norms
play
get you
games
laid?
Because
where
there's women who say
one
yes, but they're a little on the edge
press
of
you to make
society.
that's
her fucking
actually
One of the social norms is getting laid. So do we ignore that one or
no,
Yes,
ignoring
you know
social
that one.
norms is actually
ignore
key to
ignore
what
getting
he
laid? All right,
said.
cool.
Because
Yes,
everything they
but
teach
then
you about sex
yes,
in the
then-
public eye or in social media and whatever is way off from what a woman would ever desire sexually. So that's pretty decent, that part of the advice.
You can't get away saying that. Women are
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
of course you
social
can.
norms
Look,
like
it's happening.
dating and I don't know, flowers and that type of
Mm,
shit. Ignore that.
like
Yes.
pornography, like
No,
That's
don't
sexualizing
not a
ignore
everything,
social
Sex
like
and
norm. You don't
pornography is
do
a
commercials,
social norm.
pornography when you dating a chick.
movies.
Maybe now it is, yeah. But
No, the pornography part
Pornography
is the
is a
closest thing to
social
what
norm
happens
now.
in reality.
I
Believe it or
can
not,
say
at least
probably now, yeah.
they live actually
Pornography.
some fucking what's going on there. You can see it for yourself. So that's actually true.
I'm having a hard time understanding everything he's saying.
Oh, I'm saying that in pornography, someone is getting laid there. So you should count it in some sense.
Well, that's
Yeah.
facts, I guess.
I'm
Let me
lost,
be
bro.
very
Hey,
clear about this. Porn is
hey,
not
Flo, man,
helping
I
dudes
appreciate
at
you
all.
having me on, man. I'm finna tap out, man. Y'all all have a good one, man. For real, man. Love
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm
y'all
gonna
all,
bail
man.
out
Have a
with you.
good
I'm
one.
barely
Yeah.
hanging. I'm gonna cut out too, guys.
All right. Thanks for coming up,
Later.
See you
guys.
guys later.
Yeah, I concur
So I
though, Flow
guess the
State.
best
I
piece.
think it is a big problem.
It for sure
Yeah.
is. Jesse?
So I guess the best piece of advice would be is just be direct, be yourself. You know, don't beat around the bush, right? Like one of the things that I did when I was single, you know, I would walk up to somebody and say, "Hi, I'm Jesse. How am I doing so far?" And then you get the instant reaction whether you know, whether or not you're, you know, can continue on or not. So being forward is the best thing. I even heard, you know, and people that have gone up to women and whereas directly and say, "Hey, you know, it's been a long time and I find you really attractive. Would you like to have sex?" And you do that to 10 women, you might get a couple slaps, you might get like some really bad remarks, but 1 out of 10 will most likely say yes, is, you know, kind of a statistic I heard. But being forward and just honest with them about who you are and your intention is probably the best thing you could do.
And
Yeah,
it
I would
prevents you
definitely be one
Jesse.
of those girls that would say no if someone was really forward with me. It would never happen. And
Right, the
for
benefit-
me, I know most girls it wouldn't happen with, but Jesse's a Scorpio, double Scorpio, and most women are super energetic in their attraction to men. Men don't get that because most men aren't energetic. They're mostly sexual, like get to the point. And so Jesse has the advantage of being very energetic, so he picks up on energy play a lot. So that's really big with women for sure.
So I tried that quote. I could translate that for you. So how work you get that ratio is correct, Jesse, when you have a face like you. When you have a face like me, it's closer to 1 out of 100, or in bad weeks it'd be 1 out of 1,000. But that approach is correct. And yes,
But you have to-
some
you
dudes
have-
that will never give you a yes without playing all kinds of games. You can just ignore those people.
You have to line up your circumstances right. Like I bet on if it's like Halloween, for instance, when girls feel like they're kind of incognito because they're dressed up like somebody else and at a Halloween party where they don't know a lot of the people, and it's like the slut holiday of the year. Your odds are going to go way up than if you're like at church, Jack.
No. Well, the thing with the church is that.
Okay, you're right. You're
sometimes-
right. Church is something else entirely. There's a whole market there to be tapped into.
Yeah,
But-
church, they can do it, but they'll be forgiven. Or you can go to a UU church like I do and don't worry about that part either.
Another good piece of advice I have is have you guys ever heard of the erotic blueprints test? Like you can take this thing to find out your erotic blueprint, and then it helps you know if you're a match with somebody. So there's like different things you can be that like just like love languages. You know how there's different love languages. There's also different erotic blueprints, and that can help you find someone that you're actually compatible with instead of hitting each other wrong, I guess. Like if somebody's a sexual and somebody's an energetic, and they'll often turn each other off, because if you go straight for the intimacy stuff with an energetic, it'll turn them off. It'll make their body guard up. So then you're getting nowhere.
What do you mean by energetic?
Yeah, really. Well, I just use
energetic.
There's a lot of people asking what double Scorpio is as well.
Yeah, I'm a Sagittarius.
It's a sign like Aries, Aquarius, Cancer, Scorpio.
But
Scorpio is just known as the most sexual sign and the most energetic. So that's.
But the double part would be like
saying.
sun and moon, right?
Oh yeah, it's sun, moon. He's sun, moon. He's triple Scorpio, sun, moon, and Mercury. So he communicates like Scorpio as well. His rising is Virgo, so Jesse's definitely got a sting to him.
So what am I? What am I then?
You'd have to look it up. You have to put your birthday in and all that and find out. So I have no idea.
So it's based on the star sign?
Yep.
I'm Sagittarius. What am I?
You'd have to pull your whole chart. You need more information than that to know all those things.
There's something called cafeastrology.com that's really good for that.
Angeline. I have my own whole chart
of
Eastern and Western.
You can do that, but we're not going to go over it here. You should just look at it and find out what your sun and moon sign is. It should tell you in a graph at the top.
Yeah, but where's the compatibility list? I don't know where to get that because this is the first time I heard about the compatibility.
Oh, that's called erotic blueprints. So if you look up, you Google erotic blueprints, that's something totally different. If you look up erotic blueprints, you can take that and find out more about you or your partner, and that just helps you know each other. So,
and I'm looking.
So there's no way to reverse engineer the blueprint to who I'd be compatible with.
Reverse engineer?
I mean, I couldn't use my blueprint to find who I would be compatible with. I have to just have the partner that I just happen to be compatible with them because I'm with them.
I should tell you who you're compatible with.
I mean, you won't. Nobody's walking around with their compatibility like typed out on their forehead. So you're gonna have to. You're just like, and this is ultimately the point. There's no shortcut. There's no shortcut to living your life. You have to talk to women to get vagina, right? And I'm not talking to you, Hank, explicitly. I'm talking to everybody. Like this is a you all. There just isn't a shortcut.
Then what's the point in that blueprint for if you can't use it to find compatibility? It's just a thing that exists.
That's great. You can. I don't know. What it is you find what's a good compatibility with you for when you start talking to women. You start asking them some questions. If they fit that compatibility, then they're more likely to, be a match for you.
I guess
so
you can
is there
attention.
A table that tells me how the likeliness or something? Is there a table that exists?
So you can look up the different. You can look up the different ones and read about them, and then you can kind of observe someone and kind of pick up on what they might be, right? Like if someone's essential, they might be very big into candles and making their house look nice and baths and having things clean, or then it'll give you a sense that they're essential. And then essential shadow is that they have a hard time being intimate, knowing if something's going on in the background or if there's laundry on the floor or something distracting like that. So that's the shadow of essential. So like you can kind of, there's different things. Like if somebody's like always wants to thrill seek, right? Always never wants to know what's going on, always needs adrenaline rush. They could be a kink, right? So there's different blueprints. You can pay attention to different things. But I love I learned a lot about this because I had to heal in this area a lot. So I learned a lot, and it's really good for the nervous system to know your blueprint too, because when you know that, you can help heal your nervous system. So you know what you need in your blueprint, how to treat yourself. Like you need baths, or if you're more physical, you can go get more massages or whatever you need to do, workout. Like if you're more energetic, then maybe you want to get more into meditation and breathing exercises and connecting, where you're just taking time to really feel stuff, right, energetically. So there's all these different kind of things, and then in intimacy you can connect with someone in the same kind of way, right?
Okay,
Or you
so
can
I
just
looked
know
this
them
up.
so that you
It
don't.
looks like the Rogers Blueprint is some kind of personality system that Tony Robbins likes. So I personally recommend using one that people actually use instead, like MBTI and Enneagram. That way we can have a consistent description of who someone is.
Hank, what are your MBTI and Enneagrams?
So my MBTI is INTJ, and my Enneagram is type 5.
I'm an ESTP 8.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just going to say with
IS.
what Angeline was saying is that once you kind of know, if you know that, it's part of the sensual or candle type of person, you start going to candle stores, or you can maybe go to these yoga places if they're more into meditation. So you can start going to places for that similar type where you can start meeting people that, match that type. So that way it ups your chances of finding someone if you kind of know what that type is and then frequent those locations.
And yoga pants are awesome, so I definitely would be going to yoga. Yep.
I think you should keep a file on all your prospects and just keep detailed notes. And when you're videotaping them and tracking them with GPS devices and stuff, just be real detailed in all your analyzation of all your potential prospects. Just a tip.
I don't have enough time in the day for that, though. I'm busy.
In reality, though, most women are energetic, and some are sensual or central energetic. So in reality, and men are often sexual and other things. So in reality, you have to learn. You just have to learn those other types, right? You have to learn about them because different. Yeah, they're just different. I'm an ISFJ. I had found out, but when it came to the I and the S, I was almost 50-50, like borderline on both of them. So
that's how I was with the S and the N. I was like 51-49.
That's why I
right
was
in the middle for all of them.
I was so far on the T though. Like I was in the 99th percentile of thinking. I use almost no feeling at all.
Hey, Jack, what do you think about guys needing to meet women more?
I think the most important thing is for people to learn who they are themselves. And then but we do that with relationships too. Relationships help us learn who we are. Yes. I look forward to exploring what a relationship might be now that I'm not so fractured and broken like I used to be.
Oh, you're in shambles.
No, I'm improved now.
I'm just talking shit.
Wow.
But I do definitely think though that one of the most valuable things about bad relationships is that you learn a lot about yourself and how you're not as much of a peach as you think you are.
Yeah.
When you know what you don't want, you know what you do want.
I find it kind of interesting when people come in from the outset to say they're broken, but yeah, they want to get into a relationship.
Everybody's broken.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with, well, I'm broken, put me together with someone else, then maybe we have a full piece. That can make sense. Have you studied any chemistry?
I don't agree with any of this.
Yeah, I don't really, I mean, the thing is it's kind of interesting that how many people on the panel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and 2 people are saying like you're naturally broken.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I don't know if that's a good thing. like to even go into into a relationship thinking that way, because how are you supposed to sort of, what is a relationship about?
Well, and
That-
that's where Jack's advice was really good because he said, know yourself, work on yourself, find your talents, your pursuits, your passion, your life purpose. All that's going to attract the type of people that you want to be around anyway. That would be the best, candidates for maybe a life partner or whatever.
Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't personally go and think, okay, I want to change career or something. I want to go to a job. Okay, so what am I doing? Am I going into the interview thinking I'm broken? I'm not capable of doing this job. Is that what you're saying? By being broken, like I'm halfway there, but I'm still gonna walk through the door and let someone scrutinize me and tell me whether I'm capable of doing this or not. Is that what you're
okay,
saying?
let's assume you're perfect. Why do you want to work for a
No, it's not
corporation you have
perfect. It's
more
not being
infinite
perfect.
money
I'm just
already?
saying.
It doesn't make any
No.
sense.
Broken and perfect are different. I think that perfect is an impossibility. Everybody has flaws, but that doesn't mean you're broken. And I agree totally with Simon. Actually, I think that self-identifying as broken or fucked up or whatever derogatory term people lean into, neurodivergent, any of the medical terms as well that people use as a crutch, it just validates your bullshit and it gaslights your own success. Just like the concept of original sin, which is why it's not surprising that people cling to that, because Western society was built on these sort of values of original sin.
I really like what the introverted thinker just said. It's bang on.
No, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm talking from experience. So, I'm not coming from a perspective where, I've just had willy-nilly relationships. I never do that. Do you get what I'm saying? But I had to make a hard choice. And I had to get to know myself and understand myself to a point where, what do I want and what am I willing to accept? Because I think that's the thing people sort of can sort of scurry over. It's like, yo, I'm willing to walk over hot rocks just so that I could have a bad result. And why do you want to do that? Do you get what I mean? It's like you really need to sort of get to know yourself first before you put yourself in front of another person, especially a stranger
I don't know
may
if I agree with that
do that
entirely.
because that's what happens in the romantic comedy films, and they think that's what we should do. So
I don't think that, like, for me personally, I don't think that I could have known myself really without having experienced some bad relationships. I don't know if that's true for everybody, but at some point, like, you got to get in the water to learn how to swim.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And I was picked up and thrown in the deep water, and that's the only way I learned how to swim. And at the end of the day, I wasn't the only one. I was in a class full of people. There was about 30 people in my class, and some people swam and some people didn't. But I learned what I learned, and you understand who you are. So at the end of the day, it's really about sort of going, okay, this is what I'm about, and sort of nailing it. You have to really nail it down. And sometimes there's a bit of sacrifice, and people don't like to do that sacrifice part. They want to have fun all the time. They want to
But
go,
do
okay.
you have to nail it down? Like, because I never had it defined for me. Like, I mean, I guess after I got divorced, I had a lot better idea of what I did not want. But I think that if I had tried before I was married, I think if I had tried to say, okay, these are the things I want in a girl, I would have been wrong. I don't know. Obviously I was wrong. I got divorced like a year later, but
I think I might have got lucky. And I don't even believe in luck. But it was a thing where with my wife was, I saw her, she looked like me, she spoke like me, she had the same sort of behavior patterns that I did, she liked the same sort of things I liked, and it didn't become complicated quickly. It was a matter of, let's get married, and it was as simple as that. And I know a lot of people don't really understand that because that's not like a common thing per se, but I'm just saying it's possible. And the only reason why I married her was based on the premise that I went through so many things in my life, like in terms of different relationships, testing it out, going back and forth, having all these crazy arguments, and going, I don't want to be there. Do you get what I mean? Like, I don't want to be in a bad relationship. And I know we've all been in bad relationships, but there comes a point where you have to actually really go, okay, you know, I ain't dealing with this anymore, period. And you might go through a bit of time where you feel like you're by yourself and no one understands you, no one wants to listen to you, everyone's telling you this, that, and whatnot, but you've really got to nail it down. And that's what I mean by nailing it down, and go, look, I'm gonna wait until I find the right person. And that doesn't mean years and years and years and years, but you got to move in the circles where you may think this person is appropriate for me. Like,
Water finds its own level. If you
exactly.
keep finding yourself with shitty girls, it'll tell you something about yourself. You need to step. I mean, ultimately, it all comes back to you got to do better if you want better.
People be in the back chat talking about mediocre stuff. I'm saying, like, if you're gonna let's say, right, let's say I want to start a water company. Where am I gonna look for water? Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, let's be real about this, because we're in a totally different age now, and human resources is not something to be filtered through. You can't turn around and act like a woman is something you could just find. You can't act like a man is something you could just find. If I'm gonna start bottling water, I need to find a source. So that takes a certain amount of work, because not everybody's doing it. And this is the statistics that we keep talking about.
I think I don't like the statistics, because I think with the statistics, what they do is they take fact and twist it to use it to convey untruth, if that makes sense. Like, maybe there's some, I even doubt the factuality of the statistics they keep parroting, but let's assume that they're true. Still, what they're doing with it is using it to an end that's false, which is when I can't compete because girls are bad, right? It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Jack, what did you want to add, Jack?
Thank you. What you were saying, Flo, about relationships, two parts. I think there's a divine order that spiritually we're on these paths, and our energies, our spirits will attract people for us to learn from, to connect with. And I think we get some of these relationships to wake us the hell up, or else break us down, whatever. you know, that which doesn't kill us makes us stronger. But it was a real unhealthy relationship I was in for several years, and I just loved that woman. But holy cows, she would call me out on shit I was doing that I had no idea. I didn't see myself. But
self-perspective is hard as fuck.
It is. But what I was thinking too, just not just relationships, but our business adventures, all of this stuff. There's a divine force, I call it God. God creates the opportunities. We choose the opportunities we see. Maybe God chooses the opportunities we see. We choose the directions. We choose our efforts. God creates the results, and we choose the results we accept. That includes in relationships. If, you know, I've seen people go to the grave just stubborn as hell in miserable marriages because they made an oath a long time ago.
I totally agree with him.
I would remind people that there's more to the oath until death do us part, right? There's a whole bunch of shit that leads up to that. And I've heard a lot of people, machine lies, talk about how they don't want to get divorced because they don't want to violate their marriage vows. But most of those people, if they look at the situation, their marriage vows have already been broken. So,
yeah, I'm totally God driven. I don't like understand certain things. So that makes me kind of ignorant. But at the same time, everything I've done in my life that's made me successful has been God driven. I'll sit in my house, I'll turn the lights off, I'll just sit in my house. And I don't let certain people into my space. I conversate with people that God tells me to conversate with. I don't talk to anybody. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what's made me successful. That's what's made my family successful. And I think like in a new age world, we're going around, not people on the panel. I'm not speaking about us. I'm saying like most people in general context are going around and they're trying to latch onto something that they don't have any understanding about, you know. And the fact of the matter is you see the repercussions, you see the consequences, and it's nothing new. So why can't we learn from our elders? Why can't we learn from the people that are actually out here doing something that can teach us something? That's what I'm about. But you know, that's just
I want to explain that. We can't learn from our elders because they're starting to scam us. So we can't trust old people because they'll lie just to get some money out of us.
who's trying to scam you, bro?
He's
Give
trying
me
to scam
one.
me.
Give me one person.
One person specifically.
Yeah, I mean it just adds context.
Oh, okay. So what's a good person?
Amazon.
Mystery. Yeah, let's go with that mystery because the mystery method doesn't really work. So, and who else? Who's the Return of King's
No one's
God?
out here trying to scam you, bro. Come on, let's get real.
There's no scammers now. They don't
It will come
exist.
straight.
It's a
It will come
conspiracy
straight.
theory.
It will come straight to your head. I mean, I
It's a
can
conspiracy theory.
list people who tried to scam me in my life. I asked you a
Yeah,
straight up question. You're like filtering it, so you're good. So be
I can
blessed.
get a list just
Be
because I don't.
blessed.
I don't want to obsess over scammers when I don't have to.
No, but you
I
just
can
need to
get you a
just be
list.
blessed
I
in
can
your
get back to you on a list, but I try not to obsess over scammers if I can because it's
And
just
this is the thing people do. Sometimes people want to make their life worse than it actually is. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like
I'm not like that.
we don't have it that bad. We really don't. We have choices.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? Like all of you people on the panel right now are beautiful people. We're able to have cloths on our back. We're able to provide for ourselves. We're able to be up here actually having a conversation. Let's be real. Like, so at the end of the day, ain't that bad. So what are you trying to
Most
achieve?
most people
So
tend to be their own worst critics, their own worst judges. Most people beat themselves more than they should, and that's a problem that society has adopted on people. And you trusting the elders is what we should do. We should be getting wisdom for the elders, but it seems like that has been broken as well, and that bond, it's that has been somehow severed, because that doesn't happen like it should anymore.
okay,
Agreed.
Jesse,
Agreed.
the thing is like the impression that you put upon people will make you think a certain type of way. Now, Jesse, to me, I'm just saying, I'm from the UK. I don't know Jesse. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude. I don't want to be booted off. Please give me a pass.
You're good. You're good.
All right, I'm just saying, Jesse looks like a nightclub promoter. That's what he looks like. Okay, he looks like Simon Cowell. He
So
he
pretty boy.
looks thick, like he's got some game. Okay, like
Yeah.
something's going on. I don't know. He might be a family man, but this is a judgment that we cast upon people for no apparent reason.
Well, his girlfriend is right next to him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is a judgment, and I don't think anyone will actually clock that. It's just like this is a judgment we cast upon certain types of people. Now, I don't think Jesse is not an incel. I could tell that off the bat because incels are a completely
Angry.
different concept. Yeah. And why are we calling incels losers? Why are we calling incels losers? Because of the way they were brought up. Because we have to take responsibility as parents to ensure that our children are not incels.
Yeah, but I think that really hits on the critical point that, someone who focuses on self-development, someone that's constantly refining themselves, getting out of their comfort zone, learning how to get more comfortable with public speaking or being engaged in uncomfortable situations where there's pressure, you're never going to have an issue communicating with anyone. So you're going to be able to create those law of averages that's going to cause you to have some kind of connection with somebody at some level. And if you're not in those situations, you're not in the game. So, I mean, even Danny DeVito, as ugly as that fucker was, it's like he's got a certain game and he knows how to take the parts about him that are affable and humorous and play on that. And all of a sudden he's attractive to, a group of
Danny
females. So,
DeVito was not ugly. What are you talking
well,
about?
whatever, I mean, take whatever example you want to. The guy who has nothing going on physically, but because he's mentally stimulating, he's driven, he's passionate, he's got a focus, he's got a drive, it's attractive to the opposite sex, and he has no issue making those connections.
Okay, Simon, but let me give you this scenario. Your son is 18, he didn't get anything in high school. Are you willing to take him to the brothel?
What? Wait a minute. So didn't get anything. What's anything?
No, no kiss, no hug, no sex, no blowjob. Are you going to take your son, your 18-year-old son, your adult son, who didn't get anything, to the brothel?
Okay, so there's 2 points to this. So, you're saying about you're talking about sexual nature, and then you're going, okay, there's a mental psyche to development. Okay, all right, so cool. My son is going to turn around and not pay attention to both of those. He's going to pay attention to his legacy. That's what he's going to pay attention to.
So what I'm hearing is no. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. No, he's not going to pay attention to any of those things because they're kind of relative at that age. You only pay attention to your legacy when you're about like 35 or 40. You don't. Men don't.
Okay, let's say he's 35. He didn't get anything. Are you going to take him to a brothel now?
What? Yo, no.
What was the question? I was dealing with. I was still babysitting Snafu Snaps in the chat.
No, I'm not going to take him to a brothel. No, he
Who-
said.
Wouldn't it be better to
Okay,
teach
so
him
you
the
said
skills?
you're just going to instill with the cultural narrative. That
Why would I take him to a brothel? What?
And this is
You-
this is what
this
sets
is
those
the thing
incels
about
off,
black
because
people.
that society
Like-
exploits them and not gives
It's
them what
almost
they need.
abuse. You could almost make an argument that's abuse. A parent
this is
taking
the
their child to a
problem.
fucking brothel.
Yeah, and
Why-
I
why
think
you
they're
trying
not
to do
doing
that?
this also.
What's wrong with you
because
people?
Well, my body needs touch or I get angry. Maybe that's not
No.
everyone's like that.
Why are you so concerned about sex all the time? This is the
Because if I
problem.
don't get it enough, I get really angry, and that makes me violent, and that's not good for society.
No, it's because someone allowed you to lose your virginity. That's what happened.
I had to make it happen because doing what society tells me to do didn't get me. Didn't get me there.
What? I've been not paying attention. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was looking at the chat.
Because someone made him lose his virginity, so now he's got a craving for something that he can't control.
No, I had to make it happen because just letting it happen didn't work for me.
No, this is the problem. You busting up one time, and then we're gonna give you the whole string, and you're gonna play it out for the rest of your damn life. That's what's going on, bro.
I don't necessarily see it that way either.
I'd rather not live as a cog for the giant machine. The machine
Jog
lies.
machine? What's a jog machine?
The machine
listen,
is society itself is a megacorpse.
Oh,
They would rather me just
my
turn like
Lord.
a freaking
Okay.
screw running their engine, and they don't care if I
Salute
get
to the
touched
panel.
or
I'm just saying. Salute to Flow State. I'm just saying. Like
I'm missing something. Hank, are you wilding out?
Wilding out.
Are you wilding out?
Well, no, he's just saying he was just saying he gets angry when he can't get sex because he wants to have it.
Yeah, I've been told that I get crabby if I go more than a day.
I can go more one day, but if it goes like a month, I get super crappy and no one wants to work around me. So I had to keep a watch on it.
That sounds like some symptoms. You got some inner work to do, brother. You got.
Well,
You
if
got
the solution's not inside, I do lie in the
Go get
work
some
all
therapy,
the
bro.
time. If
What's
the
up?
solution's not, it's not internal solution. Maybe
You
it's
should
fine.
let Jack
I haven't been able
massage
to
your
find
knees
it.
for a little bit.
This is the problem with
Jack, if you talk to her I'm sorry, Lou, if you talk to her one more time, I'm banning you for 24 hours. Stop being a fucking creep in the chat.
Flo's going crazy.
these adult children.
I'm just Snafu
insanity.
used up all my patience. I'm not
Exactly.
I'm not babysitting grown ass
Exactly.
fucking men. I'm not doing it, Lou. Yes, you're banned from talking to women in the chat, Lou.
So, bro, you turn around and you start going, yo, I have an incessant sort of feeling that I need to sort of get out myself and just do this. Okay. Have you got children? Have you actually you got children? So do you have a daughter?
Yes.
Right. So how do you feel if a man was going to speak to your daughter like that?
Like how Lou's speaking?
This dude in the middle.
You know what? I was paying attention to the chat, so I missed most of the conversation, but I can tell you I probably would not like it.
Yeah, you wouldn't like it, but are there any men who would like it? And if so,
This is where we go
introduce me to
wrong.
them.
No,
And if there's not, why should I care?
Jesus. Yo, what are you talking about?
I'm
your
saying
daughter.
if there's no men who would like me to talk to their daughter, but I need to solve my own problems, why should I care about their opinion?
Yo, if I
Hey,
see,
and I'll take the other side on this, Hank. I've been there, especially in my youth, dude, when I had strong fucking testosterone flowing through in the early 20s. It's like you wanted to fuck, right? And if it wasn't something available at that moment, you felt like you're, because there was that insatiable desire to fulfill a sexual desire. But that's the opportunity to discipline. Find that disciple within. That's where you really learn to control your energies and control who you are as a man, and don't let that spirit, don't feed that part of you.
That's fine, but people will want to exploit that to get their own stuff done.
No, that's where you go
abandon
wrong.
me when they're through with me.
That's where you go wrong. You got a whole people on TikTok filming this shit.
Yeah.
Like
but the thing is, there's people out there that will exploit that, use me as a battery, and throw me away once they're done with me, and I don't get anywhere.
So okay, if that lady up there, Angelina, she was your daughter, okay, and a man come in the house and was like, "Yo, I want to take her on a date," but realistically, all he wants to do is bang her, okay. How are you gonna feel about that?
Well,
yeah, but you're kind of stating something that's an obvious thing.
I had to defer to her because feminism. Wait, no.
That's gonna happen regardless of how he feels about it, dude. That's the situation. Every father's gonna have to have that set of circumstances take place if he has a daughter.
So every woman out here that we've been talking about for freaking years,
it's women's right to choose
on these YouTube streets where we go, women ain't this, women ain't that, blah blah blah. You are turning around. Wait a second, wait. You're turning around and going, "I'm just gonna bang this."
If once she's an adult, it's her right to choose.
No, but you're saying if some young man wants to come date your daughter, he wants to fuck her, unless you just want to lie to yourself.
Yeah. Pretty much that. Once she's an adult, it's her right to choose. But I can educate her on which is the best one to pick.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the complete focus on sex over relationships shows sort of a stunted development in a lot of men, as well as a lot of women. I think that all of culture, we're all taught how to be shitty fucking partners. Women think that they're queens and they shouldn't cook and they need a job and to be given money, and men think that the way to be a man is to lie to chicks and take advantage of them and cheat on them. Everybody's learning the wrong way in culture and have to unlearn and relearn the right way. And I think that I don't remember how I was going to land that, so I'm just going to stop it.
No, but we don't need to.
Yeah, but I think like what Hank did is actually pretty honest and transparent. He's saying I got this urge and I have trouble dealing with that energy, and it brings me to anger. I mean, that's a pretty vulnerable thing to share on like a stream like this, and I applaud him for if he's really looking for guidance from this incel standpoint of how do you deal with that, because that's the flip side to that, right? If he can't engage, if he can't interact, if he can't make those connections, if he can't, cause another woman to want to do that, it's causing him this deep anger. So that is the part of the incel attribute, right? I mean, so what does that person do? Now he's causing himself to fail worse, right? Like he's taking the problem and he's making it even worse for himself, because that's going to further turn off any chance he has at
push them away,
making a connection with a woman.
Yes, but you say, well, you just have to be better.
Jack after
where's
Hank.
the anger gonna go? And you say, well, just distract yourself with psychotherapy. But the problem is I'm not getting touched enough, and I go to a person who refuses to touch me at all. I don't see how that's a solution. That's a scam.
Jack.
Yo, bro.
Jack, let Jack go, Simon. Jack.
Please, thank you. I'm actually going to bow out as well, but Hank, what Dick said, congratulations. I recognize that as well. This is, I feel, a productive conversation because people are being authentic and honest. But Hank, what I heard from you, those feelings, that frustration, that it's an inner lack, okay? It's an acceptance within yourself of a lack. Let me get to this. I understand it. I also recognize that you're carrying a little bit, maybe you've been burned a few times in the past. You got a little bit of distrust in others. But I'd like to offer you some fellowship, some friendship, share some tips, whatever I can, if you're willing and open to it.
Yeah, cheers to that, Jack. Cheers to that.
Jack, why don't you drop your
how
email address backstage so that he can grab it if he wants to shoot you an email.
And I'm gonna step out. God bless.
Thanks for coming.
This dude has like some sort of crazy wall thing going on. Wait, he's bounced out. Sorry, I was trying to work out what kind of.
What about Scott though? He seems to be like really booming with the ladies. He might be able to. Simon, you keep talking, man. You just keep going and going and going. I want to hear what Scott has to say.
Don't be hating, nigga. What's up?
Hey, congratulations on getting your black card.
Dick, do you really want to know the truth?
No, but I just figured you hadn't said anything, so I'd be polite. Give you an opportunity to pipe up.
Right. You give me an opportunity.
What? Who talks?
He gave me an opportunity.
Let other people talk, Simon. I'm tired of.
I've seen this Simon character. I know his type.
I know
what he does.
Yeah, I'm the West.
Scott, pipe up.
Just been sitting back listening to y'all go. The women, every one of them is different. They all come with their own rule book. They're all not hard to figure out. Sometimes you should have a wingman that is a woman because they figure each other out a lot quicker than we do.
They also sabotage each other. That's sort of a
They're
risky
fucking
advice.
gonna sabotage you, but that might keep you away from some shit you shouldn't be in the first place.
So
Okay,
you're saying be polygamist, have multiple concubines.
I disagree with that.
Head covering, of course.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying having a good wingman that you're not diddling, has.
You can't rely on your wingman, bro. I'm telling you, you can't. You can't rely on your wingman. Like this ain't an NFL. What you like when you're actually in a relationship?
Simon,
there's no wingman.
We're talking about women out there just going out and talking to women. You're talking about guys that are evidently simps you're discussing that can't get any women. They're maybe shooting too high rather than aiming low where they should be. The reality.
No. They're not shooting at all. They're just aiming.
Well, guys that aren't getting anything, there's so many women out there that are available. They're maybe not.
They're not getting any because they're not trying. 99% of them.
There are not so many available.
Or he's also, because he has that kind of angst and kind of anger or whatever, it might be repelling women as well, right? Because, so maybe, self-pleasuring yourself, so you don't have that. So when you do go talk to women, you're not having that extra sexual energy that maybe repels them.
Self-pleasuring is a far more awkward phrase
Kinda-
than masturbate or jerk off or anything else.
Hey Jesse, here's the problem with that. So if all women are different, then we can't rule out that some of them are actually attracted to the anger.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
They are. Here's the thing: women want to feel safe around dudes, and if you're angry, they can feel that energy. You gotta look. If you're putting off vibes to where like her response is gonna make or break your day, you've already lost. You gotta be okay with getting rejected and know that you're gonna be fine and you'll try again, right?
Why do we have to
I
be
agree
so
with that, but
angry
you can't
about
rule
stuff?
out that there will be some that will actually attract to anger. We just don't know.
I like to cook my lady some eggs in the morning. I like to go, okay, maybe you want something sweet, maybe I'll do some like blueberries or you get what I'm saying? Why do we have to be angry about this stuff all the time? Like,
well, we
people
don't. That's
just
what we're
want to
working
relate
on.
to angry stuff.
I still think that if somebody went out and spent a hard weekend, a Friday and a Saturday, or a Saturday and a Sunday, whatever, at the mall, and just I'm not going to leave here until I've asked for the number of 50 women. By the end of that weekend, his confidence would be turned the fuck around.
That sounds like a 15-year-old
I'm
to
not
me,
sure
though,
about
bro.
that. We can test that. I'm not sure about that, but we can test it.
I'm in my 40s. I ain't about to go in no more and try to accumulate like 15 numbers from.
Well, obviously the point isn't about
Yeah, mall's like the worst place you want to go.
Whatever, go anywhere. I don't care. The point isn't.
How does that look? How
The
does that
point is
look?
not to call them. They don't even have to be attractive women. They can be women that you have no intention of calling. It's just about getting the practice down.
And I know this is going to sound really gay. I know this is going to sound really gay, but I think it is actually really true. And there's nothing wrong with being gay either. If that's what you are, then that's your choice. But if you're okay, check it out. Simon, you've been off cam the entire panel. I've been on cam plenty.
I'm
not
kidding
on
with you, bro.
You want me to come on cam so you
I
can
don't
see
want
me
you to
and
do anything. I
see
don't
my
want
lips move?
Can you start? Come
having
on.
homoerotic fantasies about me.
Don't
Says I really like the pitch and tone of his voice.
Hey, no, I'll bring out the whole.
I told you this is going to be gay.
Don't
Simon,
do
stop
that.
resisting. Stop resisting.
Here we go.
Now talk him to
digress.
No, get
his
back
name
to
is
your
Dick too.
conversation. It's meaningful. Go on.
Okay, so I have no idea what I was going to say now.
Let's say out of control in that situation.
I completely spaced it. What were we talking about? Jog my memory.
Something about penis and vagina.
Something about being gay.
I don't remember.
Maybe I'm coming out. Maybe this is the moment.
Grind is
I think
very
I might be
easy.
gay.
Grind is very easy and it's very cheap. So.
Yep. So here's what I was going to say. Maybe the real crux of the situation is, as a man, you really shouldn't be seeking women, right? Like prey. Like we shouldn't be out trying to, go capture a woman's attention or whatever, or go, try to run game or whatever. Be a pickup artist. That you see all these things where guys are trying to pick up women with all these different, ways to romanticize them or whatever. It's all fucking bullshit. I think it's biblical. It's spiritual. The man should be seeking other honorable men to be around. That's going to attract the type of women that you would want to have interested in you in the first place, is because they see men that are on the move, that are working together, that are calculated and strategic and know how to communicate and know how to get past their differences. And, that's the kind of community that someone that's nesting or wants to build a family and actually embody the true values of what sexuality will lead to, actually, then you know, you're not going to necessarily want to find that in a mall or a bar or a fucking through some kind of charades.
Dick, are
It
you
would
trying
just
to
be
form
because
a
you're
band?
fulfilling your life purpose and you're attracting that into your being.
You trying to form a band, Dick?
What's that?
You trying to form a band? Talking about camaraderie between a group of
No, I'm
guys.
just saying this whole idea of running around chasing women, to me, I wonder if that's not just a programmed kind of mindset. I don't think that it's necessarily the strongest position for a man to have, where it's like, I'm going to go chase a bunch of women,
My
trying to
point
get their
was that's
attention,
why
or
guys
like
form
a
bands.
rooster, like a, you know, trying to cock-a-doodle-doodle around and show his feathers or whatever to try to impress them. I mean, I guess you know, you could say it's in nature to a certain degree, but I think more likely men that are driven, that, you know, a guy like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or whatever, not necessarily attractive men, right? But they would never have any problem making a connection with a woman or communication at any level. They could, you know, have a million different options. Their problem would be discernment of a legitimate, authentic person that wanted to date them for the right reasons, right? Because if you have too much game and you have too much appeal, too much flash, too much gas, now you really don't know the agendas. So the idea that women are all in it for the money, well, if you were to attract a woman just based on your money, that'd be a terrible foundation, right? But if she sees that you're a provider, you're a protector, you have that ability to you know, be an affable personality, humorous, and you can, you know, those are not things that you can't learn. You don't have to be like Romeo or whatever. You could go and just self-improve a little bit, and it might really improve where you're at now versus the results you'll get later, just by investing in yourself. So again, not chasing women, chasing your own self-betterment, chasing the type of friends and acquaintances that are going to lift you up and raise your energy because they're operating on a higher level. So you're
Hey,
surrounding
Dick.
yourself by people that have better game than you, not in the sense that they're pickup artists, but they're better at the game of life.
Dick, that's what I was trying to get at with getting a band together. He looks like you play guitar and whatnot, and I'm pointing out that when five guys come together and they can groove together and they can keep time together, somehow or another that has traditionally gained them groupies. So my point is, rather than having to chase them, those guys have figured out a way to get them to chase them.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. That's certainly a way to go. Be a rock star. I think you
Probably
might be
the
onto something,
harder way
Scott.
to pull
Start a
pussy,
band.
though. That's probably definitely not the easiest way to get chicks.
Well, and then maybe what are you attracting? What kind of person are you attracting in? You know, I mean, it's not that people
All
haven't
kinds.
found each other in the weirdest of circumstances and then grew together over years, and you know that those things can't be overcome. But typically, that's not the relationship that lasts, right? The drunken cocaine stupor after a rock show, you know.
No, it's not about the relationship. It's about being the attractive one. They're attractive because they're getting along. They have fucking four other guys. One's on keys, one's on drums, another guy's on bass, we're on guitar. There's a front man who's playing fucking rhythm, and you guys are all grooving. So what's happening is there's a tone, there's a frequency, there's a vibration, there's an energy that is formed between five people that's just drawing people to the energy.
Yeah, but why can't the rock stars keep a relationship or keep a family? Why?
Same, it
There's
depends
some
on who
level of
the
narcissism and ego there, where it seems like it supersedes any ability to keep a relationship or a family afloat.
That's not true.
I can
It's
answer this
case
question.
studies.
I can answer this question. We're not concerned. Like
What
the
now?
fact of the, we're not concerned. Like when you're in a situation, and you know, you're going through certain things, and you know someone doesn't relate to you. What happens is you start to try to predetermine who can relate to you. So
we're not concerned like in a mediocre sense. If I'm on the stage, right, and I'm just doing my shit, like all I'm concerned about is about that audience. I'm like, yo, it's 3,500, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like, we're not concerned. Like, we come back home and we want to go back to our normality. Our normality is in the space that we create that allows us to do what we want to do. So it's not as straightforward as most I don't want to say simple, but I'm just saying, like, when you're living in an average lifestyle, you seem to think that that's everything and be all, and it's not. Like, if you're I'm not saying I'm a celebrity, I'm just saying I've been in those positions, and you know, when I had to take to the stage, I had to take to the stage. That was just my job. So think about it like that. It's just a job. It's not like a betterment, or you know, an entitlement, or you know, anyone out here can do better than you. No, they can't. We're all human. But the thing is like it's just like the I don't know. I tuned into this live because I was trying to work out sort of like, okay, um partnership and you know, being an incel, and I was like, am I an incel? I don't know. Am I an incel?
I don't consider you one, but I guess I don't know you well enough to know if you are or not.
Okay.
Are you getting laid?
You're divorced. You're divorced, right?
Yeah. I've been divorced.
You might be in a dry spell, but I wouldn't say that's necessarily incel. Dry spell and incel are different.
Oh no, for me, incels. I came. You know, I worked a lot as a teacher. For a lot. And it was like 10 years. I went through a lot with a lot of families, a lot of people, and you know, the children they spawned were incels, and they'll never get to experience what even being next to a woman looks like. Next to a woman, next to sort of doing anything.
I think that people who are like that definitely need to realign their fears and be more scared of not ever living your life because you're scared to live your life than of getting rejected.
We can see this on YouTube. Okay, so there's a lot of people that have like real big platforms, but you need to question how come they are able to do this. Why are they on YouTube every day? Although they sort of claim to have marriages, they claim to have relationships and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, well,
I think if it's a job, I mean, who? Give me an example.
I don't want to do that because
okay, I mean, you're talking about someone big, right? Like someone, or you talking about someone we know?
I don't even understand how. Look, when I was in my marriage, I'll just put it this way: when I was in my marriage, I was totally dedicated to my woman. There's no way in hell I'm dedicated to something else. How can you be totally dedicated to something else if your marriage means something?
Well, I disagree with that. I think that you gotta have ambitions, and as a man, like in my experience or my view, women want dudes to be moving, and then they fall into stream with the man. They don't want the man to be out looking for them to be the stream, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
Angeline, does that sound? Do you agree with that? Or did you hear it?
like
Yeah,
I said again, not
quiet.
all women are the same, but I definitely prefer to be led and kind of flow with my partner than if someone was seeking me to lead, and all that kind of stuff makes it a little more harder to be in the feminine, I guess. for me. But like I said,
Yeah.
I'm not everybody.
That's
So
traditional high value women, though.
And Dick, somebody unknown down there wants to hear your take on what I just said.
I didn't hear what you said because I
said
had
that
to
generally, in
restart my
my
computer.
experience, women prefer to get with men. Like the man has stuff going on in his life, and the woman falls in with him in his life, as opposed to the man is out looking for the woman to be his life.
Sure, exactly. I mean, she depends on him to make certain decisions that she doesn't even want to think about because it's just his forte in the area he's strong. And, you know, certain guys really excel in areas like math and economics and accounting and all that. And, you know, it's different for every relationship, though, as well. Like Angelina's saying here, is you might have someone where they're maybe not actually. I've seen relationships work where the woman is actually the alpha and the guy is very kind of, I wouldn't say he's necessarily feminine because, you know, these are like woodworkers and people that do like mechanics and shit like that. So they have a kind of masculine side, but the woman does wear the pants, so to speak. It's not how it works for me, though. You know, as a Leo energy, I know myself well enough to know, and my wife, we very much bond that way because, you know, it's like I like to set the pace on where we're going, what we're doing, things like that, how we're going to handle big decisions. And she usually doesn't want to overthink it. You know, she wants me to make the final decision on it, and that works for us. But
kind of what
I could see how it wouldn't work for everybody.
Is that I think that ambition is attractive to a man, and a woman wants to help a man be ambitious, and a man wants a woman who will help him be ambitious. But if the end goal of your ambition is just to get a woman, she's probably not going to be happy being that, like, in that situation.
It depends. I think it depends. I think it really depends on if you're able to actually settle a woman into her own sort of place. Like, and the thing is, it's like it's not a dictate. It's not a dictate. A place where we're trying to sort of control women. It's not that.
It's communication. It's really what it comes down to. That's the only thing that makes a relationship anyway.
Yeah,
People get caught up on all these different ideas of monogamy, polyamory, you know, polygamous. It's all communication. If you're honest and you're stating where you're at and what your intentions are, and both sides are being transparent in that as much as possible, then it usually ends up productive, even if it doesn't, you know, stay together.
It's a real beautiful thing. It's a real beautiful thing.
You're great at interrupting, Simon. Appreciate you talking over me the whole time I'm fucking trying to finish one goddamn thought.
Why are you swearing?
I haven't heard you speak enough tonight.
Chill the fuck out. Why are you swearing?
Shut the fuck up a little bit, Simon.
Why
if Scott's telling you that, it's bad.
Why you
and
guys
every situation
need to
and
chill the fuck
circumstance
out.
is
What's
different.
wrong with you?
Some people, you can't put everyone in a box, right? Because there's so many different dynamics in this thing, right? So, you know, but it gets, you can see in general, but so many different dynamics. What works for one doesn't work for all.
No, that's wrong. No, wait. No,
Go, Simon. You're cooking.
I don't know, brother.
I agree with you.
And this is
well, because
thing.
it's easy for me to sit there and say, yeah, the man is always going to set the tone and the pace, and she's going to fall in line with
That's
that.
not what I'm talking
and
about.
that would be like real unilateral and painting with a broad stroke. But I know I've witnessed and seen where, you know, the woman is the entrepreneur and she's really the visionary.
No, wait.
You've seen it reverse roles. And it's not, you can't say it's not productive.
Bro, that's not what I'm talking about at all. So, you know,
that's what Flow State was talking about. I was just addressing that.
No, Jesse said something which is very, very important, and maybe he didn't even acknowledge it. Jesse, repeat what you just said, please. Could you just do that for a second? Is that okay?
Yeah, every situation is different, and there's different dynamics. What fits for one doesn't fit for all, because people are unique in their own way. So we can have some generalizations, because there is some people that fit into these groups, but not all people will fit into this dynamic.
Thank you.
Precisely.
Exactly.
For a lot of women, though, having that communication and safety is what allows them to open up, even in intimacy and stuff. So that is important too.
Exactly.
At
That's
the time,
good.
it was the majority of women were the
You want to
ones.
start cussing me out now, bro? What are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
Well, you seem like you're spitballing and thinking over and over, and then you go lean one way and lean another. It seems very odd.
All right. All right. Let's go bowling one day and then we could talk it out.
No, I don't need to go anywhere with you. But
All right. I think what Jesse was saying is, we need to appreciate people. That's what I'm saying. Like when people start talking to us, we need to appreciate what they're talking about, because that's a real life experience. I'm not going to detract from that. I'm not trying to be right up here. I'm here because I appreciate the conversation.
Well, that's
I
good,
appreciate.
because you haven't been all night. I joke.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
kidding.
I'm sorry. To correct me,
You
and
can't
I'll
throw up
learn.
that alley oop and expect me not to take it.
No, I'm learning, bro. I'm learning. That's all it is. Do you get what I'm saying? I appreciate you for having me up here, man.
Actually,
And
Hey, I would
Simon has
really
been
like
more
to hear
well behaved
Notch's
than I've
twist
seen
on
him
this, because he's
behaved in
got
a
a
long
unique
time.
perspective. Oh, geez.
there's two people talking at the same time. What
Go
are you
for it,
talking about?
Jesse.
I was just gonna say Simon's actually been more well behaved than I've seen him in most panels that I've seen him on. So, that's kudos. He is learning, because he's been a little bit more wild in previous times or whatever. So good on you for being that. You're still obviously like to be heard all the time, but you are getting better. That's for sure.
No,
I agree with that,
appreciate.
actually.
I appreciate feedback. I appreciate people that will actually talk to me and tell me, like, so. On my last live, like Flow State told me, and I've taken that feedback. So I'm
There
not
you
one of
go.
these fools that are just gonna be out here just doing whatever. So I have respect for people, and I respect everyone on this panel. But
Good on
sometimes
you.
I get a bit intrigued. I'm like, yo, who's this? And I'll
Check out
say
Notch.
something.
He's got an interesting perspective to share here, because from
I'll
his
say
standpoint, I
something
think
that
he's vowed to no relationship, so he'll have
I'll
an
s-
interesting twist. So
yeah,
shut the
okay.
fuck up and let's hear what Notch has to say.
You see, that's just rude. I'm just saying, like,
no
I'll
shit, Dick. That was
no,
fucking very rude.
it's really rude. You get what I'm saying? There's no reason for that. I ain't swearing at you. Why you swearing at me? And the thing is, it's like, what I find interesting about Flow State is he has certain people come up on his platform, and I have certain interests, but I'm not gonna make that particular. I'm just saying, but you know, I have an interest in Japan. So like
Hey,
when this
Simon, can I interrupt you for a minute? Excuse me.
Well, let him finish his thought, and then you're
all
next.
right,
Okay,
go on,
Japan.
interrupt
Japan.
me, go on,
He's not going to
interrupt me, go
finish his
on.
thought.
No, Japan. I want to hear Japan real quick.
Yeah, this is going somewhere. This is good.
You have an interest in. Keep going, Simon.
No, go.
Are you cool
Okay.
because that was the end of it, or because you're pouting?
I don't know, like these, as I said, they just come at me. I'm just talking.
Yeah.
Well,
But
no,
I mean, I'm not even interested in speaking to those. So I'm speaking to the. I'm
Well,
speaking to the
I
other
was
dude.
interrupting to just say I'm sorry for saying fuck off the stop talking earlier so we could hear Dick and hear other people. Just because I was trying to keep them on target, and I wanted you to see how easy it is to disrupt somebody's train of thought, and that's what I've been learning. I do, so I've actually been learning as well.
Did you
As
just
maybe
disrupt
you
this
are.
to teach him a lesson?
It was a fucking lesson.
Wow. Why did you do that?
I just because I just don't want him. No, Scott.
Oh,
How you
Jesus,
gonna be
you're
more
rude.
annoying so people stop being more annoying on my panel? I'll teach fucking lessons here, Scott.
I
Not
did.
Chiquita. What's happening, brother?
Wow.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just soaking it all in. So I just got here. You guys been at it for what 3 hours now. So I didn't want to interrupt the day.
Okay. Right. All right.
Yeah, but it's
So
a good topic.
yeah. Stop being an incel loser. So I mean, do we regard ourselves as incels or something?
No, at the beginning of the stream, I said that the whole topic. Sort of, I was out on a different panel earlier. Shout out to Daryl, and a dude came up who was doing like the hardcore incel thing. The whole I can't get women because women's standards are too high, and all they want is scumbag fuckboys, and they pass over great men like me. Wine, saying that women are superficial because they choose dudes who are superficial and have superficial success, and they pass over great guys like me when clearly he has a character flaw. And that's the consistency that I see with most like incel, MGTOW, red pill, manosphere, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is that they all project out their own problems onto women and act like it's not exactly their character flaw that's the problem.
I want to see if we can hook incels up with feminists because they have the same exact ideology. I'm still.
Who do you think would fuck who?
Oh, they'll take turns.
Sounds like a university project, bro. Like
it is. It is. I should probably apply for grant funding.
Hey, Flow State, that lighting up the swimming
you're not gonna
pool.
get through to them. Like it's
What's
over.
that?
That lighting up the
But have you
swimming
tried to
pool
apply
joke
for
was
grant funding
funny.
for that study?
Oh yeah, that like who made that? Oh, that was Paul, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was
That
pretty
was fun.
fucking good. That was a good one. I'm not thrilled about giving
Perfectly
Paul
timed.
credit, but I
That
give
fucking
credit where
drop.
credit's
That was-
due.
That
So
landed well.
why incels losers?
Because
they're
don't
not
take
winning.
responsibility. No, because they
'Cause
don't
they're
take
not-
responsibility
wait.
for themselves.
He said it because they're not winning.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Winning what?
Winning the yeses from women.
Yeah, I wouldn't say by definition a incel is a loser. I mean,
Not
you could
all
be
of
an
them, that's
incel
correct.
because you could be paraplegic, right? I mean, it's
Let
involuntary
me
celibacy,
qualify
but
it. If you self-identify as and with incel or MGTOW or
yeah,
you know,
I'll go with you
if
on
you
that.
if you self-apply these identities, you're probably a loser. If you just happen to be not getting pussy, but you don't identify that way, then you're not.
So are you a loser if you're not getting pussy?
Yeah, but if they just
No,
stop
I
playing
wouldn't.
by the
I wouldn't
romantic
say that. I
horror
wouldn't
rules,
say
That's
that.
playing by
not
the
true.
pornography
I
rules,
think if you
they can find
identify
some
with
women that
limiting
will
labels
say
and
yes.
put yourself in those boxes, that's pretty loser thinking. You know,
If
if you're
you
not
blame a
getting,
woman for not giving you sex instead of blaming yourself for not being worth fucking, then you're who I'm talking about.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, but there's
So,
ways to augment your worth so you can get fucked.
Okay. So all men are out here getting pussy? Is that what's going down? Like
No, it's just they don't know what to do to get to the yes.
what's the yes?
Obviously, they want some sexual activity. So once you get consent, then you win.
Okay. So how's your game? How's your game going?
Like I said, I just got a blowjob today.
Who's living under a grid?
Scott's like got his home theater blasting or something back there. It's a 7-point fucking stereo system, surround sound. Listening to Star Wars.
If you just got your scorched, that's not pussy. That's just like
here's the thing. I didn't want pussy today because I was tense I need to stretch out my I need to relax and stretch out my
Butthole.
what's that? Pelvic floor muscle so I can actually feel the orgasm properly. So I was stretching enough for that, but I still need to work. I need to do yoga before I'm ready.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
So
Yo.
my pelvic floor muscle's too tight, so I don't feel the orgasm as good as I should. So I don't want. I'm gonna do some yoga tomorrow, and maybe I'll get some pussy during my weekend, which is Wednesday and Thursday, or maybe I'll do a bye week this week. I don't know yet.
Jesus. Okay. All right. Well, good for you, bro. Good for you.
You're a freakier man than I am.
We gotta allow ourselves to make our muscles feel loose, because the problem is we get tense through everything that we do, and sometimes a woman ain't around. So I
Yeah,
know
you gotta
women
fuck
know what I'm
yourself.
talking about. Women deal with things a completely different way. Women
Hey,
will
folks,
go about things a completely different way.
I picked up something the other day at a yard sale that happened to be something that just kind of loosens you up. You want to
Oh
see it?
yeah.
Oh my god! I
Did you run it through the
pressed.
dishwasher first?
Well, this is I mean, I've had sex with chicks on a washing machine, shit like that, and I put this thing on setting number 2, and I went, holy fuck!
Okay,
But
let's see it.
I'm not going to get on this, but I'll tell you, I seen these for like 200 and 300 bucks, 400 bucks is the most I saw them for. And then I looked this one up. I bought this for 50 bucks the other day, and it's $3,000. You can get it for $23.99. Is the best deal.
Oh, you
If
got
you,
a black, bro. What's going on? Come on,
So
let's bring it up.
I answer on the face question. Flozy brought it up. So we don't use the term Asperger's anymore because Hans Asperger's was a Nazi.
hey,
We use the
check this
term
thing out. I
autistic
don't know if
now.
you ever seen one of those before.
Did you buy a clothes rack?
And no, it's one of the no. This is a vibration machine, man. This is full on, and my big ass goes on this. I set it on massage level 2, and this thing started. Look up a T-zone vibration medical or T-zone medical vibration technology.
You ever
I've seen
vibrated
them.
wet concrete?
That's like some 1980s technology. Come on.
I
Bullshit.
bet you on that thing is like
Yeah,
is
no,
like
they're
a vibrator. And
you're thinking the one that has the band that goes around your waist. This is the one that vibrates from the
Your whole
base,
body.
from the your whole
Yo,
body.
send me an
Core.
email,
Yeah,
man.
apparently
I'll
NASA
update
made
you
it.
on that stuff. I'll
what
update
is
you
it
on that
supposed to
stuff.
do for you?
Shake the
It
toxins out of you, get
So
your energy
apparently
up,
NASA made one of those machines. Yeah, so it's
what's
a
help with
that?
vibration machine that
inflammation.
apparently NASA made. So it increases the
Yeah.
bone density. So they said
Yeah.
when an astronaut goes to space, if that's real, they lose bone density. So when they came back, you get on this vibration machine, it actually increases the bone density and it actually exercises all the muscles throughout your body. So that's officially where it comes from, where they say it's from. Do I believe in the space? I don't know, but whatchamacallit, that's kind of where the theory comes behind those vibration machines.
Facts.
I'll show you something if I can
It's
find this. I have
it's
actually
really
a
good for
picture.
a lot of things.
Yeah, men know stuff. That's the women think like women are just on this stuff. Men know stuff. We do this stuff. We go through this stuff. Don't be twisted. Like, don't get it twisted.
I thought I could find. Talking about NASA. I actually have a picture of the space
I
shuttle
don't
going
think
up.
Scott's a good like
You have
example.
a
But I'm
picture of the
saying.
space shuttle.
Oh, I have a picture of the space shuttle going up back in the '80s when I was younger. But there's a couple pictures. I got a picture of the Earth from Skylab, and a
Oh,
picture
I thought he was gonna say
Sure,
man on the moon.
sure you do, Scott.
I
Man,
actually
He's
do.
got a picture. NASA told him it's a true, authentic, legitimate picture.
No, it's Honeywell. I got it from Honeywell.
He's buying some
Where's Scott from?
oceanfront property in
Florida.
Arizona. Is this the picture?
This
No,
isn't
this
the
is a
Earth from Skylab. This is
space
just
shuttle.
the shuttle going up.
Well, there goes the flat Earth theory.
What do you
Scott
think
just
about those
single-handedly
Elon
demolished
Musk space shuttles when they just drop down
That's
perfectly
the
vertical and
information. I don't know
just
if you guys can
land?
see that. That's the actual dates on that shuttle.
It's hard to see.
I'll show it another time when there's more light.
Do you know how much it costs to get on one of those flights?
Fucking
with the Elon Musk thing.
Elon Musk ain't flying anybody up anywhere. You talking about Branson or fucking? You're talking about Bezos.
Well, any one of them. How much would it cost to
Virgin
get
or Amazon or whatever they're fucking called? Bro, fucking what is
You
it?
want to go
$20 million or so, or 200 million, I think, something like that. Something crazy.
Half a million is what it is. But 1997, Richard Branson said within 10 years he was going to have space tourist flights. So that would have been 2007. During that time, he was knighted, and still no space flights from Richard Branson and Virgin Galactic. So weird stuff when it comes to this space stuff.
Jesus, where do you live? Where's this guy at? I know he's
Canada.
bisexual. Yo, I ain't even playing with you. I'm just saying, like,
he wants to play with you. Jesse, is that
sorry,
$500,000? Jesse, is that all it is? $500,000?
No, but I totally relate to people who have some sense to talk about something, because most of us out here were just going la la la. Do you get what I'm saying? This guy, he turned around just stating some real facts. Do you get what I'm saying? I'd rather be with someone like that.
I want to
Whether
check his
it's
facts.
A personal or business relationship, I don't care. Send me your email address, please.
Oh my God.
Please. Jesus Christ.
Jesse,
We can exchange pictures of genitals or something. So I think what he's proposing to you there, Jesse.
That's not. This is the problem.
Now go find on the grinder.
It don't boil down to genitals. Yo, we ain't animals. Like, we're humans. We took out all the fucking
humans or animals technically.
Yeah, but we took out all of the rest of the animals, and we kept the animals that we wanted to continue to enable us to actually breathe. Okay, so stop that nonsense.
People can eat a lot of different animals. That's true. I agree with you.
We're on the fucking news talking about bees. You get what I'm saying?
There's a lot of people clamoring for Nachikita's viewpoints on, I guess, whatever we're talking about on things. Notch, do you have any view on incels? What do you think about them?
Who cares what Notch has to say? He's just sitting over there, all smug, judging us.
I saw that there was definitely some smug post.
I want to hire him. To take care of some of my problems. To take care of some of my problems. Like,
like the same problems that Hank had.
I could see him coming in with some extra agenda and just being able to tell me something that I didn't know about life. So, the way he actually personalizes himself is just like, it's kind of interesting.
I'll take care of it all.
It's good to let people know that, just in case you fall in or something, or
maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We have a life to live, don't we?
Flow state.
Indeed, we do.
Yeah, that's the point. We need to embrace that. We need to embrace the fact that we have a life to live. And the thing is like, we wake up most of the time and think we don't, and we do. We're breathing, we're living, we're here, we're looking good, we're doing our best, okay? And doing our best is not about doing your best. It's the fact that you actually pulling up and you look good, okay? Give yourself some damn grace. Like, why do we put ourselves down so much? That's what I find so boring. Like, when people want to sort of lean towards that part. Like, you're doing real good. Stop. You know what I'm saying? You're alive. Be happy. Be happy.
Hey, flow state.
Pat on
You
the
want to
back.
see something cool?
Pat on the back, everybody.
What's that? Is it cooler than that piece of junk you bought? You need to get rid of that vibrator.
I want to get on it just so you see how much fat can jiggle.
You know what? Let me know before you do that. And We'll put you on solo layout.
What's wrong with vibrators, bro?
Do you know what a
Scott,
cutaway
Notch, would
is?
you
not one
please
of
say
those.
something? I was just kidding, man.
I'm just asking.
God help us. If you don't say anything, Simon will keep speaking, and
Do you
I
know
don't
what?
keep
know.
belaboring.
I don't
Simon,
know.
stop for a
You
minute,
said it.
please.
You said it.
Do you know what a cutaway is?
No.
Anybody know what a cutaway is?
No,
Yeah,
a
show
cutaway
us.
guitar. You mean like a cutaway on a
Well, yeah, there's
acoustic
guitars,
or
but
an
no, when you
electric?
go to an auto, when I'm referring to automobile pictures, cutaway picture.
I mean, I've seen like chopped up custom jobs where they put
Well,
two
no,
different
cutaway
vehicles
is when you go
together
to
and
the
all kinds of
dealer and
shit. But
when you go to the dealer and you see a picture of the car and then they show a picture, it looks like the engine. You could see through it like glass. Okay. Well, the guy
I
that
see what you're
started
saying.
that was a guy named Parsons. Okay. And the
They
280
explode it
ZX.
out and then
Wait,
show
let's
you like when you're looking in the manual for how
no,
to
wait.
how the engine goes
No,
together and all the
no,
parts are
he's about
exploded
to
out.
say something for real. He's saying something.
This is a one of two from the guy who originated that whole shit, Parsons, okay? And this is a 280ZX from 1975, and this is a Sepia. This is two of two. Parsons kept one of two.
Cool.
Oh, I hope I didn't just shut that. There we go. There.
All right, it looks upside
That's the
down.
original signature there.
It looks upside down to us. It looks upside
We already
down.
Hand drawn though, huh?
I just fucking broke the glass on this thing.
But there's a do not read from
Accidentally.
box. Yeah,
I'm gonna put my
That's
email in the
fucking
back if you
cool
wanna have. I'm
piece
interested.
right there.
Wait a
And if you notice, it says 280ZX. All right, they made a 280Z, or excuse me, 260 Z like this. But when they went the 280, they went with the different window in the back there, with the longer window for the 280 and the 280Z and the 280ZX. So this car was never actually made.
Yo, send me an email about that, please, if you can. I don't
But-
know. I know
And
you're
actually, I do have a picture of Earth from Skylab and a guy, Neil Armstrong, on the moon, man on the moon, both actual photos. Don't know where they are. I don't. I was messing with them the other day. They're probably out in the garage. Need to bring them in. But what do you think?
That they're
stop,
fake.
stop being isolated and share it with the world. That's what I think. The problem is we can be like, yo, I think like the most fantastic people are the most isolated. We need to stop. Is 777 up here? Jesus Christ. Did I miss something? The most intellectually superior people do not want to sort of interact because they find it hard to have a voice. And the thing is,
I disagree.
Okay, so just give me a minute to explain. It takes a while for people to actually get their voice across. It takes a while for people to actually get their confidence up so that they can become public speakers, because what we're doing actually right now is we're all public speakers. It doesn't matter how many subscribers you have or what channel you have or how many viewers you have or what you're doing, this, that, yeah. If you're putting yourself in that realm, that's what you're doing. Okay, and the rest of the world is viewing you. I can have a video and I could see the statistics around it, and it's like, okay, cool, but I understand that it's much more than that, because I have people coming at me from all different angles. So how is it that I'm getting, like, for example, 25 viewers on one of my live chats, and then I get people that have 2K, 5K, 10K, 50K, even 1 million subscribers coming to my live? How does that work? Unless they're actually tuning into what I'm talking about. So whatever you have to say is very important. Do not get that twisted. Do not make people think that you're less than what you're doing. What we need to understand is what the potential is, and we're in the mix. And that's the interesting thing. That's what I think. And Flo, I understand. I appreciate you for having me up here. And I know I'm a bit of a wind up. I'm just saying, be understanding about what you're doing. And the fact of the matter is don't just pay attention to like, okay, I'm just looking at numbers and all the rest of it. You're gonna become. You're gonna become regardless, because if you look at the history of media, that's how it works. And if you don't wanna you know, be in an isolated situation where you're dealing with it by yourself, contact someone, email them, talk to them. I'm sure they're gonna like give you some feedback. Ain't gonna be a big deal. Um, but apart from that, I'm gonna get in the background, and after that, I'm gonna bounce.
Well, but thank you for coming up, Simon. It's been a great conversation.
Wow, we actually have a lull in the conversation here. Go ahead,
Right.
Angelina. I know you want to say something.
I think that we're gonna go. But we're also waiting so long for you to talk, so I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't know why people are so interested in what I have to say in regards to relationships, because I mean, in my personal opinion, everything is just kind of meant to happen the way it's meant to happen. You know, some people have like the quote unquote the incels. You know, why they're called incels is because they're involuntary celibates. So they want something, but they don't know how to get what they want, right? So like yeah, I would have agreed that that is a kind of a loser mentality, but it doesn't mean that it's something that they need to be there forever. You know, nobody stays in their position forever anyway. It's very dynamic in the way in which we change things. But I think the most important thing is having an understanding of what we want and why we want the things that we want. You know, the people become rich, and then you know they can attract women, and but the women they may attract may only like them for the image that they have projected themselves as. You know, like rich, um, nice car, you know, six pack, and all this kind of stuff. And those are all attractive qualities, and there are a lot of attractive qualities about women. And you know, people get in bed and they do their thing, but you know, even that can get old. You know, everything can get old after a certain point, because like familiarity breeds contempt, right? And people want to experience new things in life, and you know, I think ideally, in my opinion, what people want is a partner whom they can grow with, right, and evolve with, and hopefully they're on the same trajectory uh, in life together. And if you have someone who can be adventurous inside and outside, you know, in the same capacity with the same intensity, then you know both individuals may get to that end together. You know, but there's no guarantee in anything as far as I see it. Um, you know, I can only really speak about myself in regards to quote unquote relationships. I've experienced quite a bit. Maybe that's a surprise to some people just because I'm a quote unquote hermit out in the woods in the Himalayas. But like, you know, I lived the city life. I lived with women before, and, you know, I owned the business with a woman before. So like there are a variety of things that I have experienced that maybe a lot of other guys may have not experienced. So even nowadays, I still feel like if I really wanted to be with a woman, I probably could. It's just a matter of like, is that really, really what I want? There's curiosity, yes, but I understand the implication that goes afterwards, because like okay, you meet and then you get to know each other, and then you know there's a potentiality of you know going somewhere, but then you know there's a possibility of living together, so there's a lot involved in all these type of quote unquote relationships. So if one is ready for all of that, then that's great, but if they're like not ready for that, then you know they have to understand what it is that they want to do. Like for me, I feel myself to be on a crossroads of like what I want for myself, which is like a hey, do I want to go on this path of like yoga or meditation, and that doesn't necessarily involve like a family lifestyle. you know. So I don't know. I guess that's kind of the gist of it. If any of that made sense.
Made sense to me.
About
It did.
30% of it, Nachi.
30% of it made sense.
Pretty much. But I only listened to 42%. So that was awesome.
I was 100%
Okay.
made like 90% sense to me.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't have to make sense 100% for everybody, you know. So I'm not speaking so that everybody gets everything of what I say. It's just that where are you individually in your life, you know, and what is it that you want out of it? I mean, these are the questions that people have to be asking for themselves. And yes, you know, like being a biological unit, being a biological entity, there are biological needs that people have, and people have to be honest with that. That's part of the reason why they have a relationship with the other, whether you're a gay or a straight. It doesn't matter. Like you still have these biological needs that you want to express, right? But then afterwards, is that the only thing that is there, or is there more? You want like love and feelings and romance that goes along with that, with the expression of the biological thing.
What was that?
What's that?
What was that?
Somebody was beeping.
Oh, that was my alarm. I need to get to work at I need to punch it by 2 a.m.
That was a dildo.
But yeah, I want to date a witch right now.
What?
I want right now. I'm trying to figure out how to date a witch, so I'm working on that.
So yeah, I mean, like these are, I think, just questions. Like for me, like incel have to be incels. You know, they have to go through their life and learn the hard way. Like you know, they want something, they want it, but they don't know how to get that what they want. So so they become simps and doormats and you know, sending money to OnlyFans women and you know Twitch women, and that's like the closest thing they can have to a relationship. Well,
I only did that
eventually
once.
Eh, okay, Scott. Well, like, you know, okay.
I
So,
didn't. I'm kidding.
And how
Totally.
did
I've
you
never
feel about
done
that?
so they could do better than sending money to women over internet across the country or in different countries. They can totally get laid. There's women in the neighborhood they can get, but you can't really trust what society says because they will exploit you for your labor.
Mm.
Money
No,
can
go ahead.
manifest many things. I mean, you can get a hooker, you know, if you are very desperate and you know go that way. But then there's no love. Like you can be a millionaire and you can attract a woman and she loved you because you were a millionaire, and then what are you now once you're now no longer a millionaire and she's no longer in love with you because you no longer are a millionaire? And I'm not saying that money isn't important and you shouldn't have
So
stability, but like I'm talking about like how people project themselves
yeah,
and
well,
what they use to be
love's just
quote
a
unquote
feeling.
attractive.
Love's just a feeling.
Love is a feeling. Okay.
So I personally wouldn't try to plan my whole life maintaining a feeling, but you can go in and out. That's just fine. You can't just maintain it consistently forever. You have to moderate your feelings and stuff.
Well, I mean, that is one of the qualities of love, but love is also respect. Love is also
No,
sacrifice. Love is also
respect and love
duty.
is two different things. At least the way I use it, the words.
It's complex. It's not a straightforward love is that. I mean, there are like a lot of things. Like for some people, love is sex. You know, for some people, love is like you know, like somebody like mothering them or nurturing them. I mean, there's different qualities to love.
Yeah, so that's I believe in defining terminology. So if we can clump every dump, if love's gonna be a huge dumping ground, I'd rather just not use the word and just focus on one thing or another thing.
How is love a
Okay.
dumping ground?
if you're going to overload the definition with like 20 different things, I'd rather just not be ambiguous and just unwrap.
It's not that I want to.
It's the
Go ahead.
limitation of English.
Yeah. So I'd rather just unwrap that object if it's going to be a dumping ground. We can still use it, but if it's going to mean 10 or 20 different things, we got to unwrap that object.
But would you agree?
Which method?
But would you agree that love is many different things, or not? Or what is it? How would you define it? Let me ask you how you define it.
I would just define it as a positive feeling of acceptance.
So it's a positive feeling.
Yeah.
Any and all positive feeling is love.
No. But love happens to be one of them.
I think that you can separate out types of you can separate out lust from it as distinct. You can separate out infatuation as distinct. You can separate out camaraderie, benevolence, altruism. Love is a broad umbrella term, but there are other more specific terms you can use to define it. But if if you just don't want to talk about it because you can't talk because you don't have the words that are satisfactory, I don't know what to tell you. I guess then
I pretty much just had to specify more. That's pretty much all you can do is try to communicate more, and people can understand what you're trying to say.
For me, love is deep, dry anal sex.
I haven't tried that, so
I would think that you of all people on this panel would have.
No, well, you would think, but I haven't.
It's
so
okay.
I probably like to do this.
I understand. Like you want to be pedantic, and that's great. And you want to define terms, and define the rules of engagement here for our discussion, right?
Yeah, I just don't want to waste time. So
understanding.
if we talk past each other, it's kind of wasting time. You know what I'm saying, right?
Okay, I apologize. I apologize for wasting your time.
I didn't say you waste my time. I'm just saying if we talk past each other, it would be a waste of our time because we're not communicating. Do you agree?
So, so you're bringing this up because I didn't communicate an ideal to you in a specific manner. So you have to explain to me how I can, what it is that you're not understanding about me.
Negative. I'm just. No, I'm not. No, I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying.
Why are you bringing it up? Is what I'm asking.
Because you asked for my definition of love, and I just explained. Well, I usually just like to unwrap that object to be more specific, so people can understand me better, so we don't talk past each other.
Yeah, but like I said, love means different things for different people, right? So like if you are wanting to speak about love in your definition, then you have to explain your definition. Like I said, my definition of love, again, is a very big canopy. There's a lot of different things happening there. It's a very big word. So if we don't want to talk about quote unquote love, then that's fine. We can talk about relationship, but relationship is also very dynamic. There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts in a relationship. It's like a clock, there are a lot of different gears and jewels and springs and all kinds of stuff. But it's hard to pull that all apart. And I would say love is even more complex than a Swiss watch.
Yeah. So pretty much when we talk about something so general, we can't say that much about it. That's just how context works. We have a really big overhead general thing. There's less things we could say about it.
Okay, so let's talk about it more specifically. In which avenue, how fractal do you want to go into it, and then we can explore that together, right?
Yeah, we gotta do it another time. I need to punch in. Working it out. My trip is like 40 minutes or so.
All
So
right.
we'll talk later.
Thanks for coming up, Hank. I appreciate the super chat and the input. It's been good having you on.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
I'm gonna take off myself, man. Y'all have
All
a
right,
good
be
evening.
good.
Thanks.
Later. Looks like when I came in, everybody wanted to leave. So sorry to ruin your.
No. You did not. It's 4 hours, so it's about the time when 4 hours is I'm surprised people hang around as long as they do. It's kind of a good turnover time. You do have a way of coming in like well into the stream, I've noticed, but probably just time.
Well, the problem is that it's 10:30 in the morning, and I was up till like 3 something, maybe 4 in the evening, which meant
Were you
that
on a panel?
and
Do
I
you use
woke up. No, like I did go over to OTW for the first time in well over a month, and it was pretty good conversation for the most part. And then,
OTW is
but
enslaved
yeah,
by
like,
Paul. Enslaved by Paul
well,
News.
again, like I'm not really interested in talking about that too much, but like here's why I would say in regards to that, like people who associate themselves or make partnerships with anybody else, if that partner does anything, then both are responsible. Like it's just like anything else. So OTW can be an independent man, and then Paul can be independent. But if Paul goes on to OTW and behaves the way he does, then OTW is also responsible for the way Paul behaves, in my opinion. That's
Well,
just
I
kind of
mean,
the way
but
it
they're
works.
not independent. They were independent, but they're not.
But yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
that's what I mean. You have to take the positive that comes with it, and also the negative that comes with it. And you can't say, well, that wasn't me. That wasn't me dunking that guy. That wasn't me,
Oh, I
blocking
got
that
you. I
person,
got you. I got
etc.
you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Right, like so you can take credit for the good things, and you have to also take credit for the bad things, perceived bad things that happens there, because you're like you have become a Siamese twin at that point.
I would. I mean, I don't disagree. I would just say that when you go from having your own channel to subordinating yourself to an internet bully because you're a coward, there's no positive. And I understand that you probably don't want to respond to that, but there really is
Look,
no upshot to having such a low value of yourself that you'll just hand over what you've been working on because somebody goes, I want you to give it to me. That's absolutely revolting self-betrayal.
yeah, and I guess the fact of the matter is, it's a kind of a matter of perspective in a way, because like from your standpoint, you see that as that, and from their standpoint, it's like a partnership, and I'm my own man, and I would probably lean more towards your way, because I think there's a little bit of peer pressure probably is involved with all that, but I don't think that any of them will ever admit to the fact that is the case. So I don't know. I mean, like what to do, and
Yeah.
you can't pry that out of them either, like like you having the perspective. So like for me, I try to go more in a logical linear manner, and just state like what is it that you're getting, so like you have to understand the dynamics of whatever this is, and just be accepting of the fact that take responsibility, and
Yeah. I mean,
and
I think I
hopefully work with
understand
that.
the dynamics. I don't think anybody thinks that the dynamics are what OTW would say they are, but you know, like you said, it's nobody can do anything about it. Except for mock it, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose. And then, then it just becomes like another, mock fest of like you mocking them and them mocking you.
Well, there is value to humiliation and shame sometimes. There's a reason that nobody just like pees their pants because they have to go to the bathroom, right? And the world's a better place
So
for
you
it.
mock. Yeah, I suppose,
I won't, butter my biscuit enough to say that I mock for a good reason, just that I can provide myself with a good reason if needed.
There you go. So I think there has to be some admittance to, wanting like a little bit of soft satisfaction in having to mock somebody, it's just kind of Schadenfreude type of thing, you enjoy them squirming. I think it's more healthy to admit to the fact that there's some enjoyment that is derived from mocking people, but at the same time you can then it becomes like a kind of a bit non-bit, right? Like it's a bit when you enjoy the fact, but then it becomes a non-bit when you're being quote unquote helpful, right, and loving.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what it is I'm just gonna do what I want to do. If it's bad, that's fine. I chose to do it. If it's good, that's fine. I chose to do it. But really, what it is will depend more on how it's received and then what's done with it than by what it is, I'd say. Because I mean, honestly, from where I'm sitting, if I had to try to figure out is a good or bad thing I'm doing, I would say it's pretty 50-50. Like there definitely is intrinsic value in it for me. But definitely also it probably is something that should not be like coddled. It's wrong behavior. Definitely, in my opinion, it's a bad, yeah, it should not be supported. That type of self-devaluing or self-betrayal, I consider it self-betrayal. But yeah, so probably both. But ultimately, I don't
Okay.
feel the need to pin blame. It seems like people spend so much time and energy figuring out who's at fault and who to blame, and it doesn't fucking matter to me. Like people can say I'm doing a bad thing, and it's fine. I don't feel the need to lie. I'm not going to lie to myself because I can't deal with the fact that I might enjoy mocking somebody, right? Like that doesn't make shit better. It doesn't change the reality, and it just adds a lie to it.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a bit of a balancing act the way I see it. Like for example, let's talk about like at least in our experiences of Tommy. I think Tommy, when he comes to these panels, like he's being very authentic, and it's very important for him to be very authentic to himself. And so for him, he's like upset that people are hypocritical in his perspective, and he is upset that people are being fake and flaky and shit like that. And like for him to be like authentically angry with people and just kind of like berating them and putting them down, really, like to him that is like his balance point. So his threshold is much higher in terms of like, okay, maybe he could be even more spurging, but like maybe in his mind he has come to some balance of like, this is like how much I'm willing to express myself and be authentic with myself, at the same time. And a lot of people struggle with that, and like other people are on a very low end where they're like maybe perhaps myself, where I like reserve my emotions quite a bit, and I just like kind of push it down because I do care about like how people feel and think about things, and I do care how my words impact them, right? So I
Do
am
you care
always a
about
little
them
bit
in
more
their
diplomatic.
Do you care about them in their own right, or do you care about them in a pragmatic way? Hey, will you give me a new cup whenever you're ready? Or whatever. Thank you.
Can you define what do you mean by like, do I care about them in their own right? Like
Do
I
you
want to
care because you
understand what that
actually
means.
care, or do you care because you just don't want to deal with a headache later on?
Oh yeah, I like I said, it's like a little bit of a combination of both, because like if I assess the situation and I know how people are gonna like respond or react to it, then it doesn't really benefit the conversation, because then it's like all you're doing is like they're in this kind of emotional state, as an example, then you're gonna have to deal with it. So I'm not necessarily afraid of it per se, but I don't think it's beneficial to the conversation. Or you can just keep on pushing buttons until they explode, and then and then hopefully you get a reset. But then I don't really find that to be beneficial either. But at the same time, it's more important for me to be accurate and true. Like truth does matter. Like it's more important for me to like express what I see as I see it. But
Agree.
how I say it is up to me. Yeah, how I say it is
Yeah.
up to me. And like this is one of the problems I had, let's say, with Jack, is that in my perspective, I was being very accurate, and like I was expressing my perception of things, and he felt offended by like me not coming in there with love, or maybe me being too critical of him. I'm not sure exactly, but now I don't really feel like I'm welcome there. So I don't really
No,
feel
I think
like.
that you're welcome. I think you're welcome. He treats disagreement as criticism, which I've told him before is inaccurate. But
Yeah, but we
everybody's
will
got their
continue to
isms.
loop.
Yeah,
But
he
that's the
will.
thing. Like I can go. Yeah, like I've been there and I have experienced it, and then like I've reached a threshold for me that I no longer want to have any conversation with him because we're going to be at an impasse at so like he's going to see me disagreeing with him because I will and I will continue to, and he's going to find that to be offensive to him, and I'm going to be like, okay, well, I'm just being honest about my assessment of what I think is happening. That's all. You can take it or leave it,
Yeah.
and we can talk
Well,
about
I
it
think,
or not.
yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. I think that Jack is smart enough to figure out when he wants to stop looping, and obviously he gets mad because he knows that he's looping. And
It's a problem
what do
because
you
in
mean?
my definition, that's not. Well, I mean, in my definition, okay, if you're smart enough to understand that you're looping, but you don't have the emotional capacity not to do it, so you go back into it over and over again, then in my mind, you're not as smart as you may think about the situation. Because like if you're genuinely intelligent, you would go past that. You would go
Not as
beyond that
mature.
somehow.
Not as mature, I think would
Not
be.
as mature. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's use that.
I mean, don't you think that that's more
Maturity is
accurate?
important. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's not an intelligence. Like if you can identify something, but then choose not to act on
It's
it.
emotional intelligence. It's emotional intelligence. Let's call that right. It's emotional intelligence.
Sure. I don't know. Yeah, and I guess I don't know why Jack's brand of bullshit is relatively unoffensive to me for some reason. I like compared to like
It's
OTW. I don't know why.
Well, I guess
Probably.
it's depending on the scale because on a larger scale, I would find Jack's delusion to be more offensive
Oh,
if
certainly,
I were to be
certainly
objective.
on a large scale, Jack would be an absolute tyrant. Um,
Yeah.
but on this scale, I think it's actually because Jack is his delusion is he's at least bringing it with strength, not with pure weakness. You know, like he's gonna stick
Yeah,
to
I
it.
don't know.
It might be mushy, but he's gonna stick to it. He's gonna toss your ass if you disagree. You know, he's not gonna just curl up in a fetal
Well, he's
position and go.
definitely stubborn about it. Yeah, definitely. He
Well,
he he found his niche, right? And then what is his like kind of branding? Live without fear, right? End all wars and all state secrets. That's the main like motto of
which I
his
actually don't
movement,
agree
right?
with most
So,
of that stuff.
yeah, but so I mean, like
I think
it's not realistic in any which way at all, and you would make your nation and your countrymen weaker actually by going this route. Like yeah, I also want to end all wars, but what about this crazy other psychotic motherfuckers who don't give a fuck? And they've mind controlled half the population or more to come get you. So we don't really have these nations anymore. It's not about United States against Russia. It's like there are people within Russia, there are people within the United States who are mind controlled, and they're going off to wars and they're picking up a gun, and how are you going to feel when you got bullets flying over your head? You're going to be in a different state of mind. Like I will kill every motherfucker I can if I was in the front lines. I will tell you right now.
and
Like
that's
I
the
don't give a
only
fuck.
proper thing to do.
Yeah, I will throw grenades and I will shoot and I will do everything I can because I'm in that state right there. Do I want to be there? No, not at all. But if I'm there, I know what I will do, you know, and I will not think twice about it.
Yeah, I agree. And I was watching something yesterday. I don't know. I listen to YouTube constantly throughout the day, which is probably not great, but I do it anyways. But one of the things I came across was something about it's Fight Science is the channel, and I don't remember what he was talking about, but I had the thought about like what you said. Like if you were on the front lines, you'd kill every motherfucker around. What causes people to lose in fights, it's just like in fucking this incel shit, talking to girls is their own mindset, right? Because people are like people get into fights, but in their own head, they're still uncommitted to it and to whether or not they're doing the right thing or, and that's what causes people to lose fights. sort of a tangent, but just my experience. Like that's how I won fights entirely because I was committed to them. I'm not huge. I'm not especially strong. I'm not weak or small either, but I've had no training in any sort of combat sport ever. But boy, was
You
I have
know,
powder.
yeah, and I would say that I think it's good to have experience in general. Like I've sparred before, but I've never really gone into like a genuine like full out fight with somebody, you know. And there was always a little bit of fear that like you know, I'm not violent, and I really hate violence. And you know, me taking, you know, having like learned Aikido for about a year, like it was, I was told that like, you know, there are kind of specific rules of engagement, and that's true with all martial arts in general, that you don't engage in a fight unless you really have to, right? These are kind of principles that you try to
Mhm.
adhere by, and it's not an ego battle. You know, like if somebody says something to you, it's not worth it to get into a fight that way. And even if they wanted to get into a fight, I was told it's better to run, even if you know you can win. It's better to just get away from the situation if nobody else is involved. So, like, what are the conditions? So the conditions have to be very specific. Like they're like you're being cornered, you have no way out. You have to protect your loved ones or children and stuff like that. These are all like the right situations to become involved. And then once you do get into a situation, you try not to hurt them physically. Like if you can just throw them and let them know that you can throw them, or you can push them onto the ground, then hopefully they learn. But then if they're not learning from that, then it will have to be like some kind of permanent. Try not to do permanent damage, like break an elbow or like, you know, twist their ankle or shit like that, like, you know. But if you have to, but like the last thing is don't kill them. But if you have to kill them, unfortunately you have to kill them, kind of deal. But the problem with genuine fights is that you go from 0 to 100 in split second. You don't know, because like if I have to fight a bigger man, for example, which I'm not that big, I'm 5'10", like 150 pounds, like, so I have to go for the throat, and I have to use the element of surprise to get this person. And it may be possible that I can very seriously injure this person, and of course, I can definitely get hurt myself. But I'm calculating for all of this because I'm thinking along those lines that I might have to put this person down quickly within seconds or minutes if I can, because I'm not there to, you know, do a fisticuffs with him for like 5 minutes and do a UFC thing. Like I don't give a fuck about that. If I have to twist
5
his
minutes
fucking
of
head off,
fighting is exhausting.
it's a lot.
Yeah.
I wrestled in high school. You wrestle 2 minutes per period so you wrestle 6 minutes. Like wrestling with somebody for that long, it's fucking exhausting.
Yeah,
You know?
I half agree with those principles, and I half disagree. When I used to get in a lot of fights, but when my daughter was born, I made some rules for myself, and it was at first it was the same. It was avoid violence if at all you can. Don't no ego shit. Just if you can avoid it, then do so. But if you can't avoid it, end it as efficiently as possible. And I don't actually agree with trying not to hurt somebody too much because you put yourself in danger. Then,
Oh, but I agree. I mean, it's out of your control, because it's like once, like unless you're like a master level and you can actually control the whole situation, and you know, but most people are not. I certainly am not. Like that's like Aikido, you would need like at least like 10 years of experience to be at that point where you're confident enough where you can just throw a guy in any which way. You have all the movements down, all the technique down. That's where like boxing and I would say Sistema and these kind of other type of like very direct, like Wing Chun, they're like very direct martial arts. In a shorter amount of time, you can be, but then their damaging effect, you know, you're like punching the guy, you know, kicking the guy, you're going for the groin, you know, you're going for soft parts of the body, etc. But that's gonna be damaging, you know.
yeah,
And it's not necessarily about the size; it's about speed, accuracy, you know, and then power.
the fight and the dog as well. I think that I guess the fundamental flaw that I would see with that perspective is to even think that you can assess somebody else and yourself accurately, because some of the hardest fights have been little dudes, and some of the biggest dudes go down easiest. And um, ever since I made that rule for myself, my daughter's 13 now, so it's been 13 years. I've only been in one fight, and that dude was a lot bigger than me, but he miscalculated, and I ended it quite efficiently.
Yeah, I think people who know people are pretty good at assessing like whether some people can handle themselves or not, how coordinated they are, and there's a lot of like energetics and also like the movement that's involved with people. There are a lot of people who are very jacked, but they're kind of like robotic in the way they move. Like they can pump 300 pounds, and they're jacked, but like in my opinion, like fighting is about flexibility. Like Bruce Lee was 125 pounds at his like, and like Max like 135 pounds, and he could have gone to 150, 160 pounds if he wanted. He was only 5'8", but he kicked like a mule, and like it's like. I mean, I don't know how well he would do in the UFC fight these days, with like having gloves on and having other rules, because like the having these kind of rules becomes sport. So like actual fighting and sport is separate thing. It's not like boxing where you have rules. You you do other stuff.
Um, let me address a couple comments here because I disagree with I disagree with Sean mostly, and I disagree with Angela, but less. You need to be in control of yourself. If you can keep a cool head during a fight, then you're going to win the best. And that's how I won the last fight I was talking about. That dude was way bigger than me. But I was able to know what to use to my advantage, which was like my smaller size, right? I had to get inside of his wingspan. So, but if you're just like blindingly mad, that's going to make you sloppy.
Yeah. I mean, you look at like UFC fighters like Emelianenko from Russia. During his time, like he was stone cold. Like no emotions about him. And there's some people who can be like that. And my gosh, like for me, that's a very stoic approach. I would
I
say
love
it's more.
stoicism.
What's that?
I love stoicism.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of power there. There's a lot of strength to be harnessed in that kind of philosophy. But it does require work from individuals, because I used to be very angry when I was younger. I had a lot of anger, but
Me
I
too.
didn't know how to channel that anger. And like meditation helped me, and finding discipline. I mean, I work out. I was sick for about a week, and it's like rainy, but like I was exercising at least like a couple hours every day. Like playing with nunchucks or doing kali sticks, or playing with my bokken. And then I have like a punching bag it's just a wooden beam, and that's how I injured my foot. It's like I was kicking so much and so hard that I create like I basically that's how I couldn't walk for about a month. Now it's back to 100%. But you have to do these kind of conditioning, because like I'm not wanting to get into a fight. I don't want to, but like if I have to, at least I have the confidence to know that you know, like like that, my knuckles will be able to handle it, right? And my knees and my shin, like I kick this thing, and like hundreds of times, when I do my workouts, so that my shin is like at a point where like I have no hair where I'm kicking, like it's just a like a blister, but you need to create those kind of things to know, because if you never actually kicked or punched anything like hard, you can break your hand, you can break your
Yeah.
wrist,
Especially with those big old 4-finger brass knuckles. Those things are hand crushers.
Oh, yeah,
I've never
yeah.
used them. I just know how they feel in my hand. I have used where'd it go? Not this, but one that's similar. These are like a pillow, but
Yeah.
but the 4-finger ones that people like to carry around and look tough, those will fuck you up.
And I mean, there's the other aspect, the legal aspect of things, so too, that people have to consider, like in terms of getting into a fight and using, even like picking up a stick to defend yourself. That's considered a deadly weapon, you know.
Yeah, you're
And the
better off
other
just
guy had a
not being
gun.
there if the cops show up.
Yeah, exactly. Like because like nobody wins in that type of situation. Nobody wins.
Right. Exactly.
Nobody wins. So again,
Like,
like these principles like help you to like stay out of like if it's like forced upon you and like God put you in a situation, it's like, okay, you got to prove yourself. Well, then whatever at that point. But like you do everything you can and just try to be like as humble as possible and like be like, please God, like I don't want to be in a situation where I have to do this kind of stuff, but I'm prepared,
yeah.
like physically, as much as I'm willing to, and mentally and emotionally speaking. And like I wouldn't necessarily want to be that other guy to be on the other side, maybe 95% of the time, because like I know I can be fucking nasty if I have to be. I just don't want to unleash that, you know, at all. And we all have it, that animalistic beast side within ourselves. But I like to keep that locked away and lock and key and toss the key and you'd be like, okay, you be that. Be calm, be shanti, we say, and meditate.
I miss it actually. It was, but yeah, no, that's
It's
not.
primal. It's very primal. It's very raw, and it's
It's
very
a
like
high it's
like
high
"Rah," like
stakes. Yeah, it's high stakes sports. It's like
it's
it's
very
like a sporting
Viking like,
event, but yeah, and it's meditative almost. I don't know. I used to fight a lot when I was younger, and I like I said, I quit doing that when my daughter was born, and I do kind of miss it. But you know what? You can do some things when you're young, and then as you get older, fist fights turn into knife fights, turn into gun fights, turn into, oh shit, I got pistol whipped, and I had a daughter. I grew up, and that's the thing. Most people walking around looking for fights don't have a lot to lose, so that's never a smart position to be in when you have something to lose and you're fighting against somebody who doesn't have anything to lose, and you're already at a
they're the
disadvantage.
most dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
They have nothing to lose.
I do think I will say this. I think that it is. I would suggest. I mean, I don't know if I'd go as strong as suggest. I think it's good for a man to get in at least one actual fight with an actual opponent in their adult life.
Yeah, maybe more than one,
Maybe
but
more
like,
than one, but at least one, right? You get in one and you're either going to learn A, I can do some damage, or B, I can take a hit. I'm not made of glass. Either way, I think that it's going to be, unless like your first fight, you just get the absolute dog shit beat out of you. But most fights aren't like that.
well, yeah, and like I think most of that should be had when you were probably adolescents, where you're not gonna get into like that kind of like knives or like guns type of situation. I mean, I'm not saying like kids can't do that, obviously, but like like kids, like I got into fight when I was younger, but I wouldn't consider them fights. They're like sparring, more or less. Like we hurt each other, but like it's like when I talk about quote unquote fight, I'm talking about like more like something else, like where it's like at a point, like what you're
I mean,
talking about is like
I'm talking
getting.
about like post puberty, right? Like you should be after
Yeah,
puberty, and it should be like somebody who's not your brother or cousin. Somebody who
yeah,
actually
yeah,
is
I
your
understand
enemy
that.
in that situation. Yeah, okay.
Right. So like and in that situation where somebody could actually be an enemy and you get into a fight, like you can pick up like a mug and then smash it over their head, and then and they can come at you with a and then it can escalate to a point where okay, fuck it, now I'm gonna fucking take my nunchucks out. Okay, you take your gun out, now I have to take my sword out. It just goes, it can go that way
Can
very
you
quickly.
use nunchucks as a proper weapon?
I would probably use nunchucks over like a baton, personally speaking, because they're more concealable. You can like fold them, and if you can use them as like a surprise, but like they go like hundreds of miles an hour. Like if you swing them fast, man, like it's
I've
you're
never
not
really
gonna do
fucked
all this
around with
kind of.
them.
They're not really meant for this kind of like all like stylistic stuff. You can make anything
Right.
very stylistic, okay?
Uh,
But like it's like swinging a tennis
It's like putting a
tennis
bar of
racket. Like
soap in a pillowcase or something, or
yeah, it's a mace. It's basically a mace, right? Like it's just, but it's on a loose string or a chain, but it's like going like 150 miles, 200 miles an hour if you swing it like fast enough. It's crazy. So the speed of it, and if you just have some technique, it will fucking do damage. You know, like if you like, I hit myself like maybe 20% of what I would be able to swing, and I'd be like, fuck, man, I would never want to get hit by this like at like 50% or 100%
I think the
of the
last thing
power.
that I would want though is to get stabbed. I think that definitely a knife fight looks like the most unpleasant sort of. I'd rather get shot than stabbed.
Uh yeah, like knives are considered dangerous. Like when I was taking Systema, we did a lot of knife work there, you know, and like Systema is the martial arts for Russians and stuff like this. I met a guy at my university and he was teaching
Oh,
me,
and I would never
and I
fight
was
a
curious.
Russian.
He was not Russian himself, but I'm talking about
Hmm.
where it came from. The origin of Systema is Russian, you know, so
Hmm.
it's like you know, like Russian um like methodology of like physics or like physical activity is very different from West. Like, you know, like in the West, they do like free weightlifting, but Russia is more about like kettlebells. Like kettlebells is a more of a saying of the Russian. They do this what is called alpha gravity, which I actually really like. They help your tendons and joints because you're hanging a lot, and it's like free motion. Anyways, like when you the knives become, because a knife is always alive, right? Like a gun, you have to like point and
Mhm.
aim and be like competent with. But knives at a close distance is going to be much more dangerous because
Right.
the movement of that knife, like within close distance, is like it's made so if you're within like 10 meters of the guy, knife becomes more of a dangerous than the gun, because like if you miss once with a bullet, he's there right in your face with a knife, like
Mhm.
ready to poke at any which part, you know. So
Yeah.
like the knife work is you know, like because people can be stabbed like 100 times and still survive. Like, I mean, depending on, you know, like maybe that's exaggerating, but 50 times. They're like a lot of stories of people being stabbed like 50 different times and various part of the body, and they go to a hospital. Yes, you know, it sucks, but that's the dangerous part about knife. You know, but you know, how many guns do you have where you know you have like 50 bullets or even like 10 bullets, you know, and be able to put it on target like the whole time,
Well, and a
right? And
bullet.
then
I
if you
mean, a
have
bullet is
multiple
going to go
targets,
through you.
sure,
Most bullets. Most bullets
absolutely.
will go through most people, whereas a lot of knives, like if you're Scott to be, you can get stabbed with a short knife a lot of fucking times.
Yeah, unless you know where to go, right? Because everybody's got soft spots. Even no matter how fat you are, you got under the armpits, you got your throat, you got inside the legs where all the arteries are. You know, like you don't have fat in certain places, like the joint areas. You know, behind the knees. So if you know where to go, like if you're just going for the stomach, and if you know, like a big guy like that is worthless. You know, there's probably like 4 inches of fat that is probably like the length of your knife anyway. So that's not effective use of your energy.
I would say, and to answer this question, I would say that a knife is more of an extension of you, but more than anything, it's just like you said, it's always alive. It's like you know, you play the game when you're a kid, like jumping from couch to couch or whatever to stay off the carpet's lava, that sort of thing. It's like the blade is lava always. Um, yeah, you just can't ever take your eye off the lava. Guns are kind of simple, actually. You can look at somebody's eyes, and when they have a gun pointed at you and know where they're at exactly. Maybe I don't know if everybody can. I could. It seems like I always could. Um, Knives are more unpredictable.
So it to me like at least from the limited um like experience or training that I got, like it's there's a lot of movement involved with a knife. It's like, you know, like because like in any kind of situation you can be very stiff, and then you can just like, you know, toss it out there, and you can touch a guy with a knife but it may not do damage. You know, like you could be fast enough to touch a guy with a knife, but like actually flicking, you know, and like slashing, like while you're touching, that's when the power is generated, that leverage is then generated, you know. And so like combining that with like where to go, you know, and how you're going to get there, like speed wise, that was part of like the training. It's not just like, you know, like being stiff, and also you got to be defensive as well, because you're not like you're not going to think like, okay, one time, you know, then it's done. It's like playing tennis. You know, you hit the guy, you hit the ball, and then you go to the center of the court because the guy can return it, and you're ready to go, you know, whichever side of the court that you need to go to return that ball, right? So you hit it once, and you're like, okay, I'm done. You know, like you got to be constantly ready for the next action. But
Yeah.
it becomes automatic. Like any kind of fighting, it's like you have to know, that's what the katas are. Like it's a automatic motion. You get to a point of instinctual thing where you're just like, you're not consciously even thinking about it. You know why you're doing it because you're training to do it, but you get to that proficiency to a point where you're just responding to it automatically. It's like driving. You know, you just switch gears, and you know, like initially you're like, oh, I have to think about switching gears. I have to think about switching gears, but later on, you just do it. You know.
Yeah. Karma's pimp. Yes, I've had guns drawn on me several times, and yeah, I mean, I could always look in somebody's eyes and tell what, because that's such a real moment for people, that if they don't want to use it, if they move too soon and they're not ready to actually shoot, then you can see them panic. And if they are ready to use it, you can see that too.
Yeah, like it's not a situation anybody want to be in, you know. And thank God I haven't been in situations where like guns have been drawn, you know, at me. But I've definitely met police in northern India where they're like, you know, they stopped me with the AK-47 for traffic. They're like, you know, they didn't point it at me, but they're like holding the AK-47s up and like, you're gonna stop. And usually I fucking just drive away from them, but that time I actually stopped.
Cops are always the ones that want to shoot. I mean, cops have never shot at me. Other people have shot at me, but anytime I've had a gun pointed at me and I've looked at the person, it's always the cops. And of course, it kind of makes some sense because one, they've got legal protection, right? They can basically do that, and two, um, I am still convinced that the only reason you take that job is to flex power. It's not for the money. It's not for the glory. It's not for love or respect. Everybody hates you. It's because you want to flex power. So, yeah,
Yeah,
cops
yeah, and
always want it.
yeah, and then you know you have a phone in your pocket, and you know you're taking your phone out, and they're like, I thought he was, you know, I thought he was pulling a gun out. I mean, they can come up with any excuse they want, you know, and they might
Mhm.
even be able to just plant something right like next to you anyway, you know, like well, you know, so they can pretty much get away with anything with impunity.
Some of them were cops, not all of them were cops, but the cops are the ones that, yeah, when you're standing around looking down the barrel and having time to think about the situation you're in, it was definitely the cops that made me more nervous than just people on the street.
Yeah, especially in America. I mean, like, you know, I know what they're capable of. I mean, I've seen enough videos, I've heard enough testimonies, and like it's like, what are you gonna do? I don't care how good of a quote unquote martial artist you are. You have like two, three, four guys drawn who has guns drawn at you, like you're gonna go down, you know.
Yeah,
And if
and
they want
they've always
to
got
take you down,
conflicting. They always have conflicting instructions too, which sort of complicates the matter when you've got, like, the last time I got raided, I was on the back porch smoking a cigarette, and they came around both sides of the house, you know, in the single file line with all tacked out and stuff with ARs and shit. And the guy on the right's telling me to lay down, and the guy on the left's telling me to put my hands on my head. And I'm like, boy, this is high stakes bop it here. Like, you guys got to talk to each other. But
just gotta go down and put your hands on your
I
head, you
was like,
know, face
I'm
down.
doing it both, but that's what I said to him. I was like, you guys got to fucking talk to each other. So,
Stop fucking around. Get the fuck down. I'm not gonna tell you twice. Yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. And
Yeah.
I mean, like on a larger scale, like the way I look at things, things are a little bit fucked. I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy over here, but like because of my limited perception, and I'm not God, from the way I see it, like humanity is kind of going sideways, and we've been sliding towards this like war and dystopia for some time now. And
I think
if
humanity's
I were
always
to be
been
very
sideways. Don't you think it's always felt like this? It doesn't matter when you were, if you were settling the West, or if you lived during World War II, or after it with the nuclear scare. Like, I just don't see at any point in time where it felt like things weren't in turmoil.
Okay, maybe I won't disagree with you about that. I think there was a periods of peace because, like, the history, as we've been told, like the whole Wild West thing is probably not as accurate as like the way we were taught. Like uh, with the whole Titaria narrative. But let's just say that people have been people. But there were periods where people had to actually work together and build together. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the infrastructure, and you need to have peace, and have like it's like a structure in terms of morality and like technology and all that in order to create all that. Without these kind of rules of engagement and custom and culture, you can't do it. Otherwise, you just be like bunch of guy like even if
Yeah, but
just
the good.
go ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say but even in those times, right? Like there was never a time when the next tribe over, or the next kingdom or warlord over, wasn't a threat of just
Yeah.
raiding you and killing everything. Or like in the South 200 years ago, or whenever, like you say something wrong and you're gonna get challenged to a duel. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like things were
Oh yeah.
more. Yeah, things are safer now, just more gaslit.
Yeah, yeah. So like yeah, there's always that possibility the Vikings like coming and raiding and killing all your men and raping all your women. That has happened in history, let's just say. But what I'm talking about is like within that culture, even if you want to create an axe or a sword, something very simple, there's a lot that is required. You need coal, you need the know-how, you need the material because they didn't have that's why they got Damascus steel down like from Istanbul and shit like that. And that's all
That
this
shit's cool.
trade was actually to like to create, like to gather, like they were giving gold, they were giving goats and everything they can possibly raid to get more of this like steel so they can have harness the power of this sword, shit like that. But all that does require like organization. All that requires a foresight. Yes, you're preparing yourself to the possibility that you're going to go raid and potentially get all your men killed. And there are situations where like people came with their boats and they burned their boats and they're like, we're not leaving this island, and I'm not going to let you leave this island because like you have no way to go back. There's no retreat now. We're going to go forward. Either we're going to die here or we're going to conquer. Period. You know, and that's badass. That's badass shit right there. And you can like long for that. Maybe we lived it. But like there's growth to be had in both conflict and peace, but the kind of growth is going to be different. The kind of growth is going to be very different, you know. And if everything is in the period of war, you are only going to you're going to only rain down destruction upon the civilization, which is something that they want. It's a way to reset
Mhm.
what's happening, and people are going to be, and they are already manipulated to that point, because I don't care how like enlightened you are, if they take you, handcuff you, and throw you in the middle of like a front lines, and you're like, oh, I'm all at peace, you're gonna get shot down. I'm sorry, you know.
But I will give to you though that within our lifetime, things are definitely deteriorating. Like from the 90s when I grew up, shit's not gotten better.
No, but like that's the point. Like we are at the age now, like being, because what is being an adult? Like being in your 30s and 40s. This is basically the prime of a man's life. After like 50s and 60s, you start to go downhill. I don't care. It's just the way it is, right? And
Depends
at
on
this
what
time in
sense.
our
I think that people are being kids longer and longer and longer, too long. But I think economically, like most people don't even start hitting their strides until their mid-40s. From what I
Yeah,
read.
yeah. But like in terms of like physicality, I mean, like I used to
Physicality,
run
yeah.
a lot. Like like in my 20s, man. Like I was training for frisbee, and then I was running 6 days a week. Like 9 kilometers, 11 kilometers. I had a route, uphill and downhill, and exercise. Like
9
I'm
kilometers.
stronger now. I mean, it's not that much, but like I would work
It's
all
what, like
day, and then I come home.
5 miles or 6 miles?
9 is about 6 miles. Yeah.
Because 5 is 3.2, I believe.
5 kilometers is 3.1. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
5 kilometers is 3.1. So 10 kilometers is 6.2. If you want to be accurate about
I
it.
ran cross
But
country
100
for
miles.
1 year, and I was fantastic at it. I was really fast. I hated it. So I quit doing it after freshman year, and the cross country coach never forgave me. At my little brother's graduation from high school, 4 years after I graduated, when I said hi to the cross country coach, he still just went straight into talking shit about how I never did anything he wanted me to do. I was like, he also taught newspaper. I was like, I was on newspaper staff for 3 years. He was like, oh, well, you never ran cross. Like, yeah, man, fuck that.
What sports did you play when you were in high school?
Rugby.
Oh, you had rugby at your high school? That's awesome.
Yeah, it was fun. Our team was actually really good. But then when I went to college, I got invited to play on the rugby team there, and I went to. I probably should have, but the MU's team was worse than my high school team, and I was too much of a snob, and I had other things that I was interested in, and so I didn't. I went to like a practice and then just called it quits on that.
Yeah. I played I ran cross country. Wasn't very good. I think like 18:30 was like my best time, but usually like I averaged about 19 minutes, which is horrible. Like my best friend, he was the best runner, and like his average was anywhere from 15:30 to 16. Like usually below 60 minutes,
I
right?
don't even remember
And
what any of my times were. I just remember kind of where I placed compared to my teammates, which was
if you want to be competitive, you got to be running below 6 minutes per mile, like at cross country. Like that's like pretty much the standard. Like usually, if you're like 5 minutes, a little more than 5 minutes, like you're elite for cross country. Like if you're running 15s, any 15s, like you're pretty much elite in cross country. But if you're like running like 16 something, that's like pretty good varsity. 17 is like you're on the edge, you're at the lower edge of varsity. Like 18 something, you're JV for the most part.
I was faster than the captain was when we were upperclassmen, juniors and seniors. The guy who was captain of the team after that, and he was pretty fast. So I don't recall, like I said, but yeah, it was good enough that the cross country coach was pissed at me. But like I didn't want to run 5 miles every fucking day during the season, and it was just miserable. And it didn't even feel like a whole sport. I'm convinced that track and cross country are just parts of sports, not the whole thing. So I opted
mean,
out
it's
of that.
just activity for, yeah, it's just activity for kids to do, and I think that's what
Right.
I do like about the Western culture is that they do have these activities because in Korea, you know what you're going to be doing like in middle school and high school,
What's
not
that?
activities like that. No, you finish school, you wake up early, you go to school, and then you would finish school, and then afterwards you would have 3 to 4 hours of extracurricular school activity that your parents pay for. So it would entail probably English, piano or violin, and mathematics. And then you would come
Yeah.
home like, if you're a middle schooler, you come home around like 8 or 9, have your dinner, do your homework, and go to sleep. If you're a high schooler, good luck sleeping. Like having 4 to 5 hours of sleep is considered a lot when you're in high
No
school.
shit.
So like you're fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Asian cultures seem to stick it to kids hard.
Oh
Um,
my God.
I
They do.
don't even
And they
believe in homework. Like I think school is child abuse, and that sometime in the future we'll look back and go, "Damn, that was abusive for us to literally bore the creativity and curiosity out of kids to make them into little docile, obedient slaves.
Yeah, but that's why suicide rates in Korea and Japan and like China is like, per capita the highest in the world, because kids go through such stress, and they feel like this because their whole family is geared to take you to good school so you can go to a better high school, so you can go to better university, so you can hopefully get recruited to one of the 10 major corporations within Korea. And then that's what what success means, and then you can take care of the rest of your family. So they invested all that money, and then if you fail the test, you're done. You're shit out of luck. So there's a lot of pressure, and people kids commit suicide because of that. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I think it's a lie anyways. Like, I just don't think that school is valuable. Maybe it was at some point, it's not anymore. And I also don't think that you can have a prosperous life working for somebody else.
The most
Not
important
necessarily.
thing that you can teach your child is teaching them how to read. So if you can teach your
Yes.
child how to read and how to read properly, right, and then they have the discipline they can learn anything from that point on.
Yep. I was listening to what's the dude's name? Oh my god. John Taylor Gatto. If nobody's heard of John Taylor Gatto and they're interested in the education system, look him up. He's got a YouTube channel. He's fantastic. But he was saying that there was somebody who taught like tribes people somewhere to read English, and he said it took 30 hours consistently. He could teach anybody to read in 30 hours. So why the fuck does it take us 12 years?
Because you need to be indoctrinated. You need to understand the system so that you can become a useful tool for their purposes. It takes 12 years actually and more to subjugate you and then get you used to their system. The Deliberately Dumbing Down of America by Charlotte Isabel, talks about that and the
I have
process
that
that
book.
goes into it.
That's a good one. I think the biggest thing, like as a homeschooler of 3 kids for their whole lives, my one daughter just now wanted to experiment with school, which she knows she can leave at any time. Teaching them how to learn is the biggest thing. And they don't teach you how to learn in school. They just teach you what to know, what they want you to know. So, yeah.
They train you. They don't teach you anything. The curriculum is sort of a distraction. What they're doing is they're training you to be on time, to do what you're told, that truth comes from authority, yada, yada, yada.
Do what they tell you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you do need other human beings to interact with, to understand about socialization. I mean, like you can be like an intelligent individual and then like read and learn, and you can see. But like without having this kind of social interaction, you don't know how to talk. You don't get to learn how to mimic like intonation and all these kind of things. These are experiences that can only be had with other people.
Well, and at the same time, like homeschoolers do have other people, but they also learn, because in reality, we don't just hang out with people our age in a room full of 30 kids for our entire lives. We're a lot of home educators. Some of them are isolated, but a lot of them are learning to interact with adults and younger kids and older kids. And there was actually a study done here in Canada with 10,000 homeschoolers, and they were came out far better socialized than public school kids. So, but we have a really large homeschool population here. Just in my little province alone, there was over 10,000, and now it's almost doubled since the whole BS hit in 21. So, like, it's huge. So there's classes everywhere, all day, every day. You could go to different classes just set up for homeschoolers, whether that's dance, science classes, computers, like whatever that you get to go to with your kids. And yeah, so it's pretty cool. Just depends where you're at.
Yeah, absolutely. and teaching children like logic and rhetoric and like teaching them how to like maybe debate or argue though too. These are very valuable things, because like you have to understand, and all the psychology as well. Like for me, like I was a psych major initially, but I didn't like the whole behaviorism and experimentation, and I quit completely and did a whole reset and became an art major later on because that's something that I had a genuine interest in. But psychology is a very important tool for kids to understand who they are and whom they're dealing with also.
Yeah, my son
Like,
loves psychology and he's hoping to become a psychologist and or a lawyer. He's studying both. So he's 17 right now. He loves it.
I'm interested in both those topics as well. I've said
Yeah,
it before. I
me
think that
too.
psychology and economics are two subjects that are intentionally not taught to us because they're weaponized against us. And when my daughter was homeschooled, we only homeschooled for 1 year, and then I've let her make the decision since then to go to school or stay home. But the only thing that because Katie did most of the teaching, of course, but my only contribution was to assign her one book, and that was Propaganda by Edward Bernays, which she's probably a little young for, but
Yeah, probably. But anyways, it's a good start. Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, right? And I like the story of how he got the women he got the cigarettes introduced to the women by giving the women at the protests at the suffrage movements, right? And then their right to vote, and this is like what a strong independent women do, and then strong independent women smoke cigarettes. It's a great advertisement.
I sort of side note, I am endlessly interested at how my audience doesn't care at all that I chain smoke constantly on here, but the minute I pull out a bottle of pop, they're like on my shit.
Yeah, because most of them probably smoke cigarettes themselves. So, to criticize you, they would have to criticize themselves.
That's true. Plus, this is 2 servings of vegetables. I know that we don't like the food pyramid, but you got your tobacco, you got your menthol, and
Oh yeah, whatever you need to convince yourself, go for it. I mean, I used to smoke a lot. Like I don't know if I told you about this about myself, but I used to own a bar in Korea for about a year and a half, and I drank every day and smoked every day for about a year and a half. Like having like 3, 4, 5 beers per day was nothing. Like on the weekends when you meet some customers who haven't seen you for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it's like, oh, my name is Mike. It's like, Mike, I haven't seen you in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Let's get smashed. I'm like, okay, let's buy a bottle, and then we sit down and we drink and whatever. Like, we finish up at like 6 in the morning, clean up for about an hour, and go eat breakfast, and go take a nap at like around 9 in the morning until it was horrible, horrible lifestyle.
Yeah.
when I quit
ahead.
drinking, it was great. I mean, it was great realizing that I'd been hungover for years and I didn't know it. I mean, like, hey, mornings don't always suck so bad.
I don't know, I'm just
You
like
get older
more
though too.
sensitive or what, but I just could never get into any of it. Like I seem to be like one of those, oh yeah, I'll try it for a bit and then okay, I'm good, I'm done. It's always been, yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
never
like for
worth it.
me, yeah, like I'm glad that I just got everything out of the way when I was younger, and like now I'm at a point I'm like not that curious about shit anymore because like, I've experienced pretty much all of it, and I'm just like, okay, well, it is. I'm glad, like I'm not sitting here and thinking about, oh, what would it be like to be like that or do like that or whatever. It's just like I'm glad it's all done and over with, and I went hard, because that's kind of the personality I have. But then, I'm glad that I didn't like, lose myself completely along the way either.
Yep.
Yeah, there is something to be said for, I think, getting things out of the way when you're young. I mean, as assuming you do get them out of the way, right? Which obviously, I didn't. all the way, and a lot of people don't really. So I guess there's, as I talk through it, there's also something to be said for not trying it when you're young.
Yeah.
You get what you need. In my experience, like people have wants, of course, but God may say otherwise, and we get the experiences that we need, and then once you kind of crossed it out or you learn what you needed to learn from that, you are and genuinely you're ready to move on, then you move on. But until you're not ready, if you're not ready, then they continue. It persists over and over and over again. And it does link in with psychology a little bit. It does link in with, because to me, psychology and spirituality is very much interlinked in my opinion. The psychological attributes that you may have, or the persona that we have, is an outward and inner expression of the spirit that we hold within ourselves. And
Agree.
so, like, if you are damaged or quote unquote broken, and then you are in a loop, well, that loop comes with consequences. Like the incel thing that we're talking about earlier, that's a loop. That's a psychological state. And then you loop with yourself. You're in the state of wanting, but you think you're going to get what you want by like bashing your head against the wall. So the wall is always going to be there, and you're going to continue to bash your head against the wall. But who's going to have to move? Who's going to have to change their activity? The wall's not going to move and change itself for you. You're going to have to change and not bash your head against the wall. That's what an incel state is, and that's why that's a loser state. It's an insane state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Often when you want something especially desperately, you wind up pushing it away. You're vibrating that you don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. And that's kind of what you're getting back, right?
That's why I think people pray wrong.
Totally. Yeah. It's that I don't know, for myself, it's like prayer is about thankfulness. It's about feeling it as though it is already, like, but begging prayers is just confirming what we don't have, right?
When you focus on what you lack, please give me this. It's a focus on the thing you don't have, and it's a mantra that goes in your brain.
Well, and maybe it's deliberate that it's taught to people or the masses that way.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't believe that all these negative things are by accident.
Me neither.
I think it's deliberate.
And
I think it is.
Expound on that.
I think
go
that
ahead.
I would look back at the Catholic Church, right? You've got a corrupt power institution that's teaching people how to pray, but they're teaching them to do it in the same way that the music industry has given us negative mantras in every single song lyric that we sing along with. She fucking hates me. Nah, 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 nah. It's just same sort of thing. It's teaching people the wrong way intentionally.
It's like love songs are so, like, they're insane. They're crazy. They're like, if you actually listen to the words of love songs, you're like, this is not a healthy relationship. Like, what is this about?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Codependent love. Yeah, and but that, I mean,
Yeah.
like when you look at all these masters, like this is something that I was very much fascinated in the lives of like Jesus or Krishna or or Buddha, and these stories, and they have some commonality among them, and they say like like whatever I can do, you can do. Like all these masters, like true masters, what they try to do is they try to encourage you, inspire you, and tell you that you can achieve just like they have achieved and even more.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Show you who you
but
are.
yeah, and that's divinity within each one of us, is that if you want to take that, mantle, and you want to just like go with it, you can do it. So there's a lot of encouragement, a lot of inspiration that comes along with it. But the people who tell you, "Hey, I'm the fucking shit. You're nothing. You stand below me. Wipe my feet and shit like that because I'm above you," like that's how you can like really tell the difference between people who are on the side of like righteousness and people who are like actually a little bit delusional. And the people who are at the very top, they're not dumb. They didn't get to their positions because they're stupid. You know, they know how to fucking manipulate people, and they use all tactics that a lot of people don't even understand about. And that's why they're able to get away, because it's like subtle and subtle and subtle forms of gaslighting, you know. And then all this kind of spirituality and religion as plays a big role in it, because like it's like academia. It's like a big ass institution telling you that the earth is a globe and shit like that. And then like how can you go against it, because it's a big institution. Religion plays a similar role in that way.
Yeah. And a big thing too is they teach us how to feel. Like if you think about it, where did we learn to be upset over certain things? Where did we learn how to feel in a relationship? Where did we learn all that? Mostly movies, because we watch the movies and we feel it. They accentuate a feeling. And then we're trained that if a certain thing happens, that's how we're supposed to feel. And that's how we're supposed to respond. And we're like literally brainwashed in all of that stuff, right? We never, like, most of us are not thinking for ourselves. We're thinking off of things that were wired into us by watching it, learning it, and feeling the emotion, which the emotion wires it in our brains. And then we just think that's the way it is. And that's what we witness everywhere. So to get out of that brainwashing, to think for ourselves is like not an easy task, right?
Absolutely. And I go ahead, Flo. I'm sorry.
No, I was just Jody. Who are you ranting at? Am I going to block you? No, that's
So,
all. I was just doing.
so I recently saw a movie that came out. It's new. I streamed it, whatever. And I don't usually watch movies, but I was very much curious about this one. It's called The Creator. And basically it's about artificial intelligence and stuff like this. So a lot of these movies, they have kind of a predictive programming aspect about them. So usually I try to see it from my perspective of where I am, about what I think I understand about the reality that we're in. But also I try to look at it from like kind of a quote unquote normie or NPC perspective of what they might see, like as far as like how the movie wants to program you. uh the gist of it is that there is a war between artificial intelligence and humanity and blah blah blah. But at the end of the movie, what it came down to is that there was a love relationship between a human being and artificial intelligence entity, so that essentially what the movie was trying to tell you is that human beings can fall in love with artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence can have feelings like human beings, so you cannot distinguish. So it passes all the Turing test. Like the Turing test is like,
I
are
don't
you
believe
convinced?
that.
It's
I
not a
don't
matter of
believe it.
belief.
What's the
It's the
Turing
movie.
test?
I'm talking about the movie.
Okay,
The Turing test. Do you know what the Turing test is?
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is.
So the Turing test is basically this guy Turing. He came up with a test that said that if they can program an artificial intelligence well enough with like the way they speak, their cadence and intonations and everything, the way they talk, and it can pass as a human being, then it has passed the human test. So it has all the
Hmm.
the the movements, and you're convinced. So like I could be an artificial intelligence, like this is a fake skin and all this blah 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 blah, right? And
Like
you're
Cage?
convinced that I'm, yeah, maybe like Cage. I don't, but we've never seen the guy,
I think that
and
I think that Cage is AI. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. You never see him. He's socially awkward, but has a lot of knowledge and data.
I don't know about that. I think maybe he could be a little bit autistic, but because there's some people who behave a little bit like robots, just the way they're operated. But like that's the definition of a Turing test. The definition of a Turing test is that they program the computer well enough that you are convinced by the fact that that's the whole Blade Runner movies are were about. Like it's like are they the replicants like enough of a human to pass as humans? Right. So
I think
I mean, that's the whole thing that they're working on, is to try to mimic human like verbal communication, so like if Google's coming up with something like, they can make phone calls for you, and it doesn't sound like, hi, this is nachiketa, like it actually sounds like somebody they're speaking to, the person and the operator is thinking, oh, this is a real person, and I'm going to connect. So it does all the work for you. It works as your secretary.
Yeah, we got to get these incels in line before. God damn, I got smoke in my eye. Before that's the worst. Before like good AI sex robots come out or humanity's doomed.
I was I can't remember where the heck I heard it or read it, but this generation is having less sex than ever. This generation, like repopulation and stuff, and looks like what they're doing is working. But
right.
On that other note that you're talking about, though, it made me think about how there's quite the advantage to knowing that we are somewhat in this flesh body is in a way a machine, a programmable machine, and we're both being programmed by the world and by connecting with our highest self, I guess you would call it, right? And when you really get that down, that everything we are is a program, then you have to like tap out of this world into something else to be programmed differently, or to even become conscious of the programming we have. We see these bodies as machines in a way. They're like, we're more than machines, but we're in these vessels. Then we can like learn how to hack them, how to help them, how to take better care of them, program them, how they're programmed, how to unprogram them. And that's huge.
You will be subjugated to a programming, so they're constantly trying to program people with everything, the media, even YouTube, Facebook, you name it. There's all kinds of programming. So in my belief, I believe that you have to surrender either to that system or to another system. So ultimately one should get to a point where they are surrendering to God, and allowing God to be a part of their life, and be programmed by God and be a slave to
But
God.
that's such a
And
subjective thing. Unless you're
it
part of a
is.
strict religion, surrendering to God basically is the same thing as saying whatever the fuck I choose. Essentially, it boils
Well,
down to and I guess you could say that about anything, because even if you choose a religion, you're choosing that religion, right? But
sure. So it's kind of an open-ended thing, but I'm just speaking for myself more than anything else, is that I choose to be a slave to God, and what my perception of God is, and what my perception of what we call like dharma and karma, because every thought, every word, every action that we take has a kind of a repercussion, or has a ripple effect of the world. So we do have a say individually, and we have a say collectively speaking. So a one grain of sand can actually tilt the balance. And so it's and you're not doing any of these things to get any kind of result, because that's where the concept of nishkama karma comes in. It's a desireless karma. It's like you just do out of sense of duty. But all these concepts come from an higher understanding of what you believe to be of creator, or of divine source. And I think it's something that people can know themselves. It's something that I believe that I can connect myself to, and it's not universal. Like what I say could mean nothing to you, Flo, and I'm not here to convince anybody. But like for those who can resonate with that insight, then that's great. But I choose to be a slave to God, and it's something that I choose day in and day out.
well, can we agree that God is white? I think we can.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
but
not.
like God, and again, God is not something that is definable. So that's where
Yeah.
like again, like I forgot, Hank, I believe, was asking about like how do you define love? Like love is like like Jesus said, God is love, right? And then okay, what is love then, right? Like so, it's something that one has to explore, and there are different kind of philosophical methods. It's like the very base level said it's like this is what is. That's it. The second level of is what is and what is not. You use those. Okay, if everybody's getting off camera, So
I'll be
and
back in a
then
minute. I just had to quit crying because I got smoke right in my fucking eyeball.
So, but the another level of understanding is not you're not just talking about this is it. You know, this is a cup as an example. This is a cup. That's it. This is a mug. That's it. You know, but then you get to another line of thinking. It's like this is a mug, but it's not a bowl. It's not a plate. Is you know, but they all have similar qualities. But we distinguish this from something else by saying that what it is not, right? And then there's kind of like an intuitive level of thinking, like kind of more like a insightful way of thinking. Like this is a container. It has space, and it is filled with like a different vibration of things, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a different line of thinking in terms of how we categorize and define things.
The
But it gets
definition creates the
more and
distinction.
yeah, but it gets more loose and subtler as the concepts get higher. Like when we get very like we get bogged down and lost in the sauce when we try to like hard define things because like that's where and it's good. I think it's good to be like pedantic to a degree, but we have to go beyond that at some point.
I was kind
All
of
right.
thinking about Lindsay, I'm not sure how to say that, Smith. We believe in a God because we are programmed. So there's that irony. And I knew you were saying something earlier too about God. And I think the thing is that there's an experience of something higher than us, and then people tell us what it is. And then we go back to worldly things because they teach us what it is. Like, God is obviously undefinable and an energy. And you were saying, oh, that's what you're saying, something about like, yeah, but people just go off and do whatever they want and I am God or something like that, something along those lines. But the truth is, not you, but Flo was saying that earlier. But the thing is, there's like, how to explain, like, there's an experience beyond us where we're free from all the programming, where we have a feeling of something, we experience something higher than us. And I don't think that takes us into a selfish state. I think it takes us out of this state, like out of this, beyond this programming world. Like, just like you were saying, of looking at the cup in a different way, in a more open way, suddenly you think of a cup and you're like, oh, it's made for just this. But if you think of it as a vessel that holds things and blah, blah, it opens your thinking more in a way, right? I don't know where I'm going with that because it's really hard to find words for it. But I guess I'm trying to say that, like, I just know that an encounter with source for me is, I guess, going off of being a feeler as well and a thinker, but mostly a feeler, is for me, it set me free, like beyond worrying about right and wrong or good or bad or whatever, just that it just is. Like, you start to realize that all of that is just programming, and you're not out to hurt anybody, and you're not out to, like, you just, I don't know, you just are, and source just is. And I think when you know you're loved, assuming you know love, because we're taught love is a lot of things that it is not, right? But
Yeah.
right, love is really freedom and trust. And I think that when we trust that we're loved, we don't do all this crappy things we do in this world. Like, we don't need to. If we trust that we're loved, we can, I don't know, we can just kind of be and allow things to be and trust source or whatever, God, with that person, trust them with us. We don't have to like fight for things because we know, right? We're allowing what is instead of creating all these blocks to it. I don't know if I'm explaining anything very well at all, but
Well, no, I think there's definitely value in what you're saying, and I think this is the beauty of having feminine energy in these panels as well, is because they have a perspective. You know, like me being who I am, like I'm very much logical orientated and knowledge orientated. It's like the gnosis, and that's been my path. But like since I've discovered quote unquote meditation, I learned to feel a little bit more. So I kind of understand where you're coming from, right? And like I'm a I read the Gita several times, and I'm very much invested in the Gita, like the Bhagavad Gita, and then they talk about the three paths to God. The first path is karma. It's like you're born, you just have to take care of yourself because like, you're already in existence here. So that's what karma is action. And you have to feed yourself, you have to clothe yourself, and it follows a kind of a Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The second path, and none of these are necessarily better or worse than another. So second path is called Jnana Yoga. That's the path of knowledge. You read, you bring knowledge to yourself. It's the path of gnosis. But ultimately, all paths lead you to the path of bhakti. Bhakti path is a path of devotion and faith. And what you're talking about of the feeling is to me, what you're speaking about is the path of faith. Developing that faith, developing that trust. Trust is another word for faith, but I kind of would separate those two ideas because trust is like a step, but faith is more like a leap type of deal, you know?
Mhm.
So this is very much in the heart, like it's like Jesus pointing to his heart. This is the kingdom of heaven. This is the gateway to the kingdom of heaven, and that's what I believe what you're speaking of.
Yeah. Is also realizing that our brains are just organs that are programmed, and we have to get outside of that programming. We have to go beyond our thoughts. Like we have to get to a place like that's kind of what meditation is. It's a discipline of your brain is programmed to think all these things, and you're going beyond it to be the observer of that and not be your thoughts or be controlled by your thoughts anymore, but you're seeing them almost as a third person. Wow, this is the programming that is constantly going off in my head, like where you can start to question, why do I think that, blah blah blah. But even beyond that, where you can get out of all of the programming, out of everything that you are in the physical, and you kind of reach a different state where you don't really have to worry about any of that. You realize that you're so much more, right? And I don't think any of that leads to selfishness. If anything, for me, it leads to incredible humbleness because I'm absolutely nothing. I'm a program. I'm absolutely nothing, and yet I'm connected or part of everything, right? Like, yeah, it's really
Well,
hard
I
to figure
mean,
out words, but
yeah, but it's the kind of the problem of identity. There are different states of identity that we have. Like we're identified with this vehicle. We're also identified with our minds, our thoughts, our feelings. But there are different layers. And so far as I understand it, and sometimes I have experienced it, where you get rid of all the layers, and you're in that state of kind of tranquility. Words are very difficult to describe it, but you're just, you don't, you're just not really identified with anything. You're just kind of like in this peaceful state of mind, and whatever. It's like you don't really don't care about anything because you're not even thinking about it. You're just in that state, you know?
you can also get something beyond your programming when you let go of it all, right? When there is no blocks, there is no resistance. When you detach from everything, suddenly something new can come. Unfortunately, it will be a vibration, and then however it comes, you have to interpret it through your mind and your filters and whatever, but something new can come, right? And that's why I really love to not put too much words and stuff to things, because it does immediately create restrictions on something, right? So
Yeah. I think it's just, to me, like understanding your instrument. Your body is an instrument, and we're all designed very uniquely and differently, and we have different personalities, and there's things that we resonate with, And I think finding a balance, like I'm very much introverted individual, so for me, it's work for me to like come on panels, and it doesn't sound like it because like I've gotten used to it. You know, I'm more proficient in it now, but initially, let's say back
You
in
didn't cam up at
2018,
first.
2019.
Even when I met you, you were not camming up.
No, no, and I don't cam up everywhere anyways, you know. So like, this is like my way to express that I feel comfortable enough here, and the people I'm dealing with to cam up here, as an example. But like what I'm saying is that like I know that I have to force myself to interact with people, otherwise I can get very comfortable and complacent in my introvertedness, right?
Yeah.
And 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 that can be dangerous. And people who put themselves out there too much and they're too extroverted, they need to go inwards a little bit. So like everybody needs to find a balance based on their own, you know, like I don't know, like design, right? So like I am very much of a thinker. I am INTP, yeah, personality type, which means that I'm like a robot, you know, and I have behaved like a robot. I don't like give a fuck about how you feel, as long as it's the truth, you know. Like I just will like speak it the way it is. But I've learned to feel, and I've learned to consider like how other people will, like, you know, take what I say. So I became more and more diplomatic. Now I'm not saying I'm perfect at it, but I came a long way from what I was before to be where I am now, you know. So everybody can do that, to find that balance. If we all find balance within each other, through each other, you know, we find a happier like state of being.
I was like that a lot too. I think for different reasons, because of all the abuse and stuff, you learn to be super introverted to be safe, right? So to come out, it was a lot. But I think as I healed and stuff, I started enjoying being able to interact with people. And then Jesse definitely pulled me out on the camera a lot, and I would panic almost every single time at first and like not want to be there, and like and you're right, if you don't keep doing it, you start to like go, you have to keep doing it, otherwise you're just gonna go back into your shell. Like I like these panels a lot because they're a lot more comfortable to have conversations with people rather than trying to like think of your own things, because it's there and people kind of spark things in you as you go, rather than kind of trying to sit there and figure out what to do. And it's a nice way to connect as well, right? So yeah, I enjoy these. I mean, I don't always enjoy them when I see some circular craziness going on that doesn't seem to go anywhere, but conversations like these are really awesome.
I'm definitely not at risk of falling off into my isolation.
Are you an extrovert?
I have.
You're married with a kid, so you
Yeah.
know, like you're not going to be running off to a mountain anytime soon.
I don't necessarily always need to be interacting, but somebody always needs to be like within earshot. 2 hours of alone time is about good.
Oh, so yeah,
After that,
extroverted.
somebody needs to pay me some fucking attention.
No, but let's be honest. I think it's good. Like validation is not wrong. It's just how you get the validation from people. Like what you're willing to do for that validation is, that's the thing. Like I do care about people's opinions, but I care about people's opinions whom I respect. You know, like I see that they're intelligent, they're mindful, they're polite, and all this kind of stuff, and then they have an opinion about myself or anything else. I listen. But if they are spurging off and they're rude and they're like impolite and they're angry and they, you know, they have this kind of disposition, I don't give a fuck what they say. You know, I'll give them the rope to give them the time, but afterwards, I'm just like, I don't want need to waste my time.
Yeah, and like needing interaction is not, for me, is not the same as caring about their opinion. Yeah, I don't need to have positive feedback or good interaction or interaction with people I even respect. There's something about the interplay. Yeah.
Well,
It
it's
can be
part of
bad.
it.
Very so you're very good at this though, Flo, because you can stay grounded through a lot and you're not triggered. And so for you, it's very almost entertaining because you can just kind of watch this play out and you're already on top of them all because you're not being pulled into any of their stuff. It's just like almost entertaining for you. Like So
It very much
you
is.
handle these panels really, really well. So it creates the safe space for people because they know you can handle it, right? So
Thank you. Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, I've got real problems in my life. You know, I guess I don't really now, but I have dealt with enough real problems that, like, you know, internet opinions or I could give a shit less. You know, people can get mad and then they can get blocked and they can be madder, and that's fine.
somewhere along your adventure, you learned some truths that kind of set you free from being able to be pulled into that or made weak by it anymore. So you can have a lot more fun in it that way.
People
I am
need
tempted
to
by drama
exercise.
though. Like
Yeah,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
gonna lie, I get down. Yeah, I mean, everybody can see it. Like I can get down on some conflict and some drama.
Oh yeah, well, nobody's perfect, but I'm just
We're
saying
only human.
you've got it pretty good compared to a lot of people,
Right.
especially the ones that come on these panels. You've got it down pretty good, so that's good.
I mean, conflict is important. It's if conflict wasn't necessary, we wouldn't be living in the world that we're living in. You know, like the world that we're living in is a larger version of the metaversal drama that we're experiencing and unfolding. And you have all kinds of characters and personality types that you're going to have to deal with one way or another. So, in my opinion, it's a valuable place for people to meet and interact with each other and find out what you're about, what others are about, and how to deal with each other and yourself even, and maybe you get to a point where you just feel like, okay, I don't, want to deal with this person at all in any which way. Maybe you get to that point. I don't know. I quote
I
unquote
do
raged
occasionally.
with
I do,
people
but
before.
yeah, I do. I won't. There are people that I just don't like. You know, today I just and I like snafu snaps, but like when I was done with him today, I was just done with him today. Like I'm just not gonna babysit a grown ass man all fucking day.
Conversation is important. So if you're in an argument, as long as it's getting somewhere, and if it's just circular and never ending and the same thing and you're not getting anywhere, then really, like, what's the point?
Right.
It's just annoying. It's just stealing energy.
But also both my personality profile, my Enneagram profile, my fucking birth chart, everything about any profile on me is conflict oriented. Like I've got a bunch of stars in the 6th house and my son. I think like I got a whole bunch of shit in the 6th house. So I learn. I mean, I guess apparently that's just how I do things is through conflict.
That's awesome. So you know a lot about charts and stuff then, hey?
No, hey, you hit me with the Canadian question mark. No, no, I don't. I really don't. But just sometimes when people who do are explaining things to me, they like that little soundbite stuck in my head.
It's a trap. Whenever they say A, it's like it's a trap.
I can feel it. They're dangling bait.
That's the first time, like, as a Canadian, everyone says they all say A, but I've honestly never heard anyone say A or myself, and you guys just caught me on it, so that was interesting to witness. I said A at the end. Yep, I do. Yep.
So, what do you know about charts, flow state? Tell us a little bit more.
What do I know about charts? Mostly, I mean, if it doesn't apply to me, then it doesn't apply a lot, or then I don't know a lot. I don't understand the mechanics of it really. I don't know what the difference is between, all the different moving parts and which house and rising, and they're just like different. I don't know how things move. I know more about Vedic than about Western, at least as far as my profile goes, mostly because it just seems to fit way better. And I'm a Scorpio sun, Aries moon. What's ruled by Mercury?
Gemini and Virgo.
Gemini rising. A lot of things in the 6th house. K2, I believe. Oh, here.
Yeah, I would say I'm like even below basic level of understanding, because there's a lot, and I have met people who have gone very deep into astrology. I find all of this arts like very fascinating, But I definitely resonate a lot more with my Vedic chart than my Western chart, so far as I'm
A
concerned.
ton more. And actually, it's interesting because the Vedic thing came up in a conversation I was having with some people, including my ex-wife, one time, and when she heard about Vedic and stuff, and that I was, because I'm a Sagittarius in Western, but a Vedic in I'm sorry, a Scorpio in Vedic.
Scorpio and Vedic, yeah.
Right. She kind of flipped out a little bit. She's like, "Oh my God, that always bothered me about you, how you don't seem like a Sagittarius." And I was like, I had no idea that fucking bothered you at all, not for a goddamn second. But apparently this had been bothering her, and now it made more sense.
I do see some Sagittarius, but me too. My son is Aries, and it never made sense to me. I would always read Aries and be like, if anything, I need some of that. Like, come on. I'm so passive and pushovery, and all this stuff, where an Aries is supposed to be all fiery and all this stuff, and I'm like, I need some fire. But then I learned that your rising is can really affect that. Like, my rising is Cancer, and that can make you very, and it says right in my chart, it can make you a very quiet and passive Aries, right? Unexpectedly. And then my moon is Aquarius, so that's kind of makes me be more internal, and then kind of consider the whole picture a lot more, where an Aries is supposed to be more focused on self. So I can pull all of that together, and you can kind of picture, kind of see a lot of different things, like the battle within ourselves and what shows up on the outside. Lots of things in our charts.
Is it in your Western chart or Vedic
That's
chart?
the Western. My Ayurvedic one, I don't know a lot, but I am a Gemini ascendant, an Aries sun, and a Capricorn moon. But I mostly learned about my the other one. So
Yeah. So it's it's difficult to say that any one system is the most accurate system, but it's something that you have to kind of resonate with. And there's all kinds of systems. There's the Mayan system and Chinese system. There's also human design as well. And people get into numerology and all this. They're just I think it's always good to have a little bit of space, in my opinion, of being reserved, and it's this is not the whole of my identity. Basically, for me, is that they give you a kind of an indication about they reveal to you of yourself a little bit, like your past karmas, why you are the way you are, what you're here to do and learn. And so if you get to a certain age and you get to know about yourself, right? When you're younger, you don't really know much about yourself, and you're just the way you are. You're kind of like animal, like instinctive, right? But once you have some idea about yourself, your psychology, your emotional state, your mental state, and stuff like this, the charts can communicate to you, in my mind. And you can either resonate with that, or you don't have to resonate with that. That's what it kind of comes down to. And when it does, then you can put more trust into it, and you can read further into it. So it's first develop that resonance with it. If you cannot trust it, then it doesn't matter what more it has to say. You won't be able to trust it anyways, right?
Yeah, the thing that really blew, my first introduction to Vedic was and the girl who showed it to me was Indian. So I did a report, or I did the thing on the computer, right? And it tells you, and then she explained it even more to me, and it gets so granular in that shit. It kind of fucking blew my mind. Like even down to like one of the things it said that was like, well, fuck you, is like, you will have good health as long as you stay away from uppers. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? Get out of my
Very
life.
specific. Very
specific.
Specific, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a whole lot of them too. But it does get granular, and yeah, it sold me. Also, I thought it was interesting that if you look at the kind of profile built out of my Vedic chart, and then compare it to my Enneagram profile and my socionics profile, you get basically a consistent personality through them. And the interesting thing is that when you're doing the other two things, that's based on your self-report. So you kind of build it yourself. But when it's just given to you based on when and where you were born, and it aligns with the other things, it's like, ooh, well, this is strange.
Personally
It's really,
speaking, I could
really
see you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's really, really good to learn about yourself, right? To know and understand yourself, like in everything, whether that's love languages, your charts, your personality things, like because when you understand yourself, you've got an advantage. You know yourself, but also you have grace for yourself. You're not always trying to be like other people and questioning why aren't I like blah blah blah, right? Like so you start to accept yourself more, know yourself, work with yourself, know what you need, know how, like, right? It's just really, really good to be aware of yourself. I love like learning about myself and not it can help other people understand you too, but when you understand yourself, you know how to help yourself through this world as well, right?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the truth of the matter is that we have all the planets somewhere, and sometimes they're friendly, sometimes they're exalted, sometimes they're in their own side. But you're gonna have Saturn, you're gonna have transits, like the Saturn, Satipat, what is it called? Uh, what's it called? It's like a Saturn transit. I forgot exactly what's the Sadipati or something like this. But anyway, that's it's a period where you go through difficult times. Everybody's going to go through difficult times based on the transits of these planets, so-called planets. And me being like a flat earther, and I'm into astrology, and in my mind, like astrology will not work without the flat Earth cosmology because it's kind of a clock, the way it works. Regardless, like I do think of them as like energetics. In the Vedic system, they call it the gods. These are gods. All these planets are gods. Rahu and Ketu is like the demon that's been decapitated, right? Do you know the story of Rahu and Ketu?
I
Rahu,
don't know. Oh, and Ashwini. I don't even know how Ashwini plays in, but I'm an Ashwini too.
it's a nakshatra.
Right.
Nakshatra, there are 27. So you're the horse nakshatra. Nakshatra means star. So like the 360-degree like view of the sky is divided into 27 different like it's like a constellation within a constellation. Those are the nakshatras. Okay, so that's like a fractal version of like the constellation, like Sagittarius. And these are not perfect because they divide them out equally, but they're not placed equally up in the sky. Some are much larger than what it is. It's just that like when we talk about the houses and the signs like Capricorn and Sagittarius, they're divided out equally. Regardless, the story of Rahu and Ketu, it used to be a demon. So when the god Brahma and Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, they're essentially one entity. Okay, it's just that there's the beginning, the middle, and the end. Okay, but they're all considered one god. It's the Trimurti. But the thing is, when they first initially created the world, they created all the gods, the sun, the moon, and everything, and then they were going to give them amrita, which is this like this like kind of nectar that allows you to become immortal. Okay, and one of the demons was greedy and pretended itself to be one of the planets, and so he wanted to become immortal, and just when this amrita touched his tongue and he became immortal, the sun and the moon called him out and told Vishnu, "Hey, this guy is pretending to be a planet, but he's a demon." And Vishnu cut his head off just at that moment, and the head became Rahu, and the body became Ketu. Okay, and so so all these planets, they have a story behind them, and they gave them like personality. The stories give them personality, so it gives you a better understanding of who they are and how that plays a role in your life. So Rahu, just being the head, it can eat and it only wants to eat. It can taste and it just wants to eat, but it can never satisfy itself because it's only the head. It has no body, right? So Rahu is considered a greedy planet, ambitious planet, a planet that is insatiable. So when you have Rahu, because everybody has Rahu, wherever that is, you have a strong propensity and energy towards that thing. But you will not be satisfied. So you become master at that thing because you're insatiable about it. You just become good at it and good at it. And you want to become perfect at it. Ketu, on the other hand, is represented by the body, but it also kind of means your previous incarnation. So you have achieved some mastery in your previous life, and you became a master, and you're satisfied. You're done with that. You have achieved. You have become successful. So wherever your Ketu placement shows that you have found some mastery or extensive knowledge within that, but it doesn't necessarily mean always good because, like, for example, Ketu and Jupiter placement together sometimes it's not considered a good thing. Most times it's not considered a good thing. Why? Jupiter is guru. Guru is like a religious figure, or guru means like actually gu means like darkness, and ru is dispeller. So it's the person who dispels you of darkness. Okay, that's what the etymology of guru, what it means. But when you have guru and ketu together as an example, there's a likely chance that you will associate yourself with a false teacher. And it shows you in the chart that way. You know, these are just examples.
It's very interesting. I've never heard of any of that before. So this is like a separate kind of chart that you're talking about that you can like
It's
learn
integrated
about
into the
yourself
same
from?
chart. It's just more depth to the same chart. And
Gotcha.
well, I don't know if this is correct or not, but when I hear Rahu, I have it associated with vanity, and when I hear Ketu, I have it associated with the past.
Yes, I mean there's some truth to that. Like we are all susceptible to all the different sins, you know, and vanity and pride being part of that, and Rahu being insatiable. Like you could have, so it's dependent on which, in my opinion, it's dependent on which constellation that it's in and which houses it's in. So vanity can play a role. Like for example, like in Leo. Leo is the constellation of pride, right? And pride can be positive and negative, right? Like you can be regal, right? Regals are being regal is considered a good quality, right? You have, you know, you are righteous, you know, you are fair, you know, you have the confidence to pass, you know, judgment and such like. But being prideful, if it's a bad placement, then you can fall into that vanity. And what is vanity? It's like thinking too much about oneself. It's a form of narcissism, if you think about it. So like Western chart and Eastern chart or the Vedic chart, essentially they associate all the planets with the same attributes and all the constellations and the houses with the same attribute. The placement is different because the Western chart follows a fixed time. Like if you're born from this time to that time, you are that sign. The Vedic chart is sidereal. Sidereal means it's just based on what is seen in the sky. So there's a significant difference there. That's why somebody can be like Sagittarius, like both Flow State and I are Sagittarius in the Western chart, but he's a Gemini in the Vedic chart. I'm a Scorpio in the Vedic chart because his Scorpio is in the 6th house. My Aries is in the 6th house. Okay. So because we're both Sagittarius in the Western chart, which means that I would guess that you're born somewhere between November and December, or December and January, is it?
December 11th.
Yeah, so we're one day off. I'm born on December 12th. So for this reason, we're both Sagittarius.
Well, I'm gonna have to learn more about my chart because I learned more about the Western one than anything, and I did dive pretty deep into that. So I do know things, but when I'm in the Ayurvedic, besides my sun sign is Aries, my ascendant is Gemini, and my moon is Capricorn. So I don't know a ton about that. So I definitely have to research
I'll drop
that.
a link in the main chat to the website I use, and it was free, but it pulled a pretty in-depth Vedic chart for me.
Yeah, I recommend 2 sites myself. Astro Sage is one of them, and Click Astro is another one that is pretty good. Clickastro.com.
Like Astro. Yeah.
Astro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I can just type it in. It's just one word.
Astro Sage. So
Astro Sage is a good one. Astro
that's the
Sage
one
is a
that
good
I've
one. That's
used.
one I use.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, I like the cafeastrology.com. I like that one, has pretty good charts, and I like that you can match them up with other people's charts as well to see where you hit negative and positive on different planets. Or so. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had, and this is I don't even know how to pull like compatibility charts, or you can do it like I've had mine pulled against certain places before. It's using I don't know how it all works actually at all, really, but it's all very interesting.
I mean, you know, there's merit to the compatibility thing, but it's not the only thing that one should base off their quote unquote potential partner relationship with. And it's good to see where, because they do divide it out into like love compatibility, work compatibility, mental compatibility, emotional compatibility. There are like 7 or 8 different categories of how well you can fit into each other. And like according to the Vedic system, you can be a human, you can be demonic, and you can be angelic as well. Like like it's like tamastic, rajestic, and sattvic qualities. And like as a human, you can get along with both demons and angels. But as an angel, you can only get along with humans and other angels, but not demons. And the same with to be said about demons. Demons can get along with humans and other demons, but they don't get along with angels as well. And it kind of gives a another dynamic aspect to reading charts, is seeing who you are, and your yogas as well. Your yogas is kind of like your life term goals. Like nakshatra is very important. Nakshatra is very important in the sense of like this is your basically core personality. This is like your very like baseline
What is?
personality.
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. What's your baseline?
Nakshatra. Nakshatra. Yeah, nakshatra is more important than
Which
your
would be
ascendant.
Ashwini. Which would be my Ashwini, right?
Yes, you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're Ashwini, and then and you have to look at which pada you are, because they're divided into 3 or 4 padas, like sections, and so it's like a little bit more deeper into it. So this is the core aspect of your personality. It's more of an impressive personality than your because like there's a lot like Sagittarius and Scorpio and all the Gemini and stuff like this. These are archetypes. These are archetypes. Okay, so this is like more vast. It's more generalized, and it's like people can have, like, for you have a lot of Scorpio energy even though you're a Gemini, as an example, because a lot of planets are there. So you would identify yourself as more of a Scorpio, but that's an archetype. But Aswani is like your core personality. It's your baseline. It's like kind of like your MBTI. Like mine is like INTP. I
Which
will
is
never
impatient.
be.
So my baseline is impatience.
Yeah, but like you can work with that. Like knowing that is a
Right.
good thing. Knowing
Hey,
that is a good
better
thing.
than being slow as fuck.
Yeah, and like like, and they're not all of them, because a lot of them have like animals. Like Aswani means horse, so it's like running, and horses are considered intelligent, and they also know how to speak. Like they're very good speakers, as an example. So there's like a whole like database on different websites you can read about your nakshatra. So if you know your nakshatra, that's important. If you know about your what else was I trying to get at? Like uh, yeah, like the moon is more important in Vedic astrology than the sun, so that pertains to your mind, right? So these are
Which
oh yeah,
Aries?
yogas.
My moon is Aries, and Aries and Aswini seem to have a lot of overlap, if I recall.
It's the first one, yeah, because like no, the moon determines your nakshatra. Wherever
Okay.
your moon placement is determines your nakshatra, and within so Aswani is in Aries, but also Mai, which is Barani, is in Aries. So there's two, because remember there are 27 out of the 12 constellations. The 12 constellation is divided by 27. So essentially, there's between 2 to 3 in one constellation of nakshatra. But it's
I'm learning
it's
so
based on
much.
your
I'm like looking at it as you're talking. I'm like, what's an etc.? It's on here. It's like so, and then it lists them all, and then it's whatever it correlates with. Like my Swanee is in Aries, and then what else did you say? The Hasta. My Hasta's in Virgo. I don't know what any of these things are, but I'm looking at them all while you're talking. It's very cool.
Yeah, and then like finding out your yogas as well. Like your yoga also like when you do click astro, or I'm sorry, like astro sage, it tells you it has so much data, and then if you're like proficient at it, then you can kind of be able to read the data. I'm not at all, but like look for yoga, and
He
it tells
says
you
while
which
schooling the
yoga that
rest
you.
of us on it.
No, but I'm not being modest about it.
No,
Like
I know
again, like
there's just tons of depth to it, and our old landlord was from India, and actually he and his wife ran away and got married here because he was from a Hindu family and she was from a Muslim family. But anyways, like, yeah, the Vedic astrology shit gets fucking real over there.
yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, they have. I met people who are coming from generations and generations of people who were professional, quote unquote, astrologers. Like, it's such a like respected position. Like, your life is set because they give you like a temple where people come and they worship and they give money, they donate money, and so like it's not operated in the same way as the West where it becomes like a business. And you're like the Westerners use astrology as well, but the like the very best astrologers get they get picked up by corporations actually. Like these corporations do hire astrologers. Okay. Very rich people, like there's a saying, millionaires don't believe in astrology but billionaires do.
Mhm.
Have you ever heard this?
I have.
Yeah, and in India, like a friend of mine who is actually have connection with a guy whom I emailed. He is an astrologer for the Prime Minister of India, Modi, and he is an astrologer for a lot of like high up cabinet members within India. He does not get paid. They don't deal in money. His his children goes to the best schools. They get like drivers with cars. They get houses, but they don't deal with money directly that way. But I mean, like if you got everything, you got food, comfortable living and everything. It's essentially same as earning money, right?
Right.
But it's treated differently. It's seen it's considered to be dirty when you're dealing with money directly like that with a high
Really?
level astrologers. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's
Why?
considered a sin. It's considered a sin because money corrupts. It's money corrupts, and the thing is then you forget what it is that you were originally doing for, because this is a science of God and gods. Okay, so you have to surrender to it like in heart, but once you do it for money, then because like at the highest level they consider it like surgery, like being a brain surgeon. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing, you're essentially opening people's skull and then you're like messing around with their shit, and you can fuck people up that way. And people have used astrology to like convince that this person is in love with somebody else, or I'm an astrologer, and so like you bow to me and then you give me money, and our charts match up and we're meant to be together and shit like that. That's considered sin here, and you will go blind in your next lifetime and lifetimes after, and people believe that. I believe it also.
If you fuck around with people's like charts and shit when you're not qualified to,
Yes. Like
huh?
that's why, like, if you are not proficient at it, you have to like throw the caveat out there. It's like, don't take anything I say seriously at all. Period. You got to throw that as a disclaimer out there. Otherwise, you are entangling yourself karmically with somebody else, like unwittingly, and then you're gonna have to play that out and untangle that until it's done. You have to evaporate that karma. It may take lifetimes to do it, depending on the situation. That's why
You
it's
know what?
dangerous.
Maybe I was mistaken about having a bunch of shit in my sixth house. What's the sixth house do? Maybe it was you that was telling me about it.
Yeah, the sixth house is the house of enemies, disease,
We're I
conflict.
don't even remember
You
which
know,
one we look at. Because here sixth house only has one here, right? If I'm reading that right, and only one here.
sixth house. What do you mean? There's only one sixth house.
Well, there's two charts. There's the Nava Masa blah blah, and then there's the Lagna.
Navamsa chart. Yeah. So Navamsa chart is something that you use like around your midlife, and then after you're like married, it becomes more of a like your Lagna chart is like what you're born with. This is kind of like your base state, you can say. But like the charts do change. They have different charts change, and they express different conditions of that time based on like whatever you're going through at that moment. But like your lagna is your core, your original chart. So your sixth house is number 8. Number 8 is indicated by
Oh, it is?
Scorpio. Like
Okay.
number
So I
one
got
is
four.
Aries, and you go around the zodiac, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. That's number 1 through 12.
So yeah, I've got 4 things in the sixth house then.
Well, 3 technically, because Uranus is not considered a planet in the Vedic chart, but Uranus, Neptune, that's Ne, and Pluto, they're also of consideration in the Western chart.
So fight me, motherfucker.
So in is that also the south node, north node kind of thing? If you were doing it in Western, like for the 2 different charts, the one from before, and then the one kind of midlife and after, is that
The south node and north node is the Rahu and Ketu of the Western. Rahu and Ketu is the south node and north node. North node is Rahu and south node is Ketu.
okay? That's a lot.
It is
I'll
a
have
lot.
to check out the websites that you sent me and stuff. Unless you have somebody who can like read for you and kind of explain it, I guess it's kind of hard to unravel it all.
Yeah, like just read what they tell you first, and I kind of have an idea where to find further information. There's another site that is quite good, but it's more of an intuitive site. It's not as categorical, but it's called Barbara Pijan, and she does Vedic astrology, but she follows a very much Pijan, Barbara, like her first name, and then Pijan is her name. But she has studied in Tibetan astrology. With Tibetan astrology and Vedic astrology are very similar, and they have the same attributes. But like her site's quite intriguing in the way she lays it out, like because it's like more like a story, you know, and she has like examples of like different people, and like she has like these like quotes that kind of describe what that planet or sign is about. So it's like it's more poetic in the way it lays out how these signs are.
Very cool. I like
But
that.
yeah, I mean, it's fascinating thing, and good luck to you and anybody who is interested in this science, because there, you can spend a lifetime and really only scratch the surface. And my problem is, being who I am, I have a lot of interest in a lot of different topics. Like I, downloaded a bunch of books on this and that, and I need to skim over that to learn about crystals as an example. How they're formed, and what makes them what they are. Blah blah blah.
Crystals, huh? That's something I haven't looked into
Yeah,
at
that's
all.
what these. Yeah, like these rings, for
I mean,
example, they have like a astrological signification, because the fingers are connected to different planets. Like this finger, for example, your right finger, index finger, is associated with Jupiter, and palmistry also plays a role in that. Palmistry and astrology, they're closely connected with each other, right? Uh, Mercury. So each planet, like different fingers have an association with the planet. Like the ring finger here, as an example, is associated with the sun. And then your pinky finger is associated with Mercury. This finger is, I'm sorry, this finger is associated with Saturn, as an example.
I thought it was going to be Mars.
Mars.
Like, bring it on,
I forgot where
motherfucker.
Mars is. There's a belief that.
I was gonna ask Flo how you're doing, because you're looking a little tired.
I'm tired. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We call it.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, I was gonna let it roll.
It's
I
all
got
good.
I got a
checking
chill day
in.
tomorrow, and the conversation's going good, and there's still a lot of people watching. But yeah, if I'm starting to be visibly tired, then I'm gonna wrap it up. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, you just say when, and not a problem. So.
Yeah, I wasn't pushing anything. I tend to notice these things more too as well. I seem to, you got your lots of kids and take care of lots of seniors and people and stuff. So I automatically
You're used to
watch
seeing
people,
the
and I'm like,
sleepy
oh,
eyes,
you're looking tired. Are you? I'm always checking in with people, so don't make it the reason you shut it down if you don't want to. I might notice more than others.
Good looking at. I think that the timing is perfect.
Okay.
So, final. Who's
I
got
just want
final
to.
thoughts? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment about Jonathan. He asked, like, I thought planets weren't real. Planets are not real in the sense of the way NASA has described them. There's no outer space. They're not these planets that are like circling around the sun. In that sense, the planets are real, but there are stars that we call them planets that actually move in the sky. It's known, and it can be knowable if you observe them. They're called planetos initially in the Bible, and actually what that means in Greek is that it's deceivers. Why are they deceivers? Because all the constellations maintain the same placement in relativity to each other, but these deceivers are moving. That's what the meaning of planetos means, and that's where we get the word planets from. Okay, so they're deceivers because why? They're moving, and then when you actually map out in the way they move and how they retrograde, they create like a flower around the geocentric Earth. Okay, like Venus, for example, does the 5 loop around. When it makes a complete circle, it does 5 loops. So 5 pentagon is associated with Venus, the morning star. It's not coincidental that is the case, right? And then other planets, and I don't know how many loops. Like Saturn does a bunch. Mercury is fast moving, so like each planet has a retrograde to it that maps out into kind of like a flower of some kind, on a
I mean, we
geocentric
just came out of a
but
lot of retrogrades at once, didn't we? Or maybe we're still in some of them. I don't know.
well, there wasn't an eclipse yesterday,
Right.
so like a solar eclipse, and
I guess like
it
a
is
month
considered not.
ago, I
Yeah,
mean,
like a
Mercury was
sunset eclipse.
retrograde. Yeah, there was a day like a month ago, like one of the Sundays, that I just like nothing could fucking go right. I pulled out of a parking lot at a gas station and just didn't even look behind me. Just went straight into a car at the gas pump. Who the fuck does that?
Oh no.
Look, and the dude's just standing there pumping gas, watching me. Right, like my window's down. He doesn't say anything. Just like, but whatever. I've got insurance, and my truck wasn't hurt at all because he had a little fucking hatchback. But anyways, it was one of those retrograde things, is what I'm chalking it up to.
Yeah.
As you were talking to, like, the one thing I kept thinking of is how I think all of religion and every story that's ever come out has built off of the stars, honestly. Like, to me, it feels like that was the foundation that everything else was kind of created off of. Was that ancient
Like
wisdom?
the Abrahamic religions are symbolized by the sun and the moon and the stars, and
all the stories and how they all have similar aspects to them, and the dying and the raising again and the 12 and all of it. It just all seems to stem back to the stars, and how I think, if we're here as human beings and suddenly, we're at the mercy of all these things coming from the sky, whether that's rain or heat or whatever, we just become obsessed with figuring it out and charting it out, and there's a way to survive, and making up all these stories and stuff to help us remember, giving them names and seasons and stories and all that stuff, and then you start to create things off of that.
We remember stories way better than other things. If we actually wanted to teach kids stuff, we teach everything as a story.
Yes. Actually, the people who memorize things in contests and stuff, they can memorize all these numbers and everything and then say them back. They make them into stories. Like, they actually put them together, make them into stories to help them remember each thing. Because that's a good way. That's how we remember, right? So.
Yep. Yeah, like I love stories, and I like, if I am a connoisseur of anything, I am a connoisseur of stories. I like fiction, nonfiction, like people's experiences, people's lives, and their stories. And in my life, I collected a lot of stories, and I just find them very fascinating. And another good way to remember, there's like there various techniques, is that like you can imagine like a palace, and you have like all kinds of objects within that place, so you associate certain memory and put them into like a like a file or something like this. So like you give it like an association with a physical object that is created within your mind, and so it's like you can actually like go into your mind and then like pull out something. It's like, oh, I
Yeah.
put this here.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
We've also lost a lot of our tradition and our memory of our ancestors and everything, because we used to do everything by storytelling. Everything was passed down through storytelling, and we've lost our storytellers. So I think it's really important, just as important as it is to connect to the land again, which we're extremely disconnected from, to connect again to our ancient stories. We need those storytellers again. So
Most stories lost completely. I mean, all that have existed and will exist is up there in the Akashic records. It's all there. The people who, and that's part of the reason why they want to create like the disconnect between the old, the middle age, and the young. And we used to have like extended families where everybody were living together. They all knew where they were, but that's it became isolated and became nuclear families, et cetera, and now it becomes a little more isolation, where we have like this kind of an explosion of incels and such, and then people are disconnected, and the only thing they have is internet porn and whatnot. And these are the stories that people are making now. But we can create our own stories, and this is what I want to do with my time and energy. Is that's why my time and energy to be on these panels is valuable to me, to be able to have these type of discussions and have the clarity and plant seeds about, hey, what is it that we want to create, and what is it that we want to co-create together. We may not physically be able to do it in this lifetime together as us, but you are already touching lives with people where you are. Every single one of us are. and I know I have the mindset to know what I want, and I understand how I'm going to achieve that. Now, other people who want to get involved in like kind of like mindless looping and drama, they're more than welcome to experiment. They need to exercise that demon out, whatever that might be. And but I may not be the right person to do that because I don't have the patience for it. I'll just shut off and go and then read a book, like why I feel like I shouldn't, get myself involved with any of it. Like I see no reason to. I don't care about the people here online that much enough to want to give my time to just to listen to their fucking I don't know what, their vomit. Like I'm sorry, like I need to develop myself still yet.
You were talking about demons and angels and humans in the chart as well, and I'd love to hear like your definition of a demon. Like what is that to you?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there's a story, and I will describe it like this: when the demons and angels, how they segregated themselves initially is that when God created these entities, they were beings that could not move their arms. They could so only way to feed each other. The angels, what they learned is that I cannot bend my arm to feed myself because the food will be placed on their hand. So the angels fed each other. The demons, what they were doing is they were throwing the food up and they were trying to catch the food. That's how they separated. They had the same
That'd be so
talents
damn
in every
awkward.
which way.
Go carry on,
So
carry on. I was
there's
just
a
thinking
fine
about
line.
like licking
No, there's a
someone's
fine.
hand, like, hey, I'm hungry.
Yeah, but it's a story. It's a story to describe the distinction between angels and demons. Okay, demons are called asuras, and it's a state of mind. It's the energetic state, and that's how they segregated themselves. We are
Got
living
it.
in the world of cymatics. Cymatics. So there is symmetry and there's asymmetry, right? So there is like kind of structure and there's chaos, right? And they are opposing forces and they kind of need each other. You can't have structure without chaos.
Right.
Okay. So this is the hermetic principles that we're talking about.
In a way, how some religions call it the adversary and the liar, right? It's like the one, and when it's usually the adversary against truth and or love or source or whatever, the adversary and the lying against those.
Which is
In a
illogical in
big
and of
picture
itself.
way,
Because God created everything, right? So then
it's paradoxical, perhaps will be better way to
well,
describe it. But like
okay, you're right. Yeah, okay, I can see that one.
I always
but like
pictured it
because they
like
exist.
mhm.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I always like the description of a stream, like that life giving energy is always flowing, and it's like a stream, it's always flowing, but then we can either go with that flow or allow, or we can like put rocks and chaos within it so that it's kind of splashing everywhere and blocking the flow and resistance, and the uncomfortable things that we feel and the dis-ease that we feel and whatnot is our own resistance to that flowing, or we can be flowing with it, like chaos or allowing, I guess.
Yeah. To me, it's the problem with free will. You wanted free will, you got free will, but with that, there comes good and the bad that together. That's the issue. So you being an entity having the ability to choose between them, they both must exist and have the ability to sway you in either way, right? So it's like almost like a necessary tool to make people wiser, I guess. How in a big picture way. Like in a big picture way, like God is one and only. Okay, it's the only thing that exists. It's the only thing that's real. Only being that's real. We're all figment of God's illusion, let's just say. But within that illusion, we believe ourselves to be real, and we are playing out this timeline and all the things that comes with it. But with it, there's the necessary evil that is manifested through the visually, auditorily, psychologically, emotionally, and it has a kind of a name and a face to it. We call it Satan, we call it Pindar, whatever name you want to associate with it. But with it comes all these like horrible, horrendous acts that people. But we are all part of this story. Nobody is separate from this story. I don't care if you're living in the Himalayas or not. You're a part of this story. It does not matter. Like you're a part of the story. It's a story about humanity and how humanity has fallen and how humanity will rise. And the qualities that will make humanity rise are is going to be like like honor and like goodness, wholesomeness, balance, all these good attributes to become a wholesome human being. And you can only live it. You have to be it to become an example of it. And that's been the path of all the sages and masters of the past, is that they were it, and they showed you that they have achieved, and you can achieve just as much. But if you don't express it, then you're definitely not it. That's all. Like, where are you in terms of your development and your evolution as a consciousness?
And
I'm
if
probably the most evolved, I think, of all of us.
what?
I'm the most evolved, most
For
advanced
sure.
consciousness of the three of us. I think that's safe to say.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Thank you. You guys are lucky to learn from me.
These conversations are great. I'm like, when I think about allowing too, it's like when you allow life-giving energy, you have more life, and when you resist it, you're dying, right? You don't disease, I guess. There's another way of looking at it.
I mean, I believe in the power of or what is it, the law of attraction, right? And if you have free will, that's more than just like, what do I want to eat for lunch today, right? So you do get more of what you put out, and you impact the program, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's consequences to everything. So, like, first of all, just wishing for something is not enough. You have to know what you're wishing for, but you may not exactly know that, you get something. Let's say you wanted something and you got it, great. But later on, you realize that there are other things that goes along with it. As car, like let's just make it very basic. Like, I want a nice car. Okay, you got a nice car. Somehow you got all the conditions right, and you worked and you saved money and you got a nice car. But there's maintenance that goes along with that car. There's there's fear that goes along with that car of like it being damaged by somebody else. Because maybe they become jealous of you. Like there's other things that you didn't know about that was like associated with car before you wanted a car. That's a very easy example, but many things are like that. You don't know what you want until you want it, and then when you want it and you get it, and then you realize actually this is not what I thought, what I imagined it to be. Right? That's why they say be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, because you don't know all angles of what you're wishing for. There are
I used to
consequences to everything.
I used to think that being a rock star would be the best life ever, and now I look around. I think that that's probably would be the worst lifestyle. The last one I'd ever want. It'd be fucking awful.
But the thing is, like yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying, like, you're at a state, you're in a position where you can see that, and you can probably be very accurate with it. But again, there are a lot of young kids who look at that. It's like, wow, that's the thing to be. Look how awesome that guy is. How confident he is. He's on stage and everybody adores, and he's got 100 chicks who's waiting to get to the back room with him, and willing to give everything for him. That's going to be the life.
You don't realize that you're a record label slave, and you're just like constantly on the fucking road, and then getting up on yeah, no, fuck that shit. Absolutely fuck that shit. I don't even
The
think I'd like
reality
just
check.
normal fame, right? Like I think that any amount of I like being anonymous sometimes.
Yep.
It's freedom.
Right.
Like,
Right.
we want freedom, however that is expressed. Like, having money is freedom for people. You know, being famous in a way is like kind of freedom for people, because fame and money and status, they go along with each other. But being a nobody is also a form of freedom, but people don't necessarily appreciate it for what it is. You know,
Well,
like being
you
famous.
take it for granted. You don't recognize that until it's gone.
Yeah, that's the cliche of life. You know, you don't recognize things until it's gone. You know,
I'm
and
really
that's
in
why
a
we need to
stage.
live these lives. I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
really in a stage of my life right now where I've never like I know the importance of having a clear focus, like knowing what you want so that you can like clearly go towards something. But right now I'm just in this stage where I'm like I have these different ideas or options and I don't know which way to go. Nothing like quite feels right. I don't really know what I'm doing. So I'm like in this toss up phase right now of just not having a hard time getting somewhere because I'm not clear on what to focus on, right? Like which direction to focus on and go towards that would be best. And then I find I'm going lots of different directions instead of like a focused direction. So trying to
I don't
figure
think that's
that
a
out
bad
right
thing,
now.
though. Like, I believe it. I know that specialization, depth of knowledge in a single subject gets all the hype, but yeah, I don't really believe that. I'm sort of the same way I always have been.
But there's reasons I want and don't want all these different options. So it's like a battle within myself. So sometimes I wonder if I'm like missing it all together, like what I actually should be going towards. So I don't know.
Does it really
Sorry.
even matter, though? I mean, if you know that interview, the worst interview question of all, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Like, literally at no point ever in my life would I have been able to answer that accurately to where I've been. It's just like completely different always. So I sort of am not hubristic enough to think that my actions really have all that much impact on the course that life goes. Of course it has some, but yeah.
I'd really
I mean,
like to have
there's
my own business, and I've been taking these business classes, but I'm having a really hard time because it keeps changing and switching the focus to try and figure it out. So it's frustrating right now.
What are you like getting a degree, or are you just like trying to learn, or is it like what are you learning in the classes, just out of curiosity?
Everything. Like you just learn all about being an entrepreneur. You learn about the taxes. You learn about all the different rules and I don't know, just the reality of it, like all the math around how much time you're putting in versus how much you're making versus material versus like it's just helping you to make it a reality instead of like you just have a big idea and then you're like, oh, just start, and then you realize, wow, this is not gonna work like you think. So
But to
I have
some
like
extent, you do have to do that. A lot of people get analysis paralysis when,
but like respect though, because some of the stuff I was looking at is not realistic. Like you can actually make a living off of it, right? In reality. So it's good to analyze that stuff. But I have an all new respect for people who have businesses. I want a business because not necessarily because I want to like get under the thumb of the government or anything, but because in reality, I want to get something flowing because if, shit hits the fan or whatever, I want to have my own thing that I can keep running and providing for people that's not dependent on, if I'm following the rules. So I'm really want to get that established for sure.
well, the fact of the matter is, as long as your income is based on the amount of time you devote to something, you're always going to be behind the 8 ball. So, but lots of people want to live that way, right? Like the trade-off is that you don't have the stress of having to manage everything. So, I agree with you. If you can leverage the labor of people that want to trade their time for money, that's really where it's at.
And I think I'm naturally a good worker too. Like I love to see somebody doing something and I love to back them up. Like I love to like create things for them, and like I'm a detail person. I'm just that kind of person. So for me to try to take the lead in something is like kind of a lot harder of a position. So I'm really trying to stretch myself right now.
Well, good for you. Yeah, I don't think anymore in the economy. I just don't at all believe that there's any job you can have working for someone else where you're financially successful, right? Like you can survive, but it's never. I think that we were probably all raised with the belief like you go to this, you do that, you go to college, then you get a good job, and then you live happily ever after. And that's just not the world we live in anymore.
I mean, it's a factor of this life, whether we like it or not, to be concerned about money and spending money and how to get money, all this kind of stuff. But like the general energetics, as far as I see it, of what's happening around the world, there's a lot of turmoil, a lot of chaos, and a lot of uncertainty. And I think generally, people feel that, and people tend to worry about the future. I mean, as they should, I guess. But like, there's a lot of things that is really outside of our control, and business is also a part of that though too. Some people are very good and they're lucky to have the personality type and the finance and the education to get their business, and it's a part of their luck in a sense. But there are a lot of people who have all those factors, but they were missing one or two for whatever reason, including luck, and and they were done, and it's kind of a hit and miss. So it's hard to because if there was a formula, then everybody would be able to just follow that formula. It's just straight, it's very simple thing, but it's not like that. It's very dynamic in the way I see it.
Yeah, and you can do everything right, and still the luck of the draw just isn't on your side, and that status isn't fixed either, right? Like people can be hugely successful for a decade and then lose everything next decade due to whatever, So I think that people kind of get in the. Well, we've all been there. I know that, like when you graduate from college, it's like, okay, I have a degree now. Who's gonna give me free money for being awesome? And it's like that's not how
Yeah.
shit is. You're never done with shit.
Oh yeah, I think statistically it's something like 70% of people who specialize and went to get education for something don't wind up using it or something like that. It's
I don't use
crazy.
my degree. I mean, like I don't use it directly for my employment. I do utilize I have an economics degree. I utilize the knowledge for, personal shit, but
I
but
mean,
that's more useful.
universities are one of the
I
biggest
just
cons though too.
For
Sorry.
sure, for sure.
Money.
No, I was just gonna say that economics is sort of a useful subject, probably more useful than most if you're not in that line of work. Um, but yeah, absolutely. If I were doing it over again, okay, if I were doing it today, I certainly wouldn't advise anyone to take out student debt for it. If you can get a scholarship or if your parents are gonna pay for it, sure. College is a great fucking time. I had a blast. Was it worth the money? No. Would it be worth the debt? Absolutely not. Not compared to like just going into a trade. You can make way more money just starting off doing 4 years in a trade instead of 4 years just sinking yourself into permanent debt that you can't bankrupt out of. Fuck out of here. I have an ex-girlfriend
Yeah.
who was $500,000 in debt for like
It's
a
crazy.
master's degree in physical therapy or some shit. She's never gonna be out of that. It's insane.
I'm learning even with business school because they're trying to get you to perfect a business plan to increase your ability to get grants and everything, right? But I mean, I'd much rather get a grant. I mean, to get a loan, but I'd much rather get grants and stuff to help with that than go into mega debt. Although there's like different aspects to it, I guess, if you're going to incorporate or be personal entrepreneur or whatever. So there's that too, which kind of separates you from the debt. If something crashes, it's just the business and not attached to you personally. So if you hear lots of like breathing and stuff, because I'm babysitting Hawk so that Jesse could go to Mexico because Hawk has quite a bit of separation anxiety because he's with Hawk like 24/7. He never leaves his side. So I was hoping to go to Mexico too, but I knew he needed someone to do this with Hawk here. So I'm here with Hawk and he's being noisy right now. That's why I keep muting.
Yeah, you're good. I haven't really noticed it.
Yeah.
I've never had a dog. I've never been a dog. I'm not really ever been a pet person. The cats we have are fine because they can keep to themselves. But I don't know. Dogs
Dogs are very dependent.
They need a lot of attention, and nothing's more annoying than getting home and from work and walking in the door. You want to take your shoes off, and this dog is blocking the way, and it needs to have some fucking attention before you sit down. It's like, God damn it, you're so fucking annoying, but I'm such a dick for being annoyed at you.
He's a big dog. Like I'm like 109 pounds and he's 88 and pure muscle. And so like I'm trying to be the alpha in this situation, so especially when we go on walks and everything. So he's not taking me for a walk. It's been fun, and he needs a lot of exercise. So I've been walking him for long walks like 3 times a day right now. So I'll tell you, I'm getting in a good shape anyways. But otherwise, he's pretty good. He's sad because he misses Jesse, but he hasn't been too whiny or anything. So he's a good dog. Jesse's trained him really well. But I'm more of a cat person too, just because they take care of themselves, and I'm not too into animals. I mean, I love animals, but he's a Presa Canario Bulldog cross, I think. Presa Canario.
I've looked up these before. They're like cane corsos, kind of, aren't they? Oh yeah, that's a fucking beast of a dog. It is like a cane corso.
Yeah, he's yep, he's a big boy. He's like big, thick neck, and like he's pretty strong dog. But trained.
I've seen these
final words.
Tibetan, I've seen these Tibetan Mastiffs in real life when I was in Tibet, and they're massive as fuck, man. Like they're huge, you know.
Yeah, and they slobber.
That's my final word. And they slobber a lot.
Yeah, I had a buddy in high school who had like a big ass Mastiff like that, and it would come over. I fucking hate it because we'd go out and I'm like fresh and clean and shit, and I'd show up to his house and I'd sit down and this dog would come over and just drop its slobbery jowls right on your dick. And then what are you going to do? If this dog wants to leave its fucking teeth-filled mouth right there on your cock, you're just going to let it. You're not going to push it off. Fine, just slobber on my pants.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Excellent final word. Peace. Thank you for coming up. Good talk. I think the peoples have enjoyed it as well. Angeline, thoughts, questions, comments, concerns?
My final words are good night and have a good sleep and feel refreshed tomorrow. I'm going to be up at 6 a.m. So this will be fun. It's like 1:30 here. So
right on.
Awesome conversation though. Loved it.
Yeah, it was good. All right.
Good talk,
chat.
Angeline and Flo, and talk to you guys later. Peace.
Right
Bye.
on.
Bye.
Bye. And if anybody hasn't liked the video yet, please do so on your way out. If you're unsubscribed, do that as well. Do all the things. You can become a member for 99 cents. There are new emojis that I just uploaded today. And I got, I think probably everybody's a member by now. Between Chuck and Steve, tons of memberships were bought. But yeah, enough that I will be uploading more files to make more custom emojis soon, because the amount of ones you can upload is dependent upon how many members you have. Anyways, long stream. Good night. Guess I better end the stream, huh? Not just leave the studio.